Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story part 2. Chapter 53 Last Hope 2. Master. When he walked in, someone was working on the documents seated at the desk of the master. Jaehwan walked up, and when he approached, the person sitting on the master's chair was not Jaehwan. Why are you here? Golden hair with one silver wing at the back. It was a different man, but not the one who belonged on the seat. That was when Jaehwan remembered Jaehwan's annoyed face looking through the documents. What are all these laws? How can I read all this? How about you do this? The only ones who can process the documents are the master or the secretary of law. Jaehwan brightened up. Who's the secretary of law? Bring him here. You killed him a few days ago. Ugh. Jaehwan then asked, who knows most about the law in this fortress? It was a hard question. Jaehwan started to think, but Jaehwan seemed to have found his own answer. Wait, he can probably do it. And Jaehwan knew who was he now. Chancellor. It was Carlton with linen bandages all over his head and body, working on the documents. I hope he's doing well. Jaehwan thought about Carlton, who he left at the office. He wasn't going to make him the secretary of law from the beginning, as Carlton was hospitalized a few days ago. Wow, Carlton, you are so handsome. So handsome for sure. My next work is Tentacle Dead Man Carlton. If Jaehwan did not visit the hospital room that day, Carlton would probably still be in his hospital room, enjoying his time with beautiful sculptors working on sculptures. Jaehwan thought as he stabbed the dead man Carlton's sculptures that he confiscated using his rights as the master. It's about time I get the feeling. Jaehwan was concentrating on training to stab. In the corner were the powdery debris of the various Carlton sculptures. Chungha spoke as he looked at the debris. Kid, do you know how much those cost? Who cares? A master who don't have any sense of money. Chungha reached down and began picking up the unharmed sculptures and putting them into his pockets. Fools, young girls are crazy over these Carlton collectibles. Jaehwan then turned to Chungha and spoke. Old man, what? My new skill is finished. Really? The reason why Jaehwan and Chungha were at the ceremony was to create a new skill. After he had faced catastrophe, Jaehwan felt the need for a new skill. His strong stab was powerful, but its range was too large that it wasn't good to be used against an individual target. It was the 5th day that Jaehwan and Chungha traded their skills with each other. But is it okay not to spar today? It's okay now. Why? Chungha seemed disappointed. It had been a good time for him, as his slash had also become much stronger in just a few days of training with Jaehwan. I've seen enough of your slash. Oh, really? So you can slash like your stab? Chungha spoke sarcastically, but Jaehwan nodded. Yeah, a bit. Chungha scoffed. You've stabbed all your life. Slash isn't that easy. Jaehwan spoke. I can't do that strong slash, but it's not strong slash, it's powerful slash. Jaehwan continued, ignoring Chungha. I can do slight slash. It's not slight, it's normal slash. What? It's this, your slash. Jaehwan stepped back and slashed his sword in the air. Powerful energy ripped the space in front. It's not strong as yours though. Chungha could not speak. It was weaker than his slash for sure, but it was a really small difference. His slash was something he earned after countless years. But this man had acquired it in just 5 days. How did you do it? Jaehwan did not answer, but Chungha could have guessed what it was. He had felt Jaehwan changed recently. He wasn't like sharp, pointy nails anymore, but a sharp blade. Maybe Jaehwan was practicing slash against the world even now. Anyway, I used this slash to create a new skill. New skill? What kind of slash is it? It's a stab. Chang'e became confused. You learned slash, but made a stab. Yeah, it's something like this. Jaehwan moved his hand casually. It was a stab but had a slashing movement. It was just a gesture, but Chang'e could feel the powerful potential in it. Wait, did you name it already? No, you stole my slash to make it, so isn't it natural for me to name it? To what? How about Chang'e stab? Jaehwan narrowed his eyes. Do you want to me stab you first instead? Chang'e frowned. He too was proud, just like Jaehwan. He knew Jaehwan was powerful but was still too proud of himself to cower at such a threat. You, young fool, are crossing the line. Okay, I'll teach you a lesson today and become the master myself. However, Jaehwan was faster in pulling out his sword. The stab that had the movement of a slash. Chang'e ran at the storm of blades created by Jaehwan. Ugh, respect your elder for once. The storm blew out, destroying the training ground. Chang'e looked at the skill in shock. What kind of single-target skill is that? The warriors who were training in a corner were swept away and yelled in shock. The problem did not end there. His storm did not end and put a hole in the ceiling and flew up. Then they heard someone screaming. In the darkness of the inner keep, adapters wearing clothes that had the words Thunder King were trying to infiltrate the basement of the keep. Is the master below? Yes, sir. It was a man from the Thunder King clan, the 9th ranked of the 10 clan. The one in the center was the leader, Yang. Today, I will become the master. 3 days ago, Yang had arrived in Gorgon. The other clan leaders should have arrived as well, but it seemed none of them had fought against the master of Gorgon. Cowards. His elder had told him that the master was non-adapter for sure. Yang quickly realized that it was a trap. Gorgon will do something cowardly for sure. The Chancellor was blocking entry to everyone who wished to fight the master. That's why Yang came by himself. I will attack first before they plan something. The master had stated that it just needed to be a one-on-one fight. I will make you regret that you didn't specify how you fight. The Thunder King clan, along with the Dark Forest clan, were clans that used assassination skills. And he was the leader of such a clan. If he tried to assassinate him, the master of the fortress had no way to avoid it. One can call me a coward, but assassinations are my true power. And that was how he was swept away by the storm that erupted from the ground. It was so quick that he could not put up any of his defensive skills. All of the Thunder King clan, including the leader Yang, were knocked unconscious as they were thrown out by the storm. Right after that, when 2 figures appeared, Chang'e pulled out Yang, who was stuck in the wall, and said, "Isn't this the leader of Thunder King?" Yang's legs were trembling. Jaehwan nodded. So, we have the first member of the expedition team. Chapter 54. Chapter 54 Last Hope 3. The 10 Clan of Chaos. The 10 Clan of Chaos consisted of the clans that controlled the vast land of chaos. But they were not all of equal power or presence. There were ranks within the clans. This rank was decided by the fights between the leaders or the war between each clan. Thunder King clan was the 9th ranked among them. But even if it was only the 9th rank where change often occurred, the Thunder King clan quickly rose to power, even being introduced multiple times in Chaos of This Month magazine. 100 years. It took us 100 years to get here. Yang was the youngest of the clan leaders of the 10 clan. He was 207 years old, a former member of 5 renowned families of the Great Lands. He was more of a slave than an actual member, but he was lucky. Most of his friends who cleared the tower had been taken into the battlefield to serve as meat shields, while he was taken in as a slave of a renowned family when he was a non-adapter. He lived for 100 years as a slave. However, when he finally earned the trust of the Jaehwan family after 100 years of work, he stole a skill from them. It was only a middle-grade skill in the family, but it was one of the highest-grade skills in the entire Great Lands. Thunder God's Energy. The skill allowed the user to wield thunder energy, making all cells younger, and when the proficiency exceeded the 8th level, it allowed the user to wield the power of the Thunder God freely. He had to flee from the Jaehwan family adapters for the next 20 years for stealing and was eventually killed, but the skill allowed him to become the leader of the 10 clan. It was a record that had not been achieved by any throughout the history of chaos. However, here he was, a man who had only lived half of 100 years. And he was the master of Gorgon Fortress. How was this possible? Yang could not believe it. Tusk, how did you end up becoming first? I knew you would get yourself into such trouble one day. Why are you here, Doctor? To heal the ones like you. It was thanks to Changha that Yang was able to get up so quickly. Who is that man? Yang asked Changha as he watched Jaehwan stabbing in the middle of the training ground that had a hole in the ceiling. Master of Gorgon. A man with no name suddenly became the master. It doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't. Changha answered. Everything about him doesn't make any sense. Yang was surprised. The doctor never held anyone with such high regard until now. Yang felt his pride being hurt. I can beat him if I fight him again. He didn't seem to accept it. I'm the leader of Thunder King Clan. I let my guard down, but you don't even stand a chance. Changha scoffed. Yang sat down and shouted. No, I was ambushed. It's not fair. Wasn't it you who tried to assassinate him? Changha spoke, but Yang furiously denied it. Assassinate? No way. That's when Jaehwan spoke. Sure. Yang brightened up instantly. You mean, I will fight you again. Jaehwan pulled out his sword and Yang smiled. That attack was definitely from the doctor. He had seen the doctor's slash once. A slash that was on par with the highest grade skills of the clan leaders. The storm that hit him was very similar. If he was able to bring out his true power and fight, he might have a chance. Higher. Changha saw Yang flying in towards Jaehwan and shook his head. Foolish clan leaders. Next day, the rumor that the leader of the Thunder King clan lost, and that the master of Gorgon barely won spread through Gorgon. I spread the rumor as you ordered. Yang reported while nursing his bruised eyes. Changha cackled. Good. Luckily, Jaehwan's first opponent was the 9th-ranked clan leader. The leader of the 9th-ranked clan was considered the least powerful of the group. It would have been bad if he fought the higher-ranked leaders, as the other lower-ranked ones would cower away after hearing that Jaehwan had defeated them. Changha asked, Did you make sure that the master barely won? Of course. The leader of the Thunder King clan was a 6th-stage adapter. If that man was barely defeated, it would mean that the master only had power equal to that of a 6th-stage adapter. A 6th-stage adapter was powerful, but it wasn't enough to fight against the leaders of the 10 clan. The 7th-ranked Divine Lady clan leader was a 7th-stage adapter, and the other leaders were 8th-stage adapters. Yang sighed. I will be taken to the depth then. Yang didn't feel good about it. The rumor itself didn't mean much if the leaders defeated Jaehwan, as he would not have to join the depth expedition team, but the problem was that no one came to his mind. Maybe the leader of the Sky Dragon clan or the Arms Extreme clan. The Sky Dragon clan ranked first and the Arms Extreme clan was the second. Their leaders were at least 2 times ahead of Yang. But were they enough to defeat Jaehwan? He wasn't sure. No, that is not possible. The other leaders will defeat him for sure. Yang knew some of the leaders had already entered Gorgon Fortress. They were probably on their way by the time they heard the rumors. Doctor, even if he is that strong, he will not be able to fight against all of 10 clan. Yang glanced at Chang'e and was shocked. Huh. Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Last Hope 4. He had only lived for 207 years, but he knew about Chang'e well. A member of the legendary Depth Expedition team. The one who traveled to get the fruit to bring salvation to chaos. The one who faced despair and lost everything. There was no one who knew despair better than Chang'e. However, what was with that expression? Chang'e's expression as he watched Jaehwan practicing with his stab was far from despair. Chang'e suddenly spoke. Kid, you are lucky. You met him before facing real despair. Yang wanted to ask, what was it about that man that changed Chang'e? That's when someone burst into the training ground. I'm here for a duel, Master of Gorgon. It was Kang Wing, the leader of the 8th-ranked Fire King clan, and Kamen, leader of the 5th-ranked Southern Sea clan. I was wondering when he would show up. Chang'e mumbled as he watched Kang Wing. I have a lot of healing to do today. The fight only took 10 minutes to end. Kang Wing filled the area with powerful flames and charged in, but fell after a few stabs. It was Kamen that had withstood the attacks for a long time. He had exchanged over 100 blows with Jaehwan. I give up. I yield. Jaehwan did not use his new skill as it was not yet controllable. All Jaehwan used were slight stabs and a normal stab. It was a good fight. Jaehwan was astonished at Kamen's power. Unlike the other 2 leaders who were at the 6th stage, Kamen was well into his 7th stage. He was not too far behind Chang'e. You have not used your full power. That goes for you too, Master. Kamen laughed. But I can see it without fighting to the end. Kamen bowed and moved to the other leaders. Kang Wing was letting off breaths of fire as he was being treated by Chang'e. You still have the temper, Kang Wing. Thank you, Doctor. Kang Wing ranted. Damn Yang. Jaehwan barely won. Don't blame him. It's you who lost. Damn it. Yang had been deep in thought for a while. When the treatment was finished, the 3 leaders grouped together to talk away from Jaehwan and Chang'e. It was Yang who spoke out first. Do you know who else is coming? The disciples and the divine lady. It was Kamen who answered. The 6th-ranked disciples and the 7th-ranked. The 5th-ranked Kamen had already lost. There was no way that those 2 would have a chance to win. What about the Sky Dragon or 3rd-ranked Dark Forest? You know them better than me. Kamen asked weirdly. The Sky Dragon clan and the Dark Forest clan had their headquarters in Manticore Fortress, same as the Thunder King clan. But Yang looked upset at those words. What is it? It's nothing. Anyway, what are you 2 going to do now? They lost the fight so they had to join the expedition team, but who would want to do that? That was when an unexpected answer shocked them. I was going to join the team from the beginning. It was Kamen. Kamen, are you for real? Kang Wing asked suspiciously. Of course. What? Kang Wing then realized what kind of man Kamen was. A friend of the former Master Amel, and the one who wasn't powerful enough to join the expedition team a long time ago. Jaehwan was the one who saw the end of what happened to the expedition team. I was planning to go there anyway. Jaehwan had lived 954 years. It was his biggest regret that he could not join the expedition team. Jaehwan was astonished. I guess some things don't change even after 900 years. What about you, Jaehwan? Well, I lost. What choice do I have? Jaehwan shrugged and Jaehwan turned to Yang. What about you? I've made up my mind. Made up your mind? What are you? Yang quickly bowed to the other two leaders and approached Jaehwan. Jaehwan became shocked. Wait, is he trying to fight him again? Even Jaehwan could not defeat the master. Then, Yang did something unexpected. I, Yang of the Thunder King clan, pledge allegiance to the master of Gorgon, Jaehwan. From this day forward. Jaehwan's eyes opened wide in shock. What? Jaehwan answered. No, I don't need your allegiance. No, I will. He was now kneeling on his knees. Chang'e frowned. What are you up to, kid? There was no way that a leader of the 10 clans would do such a thing. Nothing, doctor. I am just astonished by the power of the master. Cut the crap. Yang looked hurt as if he would cry. But Chang'e was stern. HMPH. Yang realized his acting didn't work. Jaehwan then spoke again. I just need teammates. I don't need servants or anything like that. It sounds like the same thing to me. How is that same? Chang'e interrupted. Yang looked at Chang'e and asked, Doctor, have you not heard anything yet? Chang'e became confused and shook his head. Yang sighed and turned to Jaehwan again. Anyway, master, please take me in as your member. Member, what do you mean? I won't steal anything. Oh, and if you can, please take my boys too. Chang'e then shouted. Aren't you the leader of Thunder King? What about your clan? Ha clan, Thunder King clan. Yang seemed infuriated, but also empty at the answer. He then spoke. The Thunder King clan no longer exists in chaos. What do you mean? Who are they, then? Chang'e pointed at the members of the Thunder King clan that came together with Yang. Yang sighed and answered, the Thunder King clan was wiped out a week ago. The only ones who survived are me and those 7 men. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Last Hope 5. They had snuck into a fortress for an assassination with a small number of people. This wasn't a normal thing to do for Yang. Even if the master was a non-adapter, Chang'e was around. Yang could go up against him, but there was a reason for taking such desperate measures. So, your clan is gone. Yes. When? Like I said, it's been a week. Chang'e thought for a second and continued, let me summarize. Your clan is gone, and Gorgon Fortress announced a new master. So, you jumped in no matter the outcome. Something like that. And you couldn't even put up a fight. Right. Your clan is gone, and you are not our master. You have nowhere to go, so you want Jaehwan to take you in. Yes. It was a plausible reason. If Yang was kicked out of the previous fortress because his clan was destroyed, it was safer to move to another fortress. But something about that story was fishy. Chang'e quickly pointed it out with ease. Why are you making up such lies? Huh, you said the Thunder King clan was wiped out last week. Yes. Yet there are no rumors about it. It was one of the 10 clan. Chaos had unstable spirit movements that interfered with message skills, but a week of no rumors about it was weird. 1 week is too long considering the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, Jaehwan added. Yang did not raise his head and continued, "You might not believe it, but it's true. The reason why the news didn't reach here is because..." Yang could barely continue. "The information is being blocked." "Nonsense," Changhe answered. "It wasn't simple to block out information in chaos. If the Thunder King clan really was destroyed, thousands of messages would have been sent out. How could all those messages be blocked? It's impossible to block such information unless the fortress itself tries to do it. Unless they interfere with the skill system itself." However, Yang's expression was grim. He was angry and yet sad. Then, he looked up at Changhe. "Doctor, scan my body." "What? Why?" "You'll know once you do it." Changhe reluctantly began scanning Yang's body. It was a scan that was permitted by the target, so he was able to read Yang's spirit corruption level, spirit power, and all the details of his skills. "Wow, kid, you have some good skills. Wait, what is this?" Changhe had a confused expression. "All long-distance message skills are blocked." Yang could not use any long-distance message skills as they were blocked. He was a member of Manticore Fortress. The only one who would have such power to block the usage of skills would be the Master of Manticore Fortress. Is everyone in Manticore like this? Yes. Why did you do something wrong to the Master of Manticore? One of the 10 clan was in danger, but the fortress blocked the message skill. The reason was simple. It was to isolate the clan from getting help. It was to wipe out the Thunder King clan from Manticore completely. It seemed that Yang was lucky to have even escaped from Manticore in one piece. Changhe asked, "Manticore Sky Dragon and Dark Forest. Which one is it?" The only ones powerful enough to wipe out a group from the 10 clan was another group within 10 clan. Cayman added, "But that's weird. I thought the Thunder King clan had a good relationship with the Sky Dragon clan and Dark Forest clans." "No, they are not involved." Cayman then asked again, "Is it another clan?" However, that had an even lower probability. No such clan could crush the 9th-ranked Thunder King clan while forcing the 1st and 3rd-ranked clans to stay put while even getting help from the Master of Manticore. The only clan who might even have a slight chance of such an act would be the Arms Extreme clan, but they were from Gorgon Fortress. If they moved, Gorgon would have known. Kang Wing lost his patience and shouted, "Talk for Fire King's sake. Who destroyed your clan? You should tell us so we can see if we should help. Didn't you come for revenge? You have no intention of helping." "What?" Yang shook his head and said, "Besides, the Fire King clan alone is not enough." The Fire King clan was not enough. Cayman then tested Yang. "What if the Southern Sea clan helps?" "That's still not enough." That was still not enough help, even with the 5th and 8th-ranked clans. Who exactly was the enemy? That is the reason why I want to work under the Master of Gorgon. The enemy I'm facing can't be handled with the power of the 10 clan alone. Changhe then asked, "Is that why you tried to become a master, gain the power of a master and get revenge?" "I'm sorry." Yang apologized from the bottom of his heart, and Changhe nodded in acceptance. It was then that Jaehwan spoke out for the first time. "Is it enough if Gorgon lends you a hand?" "I'm not sure, to be honest." "Who are they?" "Would you believe me if I told you?" "It's not the time to ask if I believe it or not," Kang Wing shouted, interrupting him. Yang hesitated for a second and spoke, "It's the Golden Sky clan." "Are you joking with me?" Kang Wing shouted in fury, "You should be accountable for what you say." The Golden Sky clan, the 10th-ranked clan of the 10 clan, was the root of the disaster. No one could agree. I heard their power is growing, but I can't agree that their power is greater than my clan and the Fire King clan combined, Cayman stated in a cold voice. Yang then corrected himself. The Southern Sea and Fire King clan. I have been mistaken. Let me rephrase it. Are you trying to change what you said? Kang Wing was already drawing his sword. He thought that he was being insulted. Dong spoke again. Even if the Sky Dragon and Dark Forest clan join, they can't defeat the Golden Sky clan. Chapter 57. Chapter 57 Last Hope 6. Kang Wing tried to charge at Yang, but Cayman stepped in and stopped him. What do you mean? I mean exactly what I said. You sound as if the Sky Dragon and Dark Forest clans have already fought with them. They did. Kang Wing started trembling. What do you mean? That's why I couldn't speak up easily. You wouldn't believe me. Don't you see? Why would I not have asked Golden Sky or Dark Forest for help? Why do you think I'm all the way here in Gordon? A tear slid down Yang's cheek. Kang Wing and Cayman were shocked. A 207-year-old man was crying. Kang Wing asked in a shaky voice, wait, Sky Dragon and Dark Forest were wiped out. That was impossible. He thought it was a lie. 3 of the 10 clan were wiped out in a matter of days. It's not only them. Dong continued. Golden Sky now has full control of Manticore Fortress. Within Manticore Fortress, on the throne of the Master, was a boy with a golden drape. At his feet was the head of the former Master of Manticore. I couldn't get the Guardian Horn, but oh well. The endurance of the former Master was stronger than expected. Even when his spirit power was sucked dry, he did not give up his control over the Guardian Horn. The boy then stepped and crushed the head in annoyance. The blood became white and it all vanished into white powder. The men kneeling in front of the boy shook in fear. Jinung, the leader of the Golden Sky clan, the boy who appeared in chaos 30 years ago and quickly rose to power. There was a rumor that he was of the legendary generation who cleared the Master's tower, but no one knew for sure. Can I report now, sir? Go on. I will start with the Sky Dragon and the Dark Forest. Whatever. Jinung opened up a hologram panel to show an image within the fortress. The live video of a fight was shown. Monsters with tentacles and giant mouths were massacring the warriors of the 10 clan. Arg! Help! Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The sound was so loud that the man quickly lowered the volume. At the corner of the panel was a chart that showed the losses of each group. Jinung glanced at the chart and nodded satisfyingly. It will be done by today. Yes, sir. How are the leaders? We have cut off the arms and legs of the Sky Dragon leader and placed him in a cell. The Dark Forest clan leader is still putting up a fight with his crew, but who's on them? The elders. Then they will be done soon. Right, sir. The men bowed their head, even when Jinung did not do anything. Oh, and did you capture the Thunder King leader? That I'm sorry, sir. I see. Jinung frowned. That was the only failure. I never thought those leaders would work together so quickly. As Golden Sky infiltrated and invaded the Manticore Fortress, the leaders of the clans quickly fought back. The power of the Dark Forest clan leader was especially great. You who dares to use the power of forbidden magic chaos will not leave your atrocity unchecked. The Dark Forest clan leader managed to allow Yang, the quickest of the leaders, to escape the fortress. That was a week ago. I'm so sorry, please. It's all right. Do you know where he ran off to? I heard it's Gorgon, sir. Gorgon. That complicated things. Jinung knew the recent stories of Gorgon. He's forming a depth expedition team. That was nonsense. He didn't think that a man who thought of such things would still exist in chaos. What should I say to the Lord of Darkness? It was a plan that got help from the Lord of Darkness himself. Uniting chaos. If his plan was successful, Gordon should have been under his control by now. The force he sent to take control of Gordon was 20 of all the Golden Sky clan. It was nothing compared to the 50 of forces that were put into Manticore, but the amount of work previously done was much more. I didn't think the Prime Elder would lose. Mayhem the Prime Elder was in charge of the Gorgon issue. Mayhem put in some hard work and effort, but he eventually failed because of one man. His name is Jaehwan. He knew the story. A man who appeared out of nowhere and killed 1,000 elite warriors from Golden Sky. It seemed he was either powerful as Chungha or stronger. There were reports that he had used only stabs to kill everyone, which was obviously a lie, but it still meant that the man was very powerful. Jinung watched the video sent by his men. It showed Jaehwan using stab to kill Jenner, who had become a dead man. I think he's familiar. That's when the elder in charge of the Inner Keep came running in. Lord of Darkness sends a message, sir. The Lord of Darkness, what is it? The Lord of Darkness, Jerome, was the best sponsor of the Golden Sky clan. The elder tried to open up the message window, but Jinung waved his hand. Just summarize it. The content is the same, sir. Oh, you mean to look for the product? Yes, sir. Ugh, why do they want us to find the runaway product that they lost? Tell them we'll try. Yes, sir. The elder bowed and left. Jinung dived into his thoughts. After some time, he spoke out. Don't you guys think it's absurd? Yes, sir. A product killed a cultivator in the tutorial game and destroyed the tower and came out into chaos. Do you think it makes sense? No, sir. HHA. Har. Right, they're out of their minds. The men meekly answered. It was a lord of the great lands that they were talking down upon. Even if their leader was powerful, the lords were different beings. Anyway, where were we? The leader of the Thunder King clan has escaped to Gorgon Fortress. Oh, right. Let him be then. But aren't all the leaders gathering there too? It's fine. Jinung remembered the last report that Mayhem left. If by any chance that their plan failed, Mayhem would activate his plan. I will eradicate Gorgon itself. He did not hear from Mayhem after that. But Jinung knew what he did. The terrible energy of a dead man radiating from Gorgon. Even in Manticore Fortress, a long distance away from Gorgon, Jinung clearly felt the power. It was a power that made Jinung shake in fear, even when he was ready to become a 9th stage adapter. Soul King Catastrophe. The energy of the king disappeared quickly. However, Jinung knew it wasn't the catastrophe itself that was terrifying. Jinung smiled ominously. They will see why the Soul King is named Catastrophe soon enough. Chapter 58. Chapter 58 Last Hope 7. Within the training ground of the Gorgon Fortress, Jaehwan, 2 of clan leader and Chungha was stood in front of the leader of Thunder King clan, listening to his stories. So, that's how it came to be. Silence fell after the story was finished. There had been no accounts of fortress being overtaken like this in past 1,000 years. I can't believe it. Golden Sky had grown that quickly big enough to take control of Manticore itself. Kenwen and Kamen spoke. Jaehwan also spoke out. Who are these Golden Sky clan? They are 10th rank in 10 clan of chaos. Weakest one. Kenwen answered. But it's unbelievable that they took down a fortress. I can't believe what he's telling me. I think what he says is true. Chang'e interrupted and Kang Wing turned to Chang'e in shock. How do you know this? Because they tried to take down Gordon also. That's when Kang Wing's face frowned. Wait, the commodity happened week ago. Was it because of them? It wasn't a week past since the attack of Golden Sky's Prime Elder Mayan was quelled. If it wasn't Jaehwan to stop it, Gordon would have been under control of Golden Sky also. Kamen added, I guess what Yang says is true. I just have received message that our office in Manticore is not responding. But how did the Golden Sky gain such strength? That's when Yang, who had been staying quiet, spoke. I don't know who, but they are surely getting help from someone. Being who can be of help to 10 clan was very limited. Yang continued. I am suspecting it's one of the lords. Impossible lords cannot interfere in chaos. But I can't see any other possibility. Who can be of a help to 10 clan if it isn't a lord? Silence fell down. Kamen then added, I guess it's possible. Great lands are under full-scale war. There's possibility that one of lords will try to make this chance to interfere into chaos. Shouldn't we contact the Palace of Reincarnation? You really want to get help from them. Palace of Reincarnation. The place where lords and members of renowned family are reborn, and where all fruits of chaos is stored. As it was under direct control of lords and renowned families, the ones that stayed there were one of them. If it is a lord that's interfering, they are responsible for breaking their pact. 900 years ago, members of lords and renowned families made a pact to chaos as they took the fruits from the Death Expedition team that they will not interfere with the matters of chaos from that day forward. It was known as the 295th Great Lords Agreement. They did break it, but we must confront them of it. We have no proof. Besides, Kamen gritted his teeth. I don't like asking help to them. Kang Wing shook his head, but he understood that Kamen would rather die than get help from those in the palace. And what if the palace is siding with the said lord? That's... Kang Wing seemed he had not thought of such chance. Chang'e turned to Jaehwan. I guess it's got more complicated. What do you want to do? What about it? Manticore is down and 3 clans are wiped out. If you continue your plans, there will be a war. Chang'e fell silent. The last war that happened in chaos was 900 years ago, when Death Expedition team fought against the Palace of Reincarnation, resulting in death of countless spirits. Doesn't matter. It's better that way. What? I have to fight them soon or later. Clan leaders then was shocked and asked, You mean, you will go after Manticore? Jaehwan did not answer. He wasn't going to stop at just Manticore. Chang'e realized what Jaehwan was really after. Are you really trying to unite chaos into one? Yeah. Kamen then bursted out of laughter. Are you serious? Are you really trying to unite chaos? I'm serious. Kamen stopped dead in his laughter and Chang'e's face turned grim. He had heard from Jaehwan about it, but didn't really think Jaehwan was serious. Jaehwan is trying to unite chaos and kill all enemies so he can stop being a master of Gordon. If fortress is not needed, then he don't have to be a master. Uniting chaos didn't just mean taking control of 4 fortresses and 10 clans. There was stronger enemy than combined forces of fortress and clans. Palace of Reincarnation. Chang'e knew of their power all too well. You can't do it. Not in your current power. You never know until you try. Chang'e could not understand. He knew Jaehwan was powerful and that he was an awakener. But, kid, war is not that easy. Chang'e spoke in quiet voice. Even if you are powerful, there are things that you can't do it alone. Doesn't matter. What? That's why I have you. Chang'e opened his eyes in shock. Like you think I have no experience. But I have you. What? I never said I'll side with you. Chang'e shouted, but he was bit happy that Jaehwan had acknowledged about him. He became ashamed that he was happy for that and turned away. Jaehwan then turned to clan leaders. Let me ask you all too. Leaders took a step back. I'm not just trying to gather the expedition team. I will unite chaos first and destroy the palace that took fruits from you 900 years ago. It's after that we will depart for the depth. I need people who can join me in that quest. Someone swallowed an empty throat. If you don't want, you can leave. Forget everything that happened here and live. Go back to your normal lives. Leaders became silent. It was Cayman who spoke first. What are you going to do if none of us helps you? Then I will do it alone. Didn't you say you can't do it alone? Since when I said that? Jaehwan answered. I came all the way here alone. Cayman then laughed and spoke. Good. I will follow you to wherever you go. To the palace or to the depth. See Cayman. Jaehwan became shocked and shouted. I, Cayman, am here to let down my role as the leader of the clan. I am ready. So am I. Yang also answered. Yang, at your service, my master. I don't need that. Then everyone turned to Jaehwan. I have not decided yet. Jaehwan's answer was just. He did not know anything about Jaehwan yet. Honestly, I'm not sure if the master is really worthy to be the leader of Depth Expedition Team. Jaehwan spoke. Enemies you spoke of is all too powerful. It might get us all killed. Jaehwan nodded. What will prove my worth to you? As you know, there are total of 6 clan leaders in Gordon now. Chang'e asked. 6? Who else are there other than you 3? The leader of Arms Extreme who resides within this fortress, the leader of Disciples Clan, and the leader of Divine Lady Clan. Are greedy fools trying to become a master of fortress? Chang'e frowned but continued. Get the approval of other 3 and I will accept you. Jaehwan, I see what you're doing there. It's needed. Doctor, you must know that if he wants to go to the depth, this should be an easy task. Jaehwan nodded. Good. I will do it. Jaehwan seemed surprised but Jaehwan continued. But I have a condition. Huh. If I am to get the approval of you, you all need approval of me. What are you talking about? Jaehwan didn't seem happy with the words. They were leaders of 10 clan. What kind of approval would they need? I don't care if you are the leader of a clan or not. What I need is a true warrior. Before Jaehwan can speak, Jaehwan continued. I will open a tournament. Everyone became shocked. It's a tournament to become a master of Gorgon. I will put this as a prize too. Jaehwan then took out a dark horn from his backpack. It was the last remaining horn of Garnak. Cayman gasped and shouted. Horn of rare horned monster. Jaehwan continued. Become the remaining 8 within the tournament. That will earn my approval. I will receive your test afterwards. Jaehwan became blushed with fury. How dare he test the leaders of 10 clan, but Cayman seemed intrigued. What you say is true. Being a clan leader doesn't make us the strongest in chaos. When will this tournament start? Cayman. Jaehwan, shouldn't we prove ourselves before we test others? Jaehwan fell silent and everyone turned to Jaehwan. When will it start? Well, that's when someone came running into the training ground. It was the one that everyone knew well. Master. It was Chancellor Yurin. Yurin ran in with furiated look on his face, with a flyer on his hand. "What is this? Since when did you make this? Everyone who wants to become a master of Gorgon, come." The first Gorgon tournament. Preliminary starting 1800 today. It was the beginning of the Gorgon tournament, south of Chaos. There were no continent in south of Chaos. It was the Green Sea where part of surface is covered with plants. Daters called this plants seaway. Daters used these plants to travel through the sea or hunt down marine horned animals. As they traveled deeper into the sea, the plants grew in size and thickness, eventually arriving to a famous fortress, Dryad Fortress. Its entire structure was created by plants that grown upon absorbing sea water and spirit power from the depth of the sea. Plant-horned monster Dryad. It was one of the 4 guardian horns, along with Gorgon, Manticore and Garuda. As Dryad flexed its body, huge branches soared through the skies and the 7 horns stuck on Dryad's body resonated rough sonars out to the sea. As Dryad roared, giant horned monsters of the sea fled in terror. On top of the branch was a woman. She was a master of Dryad Fortress. "Dryad, something bad is happening." Dryad wiggled on its branch as she spoke. She was dressed in blue Chinese dress with pinned-up hair, exposing her white skin upon her neck. She looked to the horizon, towards the far north where Gorgon Fortress was located at. Unique skill Farsight. It allowed user to observe enemies at thousands of miles away. With her skill, she saw terrible things moving towards Gorgon. No, she knew what these monsters were. Its giant dead man. The Soul King Catastrophe had its followers. Widely known as Giant Dead Man, the once strongest of Chaos that became Dead Man. These were monsters that even combined forces of leaders of 10 clan cannot defeat it. Upright Madrit. Master of Dryad knew the name of this dead man. Madrit was one of Master of Fortresses once. It had face on its legs that gave its name. The dead man was leading other dead man into direction of Gorgon. No peeking, girl. Then the skill Farsight was cut out immediately, damaging the Master of Dryad a bit. The spirit power of Madrit had reached thousands of miles to this place. I must let the Master of Gorgon know. Cayman and the leader of Divine Lady, whom resided in Dryad, had already left to Gorgon. There was no time to waste. The Master of Dryad, Acer Lincroft, used fastest messaging skill she had to send the message. Chapter 59. Chapter 59 Last Hope 8. In a Gorgon Fortress meeting room, 3 newly appointed department heads were sitting in front of Chancellor Yuan. "Don't worry, the master knows what he's doing." Jaehwan, the newly appointed head of the Department of Security, seemed especially excited. "And what would that be? Are you talking about opening up a tournament without a proper meeting with the head of departments?" HMPH. Jaehwan, this is serious. All warriors of chaos are gathering here. I know that. Gorgon Fortress was overcrowded with visitors, from tournament attendees to just plain spectators. Teleportation stations were having a hard time, and all of the 4 gates were packed with people trying to get into the fortress. "Carlton, any word?" "Yes. About the situation." Yuan sighed at Carlton. The opening of the tournament, even if it was started without a proper meeting, was not illegal at all. If half of the officers in Gorgon agreed, the master had the authority to proceed with projects that would cost more than 300 million horons. And surprisingly, Jaehwan had earned more than half of the approvals. How? It was simple. When Jaehwan became the master, out of the 5 officers, 4 had died and 1 had been injured. Jaehwan then appointed 3 members to become the new head of security, law, and finance departments. They were all people that Jaehwan knew, so it was apparent that he could get any approval he needed. Carlton asked, "I guess the Chancellor doesn't approve of his ideas." "It's not about that." Jaehwan frowned. "It's not about if I like it or not, but the principles." "Enough with your principles," someone interrupted. It was the new head of the Department of Finance. "When will you quit talking about that nonsense?" Jaehwan's expression turned cold. "Everything runs on principles. I guess you wouldn't know because of your background." Jaehwan did not like the new head of the finance department. He was only okay with Carlton being the head of the law department, and Jaehr the leader of anti-evil taking on the head of the security department. But this is too far. Gorgon was under an emergency, but a second-stage adapter who managed a saloon was not fit for such a job. Jaehwan could not forget when Jaehwan first brought Claire into the fortress to appoint her as the new head of the finance department. "To me, a saloon or Gorgon fortress are all same. It's just a matter of size." After Claire took the position, she quickly kicked out the corrupt officials and changed all the policies in Gorgon to fit the standard of the common citizens. The result was outrage. Even now, there were a lot of high-ranked adapters complaining about the new policies being piled up at the master's office. "Don't think of me lightly, Chancellor," Claire said to Jaehwan. "It seems that you don't like how Master is running things. Do you know what values he's bringing in?" "Of course Jaehwan knew this, of course. There was money where people gathered. Gorgon was overcrowded with people, and it surely brought good money to Gorgon itself. I'll give you an example. The tournament that you so hate, do you know where that is being held?" "I am not sure," Jaehwan replied honestly. Claire then answered, "It's in the northern streets, in the outer fortress." The northern streets of the outer fortress. It was where the destruction with Golden Sky Clan had occurred, leaving hundreds of citizens homeless. "Wait there." Claire nodded. "All those homeless citizens are now working as staff for the tournament." Jaehwan was surprised. He knew the tournament was being held, but never imagined it was being put to use in such a way. "You must know how much we lost because of the Golden Sky attack. I believe it's about 13 billion horons. Yes, to be precise, it's 12,878,000,000 horons. Jaehwan looked at Claire in shock. Since when did she look into such things? But she wasn't finished. "Then, let me ask you this. Do you know how much we have earned during these 2 days that the tournament has been running?" "I believe we are still counting that. A total of 13,280,000,000 horons. That's the net profit for the past 2 days, and it will only keep growing." Jaehwan was dumbfounded. If that was true, Gorgon had already come out on top of its loss. But how did she know all those numbers? Claire scoffed at Jaehwan's expression. "You look surprised. I've managed a saloon for all of my life, and my afterlife. Counting money is like breathing to me." Claire took out a cigarette and lit it. "I am not sure what the master is up to, but one thing is for sure." Claire glanced at Jaehr and Carlton, then turned to Jaehwan. "Chaos will change." Jaehwan felt something in him was shake. Claire had something stirring within her eyes. An emotion that all who lived in chaos had lost. Carlton and Jaehr also had the same emotion in their eyes too. Jaehwan knew the name of this emotion. "Master, what are you trying to give to these people?" It was something that had not happened over hundreds of years. Jaehwan became worried. No, he was wary of the one individual that was bringing about all these changes. Yet Jaehwan did not know that he too was changing. After 3 days of harsh schedules, the tournament was now down to 16 people. People who came late to Gorgon Fortress were able to participate in the additional matches to join in as wildcards. Last 16 in 3 days, it's too fast. Mukyuk, the leader of Arms Extreme, was amused. His elite clan members stood behind him. Most were either 4th or 5th stage adapters, powerful enough to wipe out weaker clans. Mukyuk, who only looked to be in his mid-40s or 50s, was actually over 1,000 years old. What's more was that he was like Chungha and the Lord of Steel, Hayu from Morim. He was also one of the 5 top swordsmen in Morim. Someone then came out from the crowd and replied to Mukyuk. Kangwing overdid it. Mukyuk turned to the voice. He ran on a rampage with fire in the preliminary and scared all the 4th stages and lower into giving up. It's you. Mukyuk nodded. Long time no see, Chungha. Yeah, been a while, Mukyuk. Chungha smiled by showing his teeth. Then, the two instantly released a powerful wave of energy, scaring nearby adapters. This was the way power could be tested between 2 awakeners. Chungha spoke in astonishment. You seemed to have moved onto a new level. And so have you. Both smiled as the people around began to mumble among themselves. It's Mukyuk. It's the Doctor of Despair. Some people seemed to even consider it an honor to see 2 powerful figures in chaos talking to each other. Chungha mentioned, anyway, I was surprised that you didn't decide to join this tournament. I like genuine competition, not this dog fight. Har, Kangwing should've heard that. On the stage, Kangwing was fighting against a young woman. It was the last fight of the 16. Kangwing's fires had been thrown onto various parts of the stage, but the woman was dodging all those fires with ease using a fast movement skill. Chungha commented on the woman's skills. She's good for her age. Do you know who she is? She's not from Divine Lady, but that movement skill is familiar. You sure got old. That's Green Wind Walk. Green Wind Walk. An old name in his memory struck Mukyuk hard. He quickly asked, is it the Steel's skill? Yeah. Mukyuk turned grim. By the name of Steel, it meant one person. The one who cleared the tower and moved onto the Great Lands. The one who was once their friend, Hayu, the Lord of Steel. Why is Hayir's underling here? I wouldn't know. But there are lords who are interested in this tournament. And the fight was over. The woman won. Kangwing's shocking loss had created a huge sensation with the spectators. Kangwing lost. Mukyuk frowned. Fool, he was too proud. That's the result of laziness. Following the match, an announcement was made that the round of 16 was over, and the round of 8 would begin right after. Jaehwan quickly came running out and took the microphone to announce. Hello everyone, we will now start the round of 8. Mukyuk, who was ready to look around as he thought there would be an intermission, frowned at the quick pace of the matches. Isn't this too quick? The Master of Gorgon is quick-tempered. I heard, but still. He couldn't continue as he recognized the man stepping up onto the stage. Leader of Disciples. It was Jaehwan, the leader of Disciples. He glanced at the spectators and found Mukyuk and Chungha. He smirked arrogantly. That arrogant fool and his smirk, I should teach him a lesson. Give him some slack. He's only 400 years old. Meng looked around the spectators for beautiful women while his opponent stepped in. Spectators began to shout with excitement as the person who stepped up was the most cared-about man in recent days. It's the new master. Yeah, I didn't know the master was going to join in. Mukyuk muttered as he watched Jaehwan flexing on the stage. That's strange. I sense something similar in him to you, Chungha. He glanced between Jaehwan and Chang'e as he asked, "Is he your apprentice?" "Apprentice?" Chang'e laughed. Then suddenly, a loud explosion came from the stage as someone was thrown into the sky. It was Meng, flying into the sky like a leaf caught up in a storm. "Iard." As he looked upon that sight, he answered, "There's no way that monster would be my apprentice." Chapter 60. Chapter 60 Last Hope 9. Jaehwan had been a genius since young and had been called the best tactician in chaos. He always considered himself to be the brightest genius among anyone in chaos. But his pride had now dwindled. "I know of your plan. It's impossible. You don't even stand a chance against the generals of those lords." Meng joined the annoying tournament only to give such advice. "Do you think you are the first in chaos to say such a thing? There was one like you 200 years ago, 300 years ago. Do you know what happened to all of them?" Meng paused for a second and continued, "They're all dead." Chaos had been around for countless years. Many people tried to revolutionize the place. There were heroes who wanted the greater good for the people. All of them never returned from the depth. Meng had withstood 400 years in chaos. Because of that, he was entitled to say this. "You think we're fools for leaving this world as it is." Meng knew why the world couldn't change. The people here were too deep into their despair. They were afraid of having hope. They were afraid of experiencing greater despair that might be waiting beyond any hope. That's why they gave up on hope. That's how they found a way to survive. And now, there was new hope that was luring people in. It was Meng's job to quell this threat before their hope would grow into more despair. Chaos cannot change anymore. Meng activated his reading skill 7 Golden Line. It was a top-grade unique skill that enabled Meng to read all the statuses of a target. Meng's eye of sky shone red. System error. Cannot read user data. System error. Cannot read user data. Meng frowned. What? And then Jaehwan spoke for the first time. "Are you done? If you talk again, I'll kill you." Jaehwan made a move with his sword. It had been a long time since Meng had gotten beat up. It was too late when his sight was fading. He felt pain had struck his stomach and he couldn't think. The pure pain made him astonished. And maybe he might have a chance against some generals. And then he realized he was shooting up into the sky. All the spectators turned pale. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The sheer power they were witnessing was unprecedented. It is amazing strength. The master has defeated Jaehwan in just one move. The spectators realized that they were not mistaken about what they had seen. Meng fell onto the ground as people burst into cheers. "Wow! Master of Gorgon!" What Jaehwan used was his new skill, Twisting Kill. They were debating on the name Twisting Stab or Twisting Slash when Kamen interrupted with a new name. Stab or Slash, they are both made to kill, so just name it Twisting Kill. Jaehwan turned to Meng as he remembered Kamen. They are both the same 7th stage but too different. Is it because he's a tactician? He heard Meng also a 7th stage like Kamen. But Meng was similar to Yang or Kangwing, maybe just a bit stronger. Chang'e told him there were people stronger than him in the Palace of Reincarnation. If they traveled into the depth, the situation would only get worse. If the most powerful in chaos was this weak, it might be better if he went alone. When Jaehwan was about to get off the stage, Meng slowly rose up. Wait, not yet. Jaehwan turned to Meng and shook his head. "You lost." Meng could not accept the loss. It wasn't like his usual self, but he couldn't bear to accept the loss. He knew that if he accepted this loss, he would be accepting that his 400 years of life had been nothing. Do you think you have won? Jaehwan did not answer. There was no need to. But Meng said something unexpected. You should keep your promise. Promise? Jaehwan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? You said that if anyone beats you within a month, you will appoint that person to be the new master. I did. Meng nodded. Yes, you said 1-on-1 fight, but you did not specify in what way. That was true. Jaehwan did not go into such details as it wasn't needed. So, I am not here to fight you with strength. I'm here to fight you in a battle of wits. You should allow me to challenge you in my way. It was logical, but it didn't make Meng any less of a loser. The crowds began to boo Meng. Loser, get off. Admit it. Chang'e also frowned at the sight. I knew it. Meng's just being himself. Mukyuk nodded. But this might be hard to win. Chang'e spoke. He knew what Meng did when competing with tactics. He'll want to play that game. Game. You know, the one he's good at. Chang'e gritted his teeth. He knew which game it was. The one that all tacticians like to play. Oh, you mean that? Mukyuk seemed to realize what it was. But it will be fun. The crowd got excited as Jaehwan accepted the challenge. Then, the stage began to change with a high-skilled illusion. Things began appearing on the surface of the stage, and soon everyone could see various small landscapes such as rivers, mountains, foggy areas, and such. It was like the smaller version of a giant land. When it was done, a message popped up from above. Welcome to the world of battle formations. And there was a message that only popped up in front of Jaehwan. Welcome, you are a beginner. Check the manual above and learn about the rules and how to play. Jaehwan pressed on the manual button. He was a bit confused. Did a battle of wits mean a battle of war tactics? Jaehwan wondered if he should just cancel the whole thing and beat up Meng. Realizing what Jaehwan was thinking, Meng hastily spoke up. It's just a kind of game. It was created by the Master Nightmare Mars. He created this after being motivated by playing a famous game in some world. Even famous tacticians in the Great Lands play this. And I'm the best at this game. Meng did not say the last part out loud. But it's not hard at all. It's just to test your wits and knowledge. All you have to do is to create your army, control them, place them in the right places, and fight. Jaehwan scanned through the manual and answered, It's more simple than I thought. Meng frowned. Let's see how far your arrogance goes. To Meng, he had already won. It seemed that Jaehwan was unsuspecting of it. This one is mine, master. I have never lost in this game. However, there was one thing Meng did not know. A nightmare got motivated to make this game after playing a game in another world. Jaehwan smirked. He seemed to know where this world was located. He had never played this game, which was true, but in some sense, it wasn't true. He had played a similar game thousands of times. Back in his world, all people in his age range played this game many, many times. What are these nightmares? This is almost a copy. The game that a famous Master Nightmare Mars created to motivate tacticians of the Great Lands had 3 races that fought against each other as the main scenario, with gathering resources in real time to create armies and destroy enemy structures to win the game. Jaehwan knew the exact same game from his world. Everyone in his home world knew how to play it. Do you accept the current land? Whatever. Jaehwan glanced at the name of the land. Meng has chosen Lost Garden as the battlefield. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Last Hope 10. Everyone was shocked at the results. You lost. Jaehwan was dumbfounded at the unexpected turn of events. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. The game consisted of 3 races: humans, deadmans, and horned monsters, to fight against each other with different strategies. Ming chose the deadman race as soon as he started. It grew powerful as time went on and was also very strong mid-game. Jaehwan chose the human race. It was considered to be the weakest of all 3 races. Ming thought Jaehwan picked it because he was a beginner. However, he didn't know Jaehwan chose it for a reason. This game really is. If Jaehwan did not read the manual, or use his suspicion to get to the system of the game, the fight would not have even started, as Jaehwan was annoyed. Also, he didn't need to compete in such a foolish game. But as soon as he realized the original game that inspired this copied version, he wanted to play. Through playing this game, he felt like he was taken back to the time when he was back home. Back to the time when he lived a normal life. Maybe there's a nightmare who knows Earth. The game only differed in the name of races and small story details, while the remainder of the game was the same as the original on Earth, which was called StarCraft. Jaehwan had to reconsider those nightmares who blatantly copied the game from his homeworld. While Ming was busy gathering resources to create a huge army to attack with later on, Jaehwan quickly rushed in as soon as he got his basic attack units ready, along with his resource gatherers, to end the game. It seemed that the people in this world who played this game were not used to such rush tactics, leaving an unprepared Ming unable to fight back. As the game quickly ended with Jaehwan's victory, the crowd roared. Ming became infuriated. "This is not fair. You must wait for 10 minutes before attacking. That's the rule." Rule. WWE wait 10 minutes to give time to collect resources. And is there a rule that requires you to wait? Ming couldn't answer. There was no such rule. I thought so. Ming couldn't believe it, but he had to accept the loss. This man was out of his imagination in every way. I lost. As the first game of the round of 8 finished, there was an intermission. Chungha and Mukyuk walked over to Jaehwan. "You're not even sweating." "Why would I sweat over a simple game? Since when did you learn to play the game? I thought you only knew how to stab." "I know that game from my homeworld." Jaehwan then turned to Mukyuk. "You old man. You look strong." Chungha cackled at the way Jaehwan spoke to Mukyuk, one of the most powerful ones in Chaos. "Who do you think is stronger?" "Can't say." Chungha was the strongest other than the catastrophe that Jaehwan had met until now. But this old man also seemed just as strong. "Should we fight?" "That's a violent introduction," Mukyuk answered unpleasantly, and Chungha cackled again. "Hee hee. I told you he's not the type to respect the elderly." Chungha was mocking Jaehwan, but in more a friendly way, which Mukyuk could feel. He had never seen Chungha this lively after the Depth Expedition team had disbanded. Depth Expedition team. The word also had great meaning to Mukyuk. He was also a former member of the team. "He reminds me of that nightmare." The nightmare, Mulak, the captain of the former Depth Expedition team. Can he be the next Mulak? It was due to Mulak that the team had managed to get their hands on the fruits, even if they had to give them up to the lords. As Mukyuk watched Jaehwan's fight, he was able to measure how strong Jaehwan was. As Ming said, he might be as strong as the general's lesser general, to be precise. Commanders, high generals, and lesser generals. Those worked directly under the 12 lords of the Great Lands. But the high generals and above were as powerful as most lords already. Even the lesser generals were powerful enough to destroy the fortress alone. And this man was as powerful as one of them. He has the intelligence too, but what about his character? Mukyuk couldn't feel any righteousness about him. The way he talked, how he treated people, and everything else was the opposite of the generous and merciful Mulak. And this hate, the hate that could be felt from within this man, was enough to chill Mukyuk without doing anything. Mukyuk then felt the space around Jaehwan distorting weirdly and quickly sent a whisper to Changha, who surely knew the reason why. Is he an awakener? You only found that out now. Mukyuk gasped. I can't believe there was another awakener in chaos other than you. To be frank, I don't even come close. Mukyuk was shocked. He had never seen the proud Changha speak like that of someone else. He is a true awakener, unlike me. You mean he overcame the third awakening? Yeah. Mukyuk couldn't believe it. It wasn't because of Jaehwan's great achievement. Awakeners who had overcome the third awakening would be missing a vital part. It was the reason why Changha stayed in the second awakening. But then he should have lost his humanity. Just then, the announcement sounded again, informing people of the second fight. Jaehwan then moved onto the stage and Changha asked, Where are you going? It's not your turn yet. I'm going to fight. Fight. It just came to my mind that it's a waste of time to wait for all the fights to end. These remaining guys will take half a day to finish. Other than Jaehwan, all of the remaining fighters were at a similar level. 6 fighters remained, including Kamen and Yang. Jaehwan checked them using suspicion. The only ones powerful enough is her, and her. Other than Kamen and Yang, the only ones interesting enough was the leader of Divine Lady, the woman who beat Kang Wang, and another woman who had tied her hair into a ponytail. Among those 3, the ponytail woman was the one Jaehwan had the most interest in. She joined in as a wildcard and was hiding something that Jaehwan could not see through even using his suspicion. Jaehwan then turned to Mukyuk. But he's the one I want most. Jaehwan wanted to have a duel with that old man most of all, but he didn't join the tournament, so it was no use. I'll finish this tournament first. Jaehwan walked up to Jaehir and took his microphone and spoke. Everyone, listen. The crowd became silent. I have seen enough. The crowd began to take videos and pictures, while some began to record what Jaehwan was trying to say. After all, he was the master of Gorgon, who had created huge sensations with everything he said. Wait, what is the meaning of this? It was the leader of Divine Lady, waiting to compete in the second round. The second round fight was between her and the woman who joined as a wildcard. Jaehwan glanced at her and continued. I'm bored watching these fights, so I will change things up a bit. Wait, who said you can do such a thing? I did. This is unfair. I know. And how, exactly, are you trying to change things up? Jaehwan said something unexpected. I will remove the one-on-one battle rule. Are you saying you want to fight in a group battle? It was outrageous. There were 7 remaining attendees. Was he playing tricks to ensure his victory? Well, you can say that. No, that can't be done. It's impossible. And why is that? How are you going to divide up groups and... Her voice grew cold. Who will be the ultimate winner? Meaning, who would be the master of Gorgon? The only way to find a winner was to do a one-on-one battle. But Jaehwan smiled. You misunderstood. I am not talking about some little groups to fight. What are you talking about? There's only one team. All you 6 people are one team. She couldn't understand what he was saying. Then who would be on Jaehwan's team? I will fight alone. Against all of you. Chapter 62. Chapter 62 Last Hope 11. I promise you that if any one of you defeats me, I will make you the new master. It was a battle of one master against 6, including some leaders of the 10 clan. It was a fight that would never normally occur. It was a chance to see how strong this master, who claimed to be embarking on an expedition to the depth, was. This was exactly what Jaehwan wanted. He knew from his experience as the leader of Carpe Diem about group mentality. He needed the trust of these people, but true trust could only be gained through relationships, and that was the outcome of time. However, he had no such time. So he resorted to showing strength. Overwhelming strength that would create awe in anyone who watched. The woman on the other end of the stage laughed. It was a woman hiding something that Jaehwan couldn't read. Jaehwan focused on his powers. All those who he could not read using suspicion were powerful, like Chungha. It meant that she, too, was at least as powerful as Chungha. I knew something interesting was going to happen. She then walked straight up to Jaehwan. I like you. To the point that I want you as my own right now. She stopped right in front of Jaehwan, close enough that a few more inches and their lips would have met. Jaehwan did not push her back as he couldn't feel any threat from her. The woman whispered into Jaehwan's ear. I'll step off from here. Are you giving up? Yeah. She then walked off. Jaehwan quickly announced through an extra microphone, one of the attendees has suddenly given up. Does she not want to be a master? She shrugged as if a master was nothing to her. I don't want to be caught up in any more trouble. Besides, her last words were too soft to hear, but Jaehwan didn't miss her lip movements. What she said was this. Disaster will come soon. Jaehwan couldn't understand what she meant, but he couldn't think of anything. That's when someone spoke up from the stage. Master, I will surrender also. I know I cannot beat you in my current state. It was Young. He already had advanced into the round of 8 as promised, so he didn't need to fight. But this was not what Jaehwan wanted. Then another man came up. I know that I do not have a chance against you. I accept my loss. It was Cayman. The crowd began to mumble among themselves. They did not understand why Cayman, who loved to fight with honor, would give up without even putting up a fight. Jaehwan frowned. This was not what he had expected. Cayman silently bowed. This is weird. Is it a setup? The crowd began to grow suspicious, and this was exactly what Jaehwan was concerned about. The remaining people were now down to 3. It was the leader and the second rank from Divine Lady, and the woman who defeated Kangwang. Jaehwan pondered what he should do next. That's a shame. It didn't end up as you wanted. It was Yar Ryang, the leader of Divine Lady, who spoke first. Jaehwan shook his head. It sucks for you, as your chance of winning has decreased. You still want to fight. You are an arrogant man. Her voice seemed to be full of anger. Leader, we should just defeat him now. The second rank of Divine Lady whispered to Ryang. She didn't like this whole thing from the beginning. He can't win against the 3 of us. Calm down. Ryang shook her head. We are not here to fight him. Yes, but Jaehwan, who overheard what they were saying by using suspicion, became intrigued. Not here to fight then, what is your purpose? Ryang then sent whispers to the woman who beat Kangwang. It seemed they knew each other from before. Hyang, what will you do? I will have to see further. The woman, who was called Hyang, answered. What made the Lord of Steel send you anyway? Who's behind Golden Sky? As I said, I cannot tell you that. You shouldn't interfere too deeply with this matter. Ryan's pride seemed to be hurt but nodded as she answered. Sure. So, what do you want me to do? I need to know his character. You want to know if he will be useful as your pawn. Haeyoung did not answer right away but soon replied, "The Lord of Steel will not forget your help. What if the Master of Gorgon doesn't fit your standard?" Another moment of silence. Haeyoung thought for a while and then answered, "Then we will find a new individual. I trust your wisdom will do the job." Ryung answered satisfyingly, "Understood." As their whispers ended, the three women turned to Jaehwan and Jaehwan at them. "Master of Gorgon, we have no intention of fighting you. Are you surrendering?" "Surrender, that would be the wrong word. It's different." "What do you mean?" "You said before that those who lost in a one-on-one battle with you must join the Depth Expedition team." It was a familiar question. Jaehwan replied, "Are you trying to play word games like that, Meng?" "No, I do not intend to do that." "Then what?" He could feel Ryung smiling behind the veil over her face. "We will not lose to you." "What?" She was clearly speaking of a future that had not happened yet. She continued, "We are telling you that we will join the Depth Expedition team voluntarily." At the same time, a blue messenger bird arrived at the office of the Inner Gorgon fortress. As no one was there to receive the message, the bird let out a screech. Chancellor Yuan quickly came into the room to check on the message. "Who is it? I'm kind of busy right now, wait." Yuan froze. The blue bird was only used to send messages in times of emergency. "Master of Dryad Fortress. Acer Lindcroft." It was from the southern fortress. Why did she send such a message? Impossible. Yuan paled as he read the contents of the message. He turned to look out the window, towards the southern sky of Gorgon. It was dark. It was still very far away, but something was surely coming toward the fortress. It was the army of despair that was moving toward Gorgon Fortress. Chapter 63. Chapter 63 Last Hope 12. Join the Depth Expedition team. What was up with them? What are you up to? What do you mean? It was Ryung who was even more confused. "I want to join the expedition to bring hope to the people of Chaos." "Anything wrong with that?" Jaehwan shrugged, and so Ryung continued, "I guess you are forgetting the true purpose of this tournament." "Purpose?" "Yes." Jaehwan wasn't sure what she was talking about. "Let's be honest. You do not plan to give up the master position at all. Isn't that right?" Jaehwan couldn't answer before Ryung continued on. "It's because the tournament was to find members for your expedition team from the beginning." The crowd began to become restless, and Ryung spoke out even more strongly. "I am astonished. I really am. No one has dared start a plan like that after the first team failed 900 years ago. But you put your life on the line to start on that plan. I applaud your actions." Ryung then turned back towards Jaehwan and towards the spectators. "That's why I am glad that I am here. I believe all of you here share the same feeling." Her voice was now amplified by a skill to allow everyone in the spectator seats to hear her. "I know that if this tournament was only to find a new master, not this many people would have gathered. There are a lot of you who are strong enough to compete, but didn't join." She then took off her veil. The crowd fell silent as Ryung looked around the spectators. People quickly looked up to meet eyes with her. It was Ryung's best skill, Eye of Righteousness. It made the target to reflect on their inner self against their righteousness within. Ryung continued, "Everyone, I want to hear from all of you. Are you here because of the possible new master of Gorgon or for the Depth Expedition team?" They were quiet but heavy words. "I want to believe that we still have a last hope that remains within us." The crowd began to move. It was what they had in their minds for all this time, but it was something that they did not dare to even consider as a dream. It was now becoming a reality. Asacha's right. Yes, what we want to see is. The crowd began to agree with Ryung, and one old man spoke out. I agree with her. I am not here to just watch some fights. It was a voice filled with powerful spirit power. Minken, the Sod general. Minken, who was not in any clan, was considered as powerful as the Ten clan itself, with generous and merciful characteristics. However, Jaehwan did not miss the old man and Ryung exchanging eye signals. They are together. She nodded and answered Minken, he is right. What we need is unity, not to fight among ourselves. People began to shout, agreeing with Ryung's words. As such, I request that the Master of Gordon terminate the tournament now. This tournament has fulfilled its purpose. You have enough people who are eager to join your depth expedition team. The crowd reached its frenzied height of reaction. Control was in Ryung's hands. She had applauded Jaehwan's purpose and pointed out the unneeded process and made the result, the depth expedition team, look like an idea that she had taken a big part of. But it's not too early to decide. We have one more issue. Someone asked what it was and Ryung answered, who, then, will be in charge of the expedition team? Chunga, who was listening quietly, frowned. She's up to something. Mukyuk also nodded. He, too, felt uneasy. Communication skill, stealth, deception, and serpent tongue. They were skills that covered up anything that lacked logic or facts with a tone of voice and strength. The only ones who did not succumb to her skills were 7th stage or higher adapters. Then, someone in the crowd asked. It was the Sword General. So, who do you think is fit for the role? Ryung answered, I think the Master of Gordon Fortress fits the role best. Some seemed shocked while others moaned in astonishment. As she was getting the most attention, she could claim herself to be the leader of the expedition team, but she did not do that. Of course, people were oblivious that Ryung had calculated everything up to this point. I object that idea. Minken replied, I do not trust the Master of Gordon. The crowd began to boo at Minken, as Ryung asked, why are you saying that he fits the role best? I, to a certain extent, agree. He continued, he is more powerful than any 10 clan leader, and he has the intelligence as he outwitted Meng of the Disciples clan. There's no one like him, even in chaos history. That's weird. Then why are you objecting? Because the leader of the expedition team needs to be something more than that. The people fell silent. Those were the words from someone who watched the depth expedition team depart and reach its disastrous end. Ryung then asked, with an ever-generous smile, then what do you think the leader needs? He needs character. It was a deliberate response. The leader needs character to hold powerful men in place. I think this is a must. The crowd began to agree with what Minken was saying. You mean the master does not have such character to do so? The people turned to Minken, who changed the subject without answering. I heard some rumors about him while on the way here. What kind of rumors? I heard that the master has only lived half a century and it has been only a month since he appeared in Chaos. The crowd began to grow uneasy as they also had heard of such rumors. Ryung then asked Jaehwan, is that true, those rumors? They are. Jaehwan replied honestly. People began to shout. That's a problem. We cannot have a man who only lived half a century to lead the expedition team. Jaehwan frowned at such unease. Is it the number again? Ryung continued, Sword General, you are right in your argument. But Minkin nodded and Ryung continued, "We cannot bring him down because he has only lived a short life. We do not know what kind of 50 years he has lived." People began to praise Ryung's kind words again. Minkin spoke, "I agree. But I still think the master needs to prove his character." "Prove? But how can you prove such a thing? I think you can do the job very well." "Me? But how? How about you perform the question of righteousness?" The question of righteousness. Ryung's question of righteousness was famous in chaos. Many high-stage adapters asked to do this with Ryung to gain their rating of the way of truth. This had the potential of entrapping adapters into self-despair, but overcoming it granted an incredible amount of ratings. The crowd began to cheer in approval of the idea and Ryung spoke reluctantly, "If you all want it so much." She smiled faintly as she turned to Jaehwan. "Mind my manners. We have not asked the master's opinion on this matter." "I am sorry. So, do you plan to take up the leadership of the expedition team?" Jaehwan did not answer. He was looking towards the sky, at the incoming dark clouds from the distance. A faint sense of disastrous energy that Jaehwan was familiar with. Chungha, without knowing where Jaehwan was looking at, groaned. "You have been trapped by her trickery. What will you do now?" If Jaehwan decided to pull out his sword and beat up everyone, his expedition team would be as good as gone. There was no one who would want to join the team led by a tyrant. But if he agreed, he would need to face the question of righteousness. Jaehwan spoke out. Chapter 64. Chapter 64 Last Hope 13. "Sure. You mean you will accept the question of righteousness?" Ryung asked, to which Jaehwan nodded. "What do I need to do?" "It's simple. You just need to answer my questions." She smiled as she continued, "Everyone, please close your eyes." Everyone, including Jaehwan, closed their eyes. They felt the darkness then turn into something else. A chill began to overcome them. It was the beginning of the question. When Jaehwan opened his eyes again, and he found himself standing on top of a vast ocean. Hallucination. The crowd buzzed with astonishment as they found themselves above a vast ocean. Ryung's voice could be heard. "The stage of this question is the ocean region where I live. As you know, the region outside of Dryad Fortress is comprised of this rough ocean. And as you can see, it makes a lot of ships sink." It was as she said. The sea began to rage and at the center of it was a sinking ship. The people who were on the ship were fighting desperately to keep themselves alive. Help! They were at the brink of death in the chilly water. It was too real to be considered a hallucination. A short while later, a rescue boat appeared to save the people from drowning. The boat that had an occupancy of 10 began to save those who were in the water. But there was a problem. "We need one more spot." The total occupancy was 10, but there was still one more in the sea. "We can't take him in, or else we will sink. Let him die." When Jaehwan came to his senses, he found himself as the captain of the rescue boat. One of the people in the boat shouted to him, "Captain, make a choice." Jaehwan thought, "I see. So this is the question." He saw Ryung smiling in the distance. There were choices in front of him. 1. Give up on him, we will save the 10. 2. No one is left behind. We will all die together. There was no correct answer to either of those choices. It was a trap from the beginning to disparage Jaehwan for his ability to lead the expedition team. "Now, master, what will you do?" Jaehwan looked at the two choices and stated firmly, "I will choose the third option." "What? There is no third option." Jaehwan shook his head. "Third option. I will save everyone and not sink the ship. She then turned grim. Wait, did he? Unlike most other question of righteousness, this one had a correct answer in hiding. This was shown only when the one being questioned found the answer himself. 3. We will not give up on anyone save him, and we will take turns to jump in the water to survive until the next rescue boat comes to help. It was the correct answer that did not force one to lose their humanity and allowed them to save everyone. Ryan was going to disparage Jaehwan's ability if he had chosen 1 or 2, but her plan had failed. He found the third answer. Ryan asked in a shaky voice, "Let me hear it. What is your third option?" Jaehwan asked, "They will die because this ocean exists, right?" "Of course." "Then I will destroy this ocean." Ryan became dumbfounded. What is he talking about? It was a foolish answer. But Jaehwan pulled out his sword. "Wait, what are you?" A powerful force of energy gathered at the end of Jaehwan's sword and was thrust outward in a stab. Then, something shocking happened. The image of the ocean created for the question of righteousness was divided into 2. The ocean has opened up. It's a miracle. We are saved, thank you, Captain. The people on the boat began to cry in joy as they crowded around Jaehwan. System error. Question of righteousness is now aborting. The hallucination was aborted and the tournament ring returned to normal. The crowd was dumbfounded by what they had just witnessed. Ryan shouted furiously with her hair in a mess from the wind created by Jaehwan's stab. What is the meaning of this? Ryan and her clan members all drew their swords at Jaehwan in rage. But something was strange. "We will stop here." Ryan flinched as she also sensed something. Just then, an announcement sounded from Gorgon Keep. "Emergency, we are canceling all events, all gates will be closed. We are declaring Gorgon 1. Citizens please evacuate to the northern streets immediately." Gorgon 1 was the highest emergency evacuation order. The crowd began to mumble among themselves. "What's happening? I heard a dead man appeared." Dead man. People began to grow concerned as they moved out of the tournament area. Jaehwan received a whisper. It was from Yuan. "Master, you must come to the southern gate at once." Jaehwan quickly rushed toward the southern gate, and many strong warriors, including the leaders of the 10 clan, followed Jaehwan to the south. Soon, all the strong warriors of chaos had gathered on the wall right next to the southern gate. They all witnessed and felt the same thing. The entire southern forest was dark. Everything in their path was destroyed as countless dead men passed. It was as if a black tidal wave was crashing in. As they hit the outer wall of the fortress, they screamed. Ryan thought she was lucky that she was on top of a high wall. Then, she realized what these tall walls were made for. The walls weren't made to defend against horned monsters. "Mukuk, are you here?" "Yes." Mukuk answered. "It reminds you of 900 years ago, doesn't it? When we arrived at the Dead Man Palace." "Yeah." Mukuk remembered the old days. They had seen this 900 years ago. How did Upright Madrit end up here? It was because of one of 3 famous dead men, Upright Madrit, that the fortresses had walls of that height. That was the name of the disaster that left all of Chaos terrified. Chana suddenly remembered Soul King catastrophe being brought upon the fortress. Dead men had the habit of calling other dead men. Medium dead men called upon small dead men, and large dead men called upon medium dead men. And the king was called upon in Gorgon Keep. "We might die out here," Young said in a shaking voice. You thought of joining the expedition team if you cannot even face such a thing. Your legs are shaking too, Jaehwan. Shut up. Chang'e laughed. Both Yang and Jaehwan were not even born when he was on the expedition team, but now they were leaders in chaos. Chang'e looked at all of the faces staring at the disaster. I never thought I would see such a sight before I died. A total of 6 clan leaders of the 10 clan of chaos were here, facing at least thousands of dead men. There were at least 10 large dead men which were as powerful as 7th stage adapters, with an extra large dead man, upright Magret, commanding them. Some who were too terrified of Magret began to run towards the north. The one called Sword General was one of them. They knew they had no chance of winning and Gorgon would perish. Chang'e could not blame them for choosing to live. Upright Magret was closing in. At that moment, a black ray of light shot out from the ground into the sky. It distorted gravity, dragging some men up into the air. It was Magret's power, or demented reality. Everyone, including the leaders of the 10 clan, cowered. They could not even imagine fighting against such power. As the ray dissipated, a few warriors perished into dust. The Sword General was one of them. They were powerless. There was no hope against such a monster. Then, they saw the sword. The sword passed all the cowering people and moved toward the army of dead men. Ryong barely raised her head to look. She tried to speak but couldn't. She wanted to stop him but couldn't. Then, the black ray of light again erupted toward the man. Ryong closed her eyes to avoid watching the impending doom. When she opened her eyes, she faced a sight that she would never forget her entire life. The black ray had been split. A ray of light was dividing it. It was destroying that overwhelming power. Distorted senses and gravity returned to normal. Upright Magret was screaming in agony. Then I will destroy this ocean. She remembered what Jaehwan had said. Everyone felt the same as Ryong at that moment. This was the answer against the world full of despair. It's impossible. It was Mukyuk who had been barely withstanding the power of Magret. Then someone answered, "It is." And reckless. "It is." Chang'e laughed. "But it is a simple and direct answer." Chang'e then walked toward the black ray of light with his sword drawn. "I see. That is what you chose." Mukyuk knew that way was impossible. If they were lured into it because of this moment's miracle, there was no coming back. But Mukyuk stated firmly, "Then, I will join." His sword roared with a wave of energy as Mukyuk fired it off. Jaehwan jumped into the wave of black disaster, closely followed by Chang'e and Mukyuk. They made a narrow path, one that would soon be covered up by other dead men. However, it was kept open. "I will not stay back and face the shame." "I know what you mean." Cayman and Jaehwan stood up, as did the other leaders of the 10 clan. Now they were creating a story. The beginning of a story that chaos had waited for millions of years. Even if it was despair that awaited them at the end, it was something that had to be done. At the back was Yang, who barely managed to join in. "Hey, Jaehwan. I'm busy. Don't talk to me. I know it's embarrassing, but I want to talk to someone about it." "What? Do I look cool now?" Jaehwan did not answer but concentrated on fighting, and so did Yang. All of them kept on fighting to protect. They had to. But they were getting tired. Jaehwan grew concerned if they would really make it to the end. That was when they heard the voices of people from behind. Jaehwan turned back. After that, he did not worry about what might happen next. He knew that they would succeed in protecting Gorgon. The entire Gorgon was now at their back, fighting together as one. A week later, the news of Magritte being killed had spread quickly throughout Chaos. Chapter 65. Chapter 65 Triad Meeting 1. Eastern Fortress Manticore. Jinung, the leader of the Golden Sky clan, thought it was a hoax when he first heard that Magritte had been killed. No way. It was an extra-large dead man that would require at least a lesser general of the Great Lands to handle. One that was as powerful as a ninth-stage adapter. It was so powerful that there were only 3 of them in Chaos. It's impossible. Jinung sent people out to check on it. And after the 3rd day, he was told that all of his northern offices near Gorgon had been destroyed. 10 days after Magritte was killed, a lot of changes in Gorgon. Biggest change is, and I interviewed an old man passing by. Linus, an associate journalist from Chaos of this month, stopped typing with his emergency memo skill and looked up to ask, "So, what changes did you notice afterward?" The old muscular man was carrying a huge horn on his shoulder. It seemed he was a blacksmith, as he had a chisel and a hammer on his waist belt. Since he was carrying stuff himself, he was probably not very important in Gorgon. It was a perfect individual to ask such questions. It got better to live. Better to live, that was a weird answer for the young Linus to fully grasp, as he had only lived for 30 years in Chaos. Sir, exactly in what way has it gotten better? Well, the economy's doing good, for a start. Gorgon's economy was booming. They now had 6 out of the 10 clan. They had moved into Gorgon with a large number of powerful warriors. It meant that those warriors brought in a lot of various horns and other goods that weaker individuals couldn't obtain. But that wasn't the only thing. I'm sure that's not enough to change the streets this much. Gorgon was in ruins. The outer walls were decimated and a lot of people lost their homes, not to mention the countless number of spirits that perished. However, the people seemed bright. The people repairing their homes were full of joy, and those who shared horns were excited. No other place in Chaos was like this. Well, you would say that since you did not see the way in the wave. A way that was created in the sea of dead men. Linus had heard of this, but he couldn't understand. How could one man start a way in the middle of millions of dead men? Even if it was true, Linus thought that might not be the only important thing. On the day of the attack, a lot of journalists were at the scene. However, all of those senior journalists left this message. Sometimes, some things are worth more than just a few columns. Then they joined the fight against the dead men, and died. That was why associates like Linus were sent out to investigate. Just what did they see that day? He was curious about what they had witnessed. Well, I'll just say that it got better to live. I'll leave it at that. The muscular old man walked into a small tent. It had a sign over it which said Emergency Healing Tent. Linus followed the old man inside. Hey, here's a new horn. Oh, you're here. Healers quickly ran to check on the horn. Wait, this is a quad horn, we can't use this. That's why I brought it here. The old man then swung his hammer down on the horn and crushed it. The healers were shocked, as was Linus. He was only an associate, but he knew how hard quad-horn horns were. Is he not just some old man? The question in his mind was quickly answered by the healers. Vice Chief, you are really amazing. The medicine that was processed by the old man was then used to heal other patients. Linus stared dumbfoundedly. Using a quad-horn as medicine, it was unheard of in any of the other fortresses. I guess this place is full of rich people. But Linus' thoughts were proven wrong soon enough. Wait, are those medicines given away for free? Yeah, the old man answered. All the patients were non-adapters. There was no way that non-adapters would have the money to afford quadhorn horns. Why are you doing this? How can you afford such? The master of Gorgon hunts them down himself. The master himself? Yeah, he brings back hundreds when he goes out. There are plenty of these. Linus couldn't believe what he heard. A master of fortress going out to hunt down horned monsters himself. Don't try. You won't understand unless you live here. The old man seemed very proud of what he was saying. Linus realized who he was talking to. The vice chief of Twilight's Fall, Michael Garnad. It was the only human who could process the horn of Garnak, and the best blacksmith in Gorgon. And he's very proud of the change. Linus, as he only lived for 30 years in chaos, knew what that expression was the result of. It was positive anticipation. Better to live. No one who had lived over 100 years in chaos used the word live easily. The word itself directly contradicted the ones in chaos. But Michael, who had lived over 150 years in chaos, had used that word. Linus took out the emergency memo and checked the headlines he had chosen when he was first assigned. Master of Gorgon, Hope or Disaster. Linus quickly erased the title. Then he turned towards the streets. People were laughing with hope. He then quickly began writing down what he felt at the moment. The people of Gorgon live again. He felt this was going to be a very important column. What he was going to say was the embodiment of something very vital to chaos. Just then, an explosion startled Linus. Smoke began to rise from within the inner keep. What's going on? Linus asked, to which Michael shrugged as he answered, well, that's normal. Linus looked at the smoke. Explosions such as that would only occur when high-stage adapters fight. Linus then remembered there were now 6 of the 10 clan of Chaos residing in Gorgon. It seemed too quiet for that. Having just 3 clans in one fortress was enough to result in clan wars. And now there were 6 of them. Is there a war within the 10 clan? A war harder? Michael laughed as if he had just heard the funnest joke ever. Well, you can say it's a war, I guess. Michael then watched as the leaders of those 10 clan getting thrown into the sky. It's 5 today. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 Trad Meeting 2. In the training grounds of Gorgon Keep. The leaders of the 10 clan, with heavily bruised faces, knelt in front of Jaehwan. Weak. The leaders shook with shame. No one had ever said such a thing to them until now. What have you done in your hundreds of years? They wanted to object but couldn't find any words. They had just fought as a group, excluding the second-ranked Mukyuk, against a lone Jaehwan. Yang shook at the thought of Jaehwan's stab. Jaehwan turned to Yang and spoke. Yang, you are just fast, but that's it. Yang bowed. Jaehwan then gave advice to everyone else. Kenhuang, you have power but are too slow. Ryung, you are agile and have fast reflexes but weak in endurance. Ming, you think too much before acting. Kamen, you are the best among all here. You have no weakness, but it also means you have no strong point. Jaehwan then faced all of them. And all of you have one common problem. Do you know what that is? The leaders waited for Jaehwan to continue. You're weak, but still full of yourself. The leaders frowned at those words. And there were 2 old men in the distance, watching them. It was Mukyuk and Chungha. He's right about that. Har kid, you said that right? Chungha cackled. He had always wanted to teach a lesson to those clan leaders, and his wish was now fulfilled. You old men are weak too, considering you lived for 1,000 years. Damn it. However, Jaehwan was right. By his standards, or even Chungha's standards, the current Death Expedition team was very weak. It's worse than the first team from 900 years ago. The 10 Clan of Chaos existed 900 years ago. Those clan leaders were all 7th stage or higher adapters, with everyone above the 5th rank at the 8th stage. The first rank of that time, the former leader of Sky Dragon Clan, was a 9th stage adapter, with a nightmare mulat who was much stronger than a 9th stage adapter. And they had a hard time in depth. Do you all remember the hunt? I do. By that, Jaehwan meant the operation 3 days ago that wiped out all of the Golden Sky Clan offices around the region. As you know, most of you were either badly injured or almost killed. Dong, Kangwang, and the other clan leaders shook at that reminder. They had been shocked by the might of the Golden Sky Clan a few days ago. Yang almost got killed and Meng had been badly injured. They were just hunting down the regional offices and they suffered that many casualties. Deathly monsters. Killing machines with only half of their spirits turning into dead man, resulting in a dead man with human intelligence. The clan leaders then understood how Manticore was taken over by the Golden Sky Clan. Each one of them had the power of a 6th-stage adapter. They had hundreds of those weapons that allowed them to do that. It was rumored that the western fortress of Garuda was facing similar enemies. If you are having a hard time against just some clan, how are you going to go on the expedition? Jaehwan continued, as such, you will undergo special training for 1 week. The leaders looked at each other. They understood what Jaehwan said, but they couldn't understand one thing. They knew they had to get strong and that they did not have much time left. But what would just a week of training do for them? Jaehwan Meng raised his hand to ask. Master, can I ask a question? Meng immediately became ashamed at raising a hand to ask a question like a little child when he was 400 years old. Go on. As you know, we are all adapters. It was something everyone already knew. The leaders turned to Meng. I know that. Then I guess you would know that our stage cannot just suddenly increase by themselves. Stage. From 1 to 15. It was the number that divided adapters within their respective ranks. Meng continued, it takes an average of 10 years for non-adapters to become first-stage adapters. It then takes 20 years for a first stage to move onto the second. It takes 40 years to become third and 80 years to become fourth. Most humans then die before even reaching the 4th stage. That was precisely why adapters at the 4th stage or higher were called high-stage adapters. There were no humans who were able to survive as an adapter for 150 years. And I believe it's only up to the 7th stage that you can climb by racking up years of training. That's why people consider the 7th stage the limit for a human. The leaders of the 10 clan were most powerful beings throughout chaos. They were geniuses that reached the 6th or 7th stage faster than others, but they also knew that was their limit. Jaehwan then asked, and I heard that you are an awakener. An awakener? The leaders were shocked. Some seemed like they had expected it, like Cayman, and some were genuinely shocked, like Ryan. Jaehwan replied, I don't know, but that's what people in this world call me. He had no intention to hide it, and Meng nodded. We do not know much about awakeners. They knew a lot about adapters and adaptation, but awakening was a completely different thing. Meng continued, all I know is just a few rumors. I heard that awakeners become awakened by some kind of insight into the truth. Jaehwan then remembered when he first became himself by breaking out of the system. What are you getting at? You certainly are aware that we are adapters and that we cannot get strong all of a sudden. Right. Then there's only one answer. Ming looked straight at Jaehwan and asked, "Are you trying to get us to become awakeners?" Chapter 67. Chapter 67 Triad Meeting 3. People of the Great Lands defined an awakener as the following. One that is out of the system. Because they were out of the system, their reputation wasn't well perceived. It was also due to the terrorist group Rupture that had a significant number of awakeners as their members. And to add on, the reputation of Rupture was as the following. Rupture, they are doomsayers who create problems. However, awakeners still held tremendous value because of their sheer strength and rarity. All lords were eager to hire awakeners, and there were cases where the lord himself was an awakener. Jaehwan was one such awakener, and he was going to train the leaders. Yes, I am thinking of making you into awakeners. Jaehwan then continued, but I do not intend to make all of you into awakeners. Why is that? Because some of you might not want that. Jaehwan answered. He remembered what he talked about with Chang'e regarding awakening. Kid, you would know since you went through it, but there are 3 steps to be awakened. The first step was to destroy the world of adaptation. This was usually called disassemble. This was what Jaehwan called suspicion. It would allow one to acquire a way to disassemble the world and see the truth hidden behind it. Jaehwan then looked at the leaders. Some of you have lived too long to understand the awakening. Too long. Yang became confused. I don't get what you are saying. It means we are too used to this world's system. It was Ryang who answered. She seemed to quickly understand what Jaehwan had said. It means we are too used to all the good things like skills or status. I see. In surprised you became a clan leader with your level of understanding. Ryan spoke sarcastically, to which Yang laughed off. Yes, well, I was over-adapted. An over-adapter. One who had overly adapted to the interface system. It was also called blessed by the system, which allowed them to quickly adapt to the system, needing less time required to train. Most of the 12 lords were also these over-adapters. However, they weren't as powerful as awakeners. Fool, everyone here is an over-adapter. Kang Wing spoke, scolding Yang. As he said, everyone who had become a leader was an over-adapter. That's when Cayman spoke out. Not. Cayman did not have such a blessing. He had lived for 900 years just putting in the effort and hard work to arrive at his 7th stage. Cayman then said firmly, and I am ready, master. To become an awakener. Cayman nodded. It won't be easy. Is it because I am too used to the system? That is correct. Don't worry, Cayman answered coldly. If I can become more powerful, I am ready to put this world behind. Cayman, do you know what you are talking about? It was Ryang who shouted angrily. It means that you will give up everything you have built up. Are you really ready to throw away all of your skills and status? It was the other leaders who reacted to Ryang's words. These were leaders who had lived 200 to 1,000 years. They had spent much time and effort to reach their current level. Well, that's a bit much, I guess. Kang Wing mumbled, and Yang seemed to agree with him. Jaehwan thought as he watched them. I thought so. He had already expected such a reaction. The way of awakening was full of uncertainty. There was no need for high-stage adapters to take that risk. However, Cayman turned to Ryung and calmly replied, I am ready to put all of that behind me. I will only bring my hate towards the lords. They were cold words. Ryung hesitated for a second and spoke. It will not end at that. You must know how dangerous the awakening can be. Don't say that you forgot about the great disappearance. Some leaders turned grim, while others became confused. Jaehwan was also included in the latter. It was Yang who asked, What's the great disappearance? He was the youngest among the leaders, so he had the least amount of knowledge about history. Ryung bit on her lip and explained. I assume those of you older than me would know. There is a reason why the word awakener would have such a bad reputation. What happened? It all happened with the appearance of rupture. Rupture. There was no one who did not know that organization in the Great Lands. The infamous militant group that was comprised of awakeners. That was rupture. They appeared in the Great Lands 700 years ago. The appearance of rupture. It was considered a terrifying day even until now. We will fight against cultivation. The terrorist group Rupture appeared, declaring such an agenda. This infuriated many lords of the Great Lands. The one who was angered the most was the then lord of the 4th region, Mayhart. He was the one who did not believe rumors about awakeners. Awakeners or not, I'll kill them with my pinky. And the next day he was found dead with his pinky finger cut off and stuck in his heart. It was then that everyone began to fear Rupture. Mayhart was the weakest of the 12 lords, but he still was a lord. Yet this organization had the power to assassinate the lord in his bedroom. Then Rupture made a declaration. Everyone can become an awakener. If you are willing to try, come to the Forgotten Lands. People were shocked. Some adapters even became hopeful that they could become awakeners. Deny the world. Countless adapters gathered to the Forgotten Lands where the Rupture headquarters was rumored to be located at. However, nothing came back. All those people who gathered in the Forgotten Lands just disappeared. Some said they had become awakeners, while others said they had gone mad. Some even believed they were used as test specimens by Rupture and were trashed. But they were all rumors, and none of the people who went to the Forgotten Lands returned. This was later called the Great Disappearance. Some of my friends also went missing. The leaders quietly listened to Ryung. It was rare for even leaders to hear about Great Disappearance. However, there were some who managed to return as awakeners. They said they were only at the first step of awakening. Jaehwan was also listening carefully. He asked what happened to them. They all killed themselves. The leaders gasped. They all had severe mental trauma. Some were literally mad, while some lost all their memories. But they all had one thing in common. And what was that? They all said that they were not sure who they were. Kangwing then asked, Fools, how can they not know? Are you insulting my friends? No, I'm just saying, how can you not? Kangwin continued. I'm Kangwing of the Fire King Clan. See, I know myself. Ryan refused to answer. She felt stupid to even react to that. It was only Jaehwan who seemed to understand, as he seemed to be concerned by the story. Maybe this man knows something about that. Then Jaehwan spoke up. Ryung. Ryung flinched, surprised at being called out. Let me tell you two things. First of all, I'm not from Rupture. Ryung gasped. He knew what I was up to. Ryung intentionally mentioned Rupture for one reason. She wanted to know where Jaehwan had come from. Anyone in the Great Lands would be reminded of Rupture when they heard the term Awakener. Rupture was too dangerous to be associated with. If Jaehwan was from Rupture, it would put their lives in jeopardy. Secondly, awakening can be dangerous. That's why I have no intention of making all of you into awakeners. You mean, I will take volunteers? Jaehwan then glanced at Cayman. Ryan asked again, what of those who refuse to become awakeners? I will make them stronger too. But how? Increase their adaptation stage. Ryan became disappointed. She had expected something different, but the plan just seemed too normal. It also had a critical problem. In 1 week. Yes. That's impossible. Why do you think so? Let me tell you 2 things. Ryan imitated Jaehwan as she spoke. First is time. The problem of time. All leaders understood what Ryan said. It took them hundreds of years to reach the 6th or 7th stage. But now they only had a week. I can solve that problem. How? Jaehwan then thought for a moment. Well, I guess it's about finished by now. He turned to the leaders. Follow me. It was a large empty space behind the keep. In the center was a giant circular single-story building that looked like a cut-off tree stump. There were architects and workers working on the finishing touches of the building. A building made of horns. The leaders were astonished at the surface of the building. Only Changhe was not surprised as he knew about it being built. One of the workers came up to them. It was a muscular old man with a hammer. Master, you're here. Everyone knew who he was. Vice Chief. Why is the Vice Chief of Twilight's Fall working here? It was Michael Barnett. Jaehwan asked, is it finished? Almost. It's a bit crude because we only had a week, but it will work. Only, the control of corruption isn't working out. That's okay. I have enough horns for that. Jaehwan glanced at the building and asked, can you start it now? Of course. Then show them. Michael nodded and went to the control panel outside of the building. He seemed like he was very proud of what he had built. I couldn't even dream of making it until now. You could have done it a long time ago. You just didn't think of doing it. Thank you, Master. Michael smiled. He then activated a switch, turning on the lights in the building. A message popped up in front of Jaehwan and the other leaders. Will you accept the summon? Jaehwan's expression was cold at the sight of the message. I didn't think that I would see this message again. Jaehwan answered, as did the other leaders. The next moment, they were in a different place. They quickly realized that they were now inside the building they had seen and that they knew the place very well. It was stored away, deep in their oldest memories, but they had not forgotten. One of them moaned, Tower of Nightmares. They were greeted with a message window. Welcome to Tower of Nightmare Carpe Diem. Chapter 68. Chapter 68 Triad Meeting 4. Tower of Nightmare Carpe Diem. It was a week ago that Jaehwan decided to create this Tower of Nightmares, right after he killed the extra-large dead man Margaret. Kid, are you serious? There have been no cases where a tower was created by a non-nightmare. The Tower of Nightmares had historically only been created by nightmares. Other higher races like demons or angels had ways to interfere in the systems, but only nightmares could create and repair them. However, a human trying to create it was foolish. It's okay. Michael can do it. Besides, we are only making the first floor. First floor. Just enough to control time. It doesn't need to be fancy. That was when Michael and all the entire Smiths of Twilight's Fall were called in. And 1 week later, it was completed. I never imagined that a human could create the Tower of Nightmares. It only has one story, but it's still amazing. Inside, there was only an endless amount of space and sky, but it was still a great feat. It was something that no other race had achieved in the millions of years of history. Jaehwan then thought, well, we did have a really hard time. For a whole week, Michael and Jaehwan put a lot of hard work into creating this tower. It would not have been possible without Jaehwan's experience as a product, and Michael's skill as an experienced blacksmith. Jaehwan also came to understand a lot about the nightmare race. The skills that they used were very similar to the power of an awakener that Jaehwan used. It was so similar even to the point where it seemed like nightmares were the first awakeners, as most of their skills were based on awakening steps. However, it also seemed only natural. One needed to know the truth of the world to make another. Maybe it was the nightmares who knew the reality of this world. And so, Carpe Diem was created. It was a tower to bring back lost hope to chaos. Ming said in astonishment, I am deeply touched to be able to return to this place, not to be cultivated, but to destroy it. And me too, I wanted to say that too. Yan also agreed. The leaders turned to Jaehwan, asking for his next words. All training will be done in here now. Jaehwan looked at each one of them carefully. As you may have guessed, the time in this tower goes 100 times slower than in real time. A day in chaos will mean 100 days in this tower. Considering the fact that we have a week, you will have close to 2 years to train. 2 years. That was given time for the leaders. But, as time is expedited, it has also been compacted. It means that your spirit will feel much more fatigued in this place. The leaders frowned. It didn't just mean that they would grow tired faster. You mean our corruption rate will increase as well? Men guessed it, and Jaehwan nodded. Yes, it is especially true as you are older spirits. You are not young spirits who just joined the tutorial. Some of the leaders who had elevated senses knew that Jaehwan was speaking the truth. They had resistance to corruption since they had powerful spirits, but their corruption rate was increasing ever so rapidly. As such, this tower has a mechanism to kick you out once you reach 80 corruption. I have readied horns for you to take once you log out, so you won't need to worry about corruption. It was a very well thought out plan. I will now divide those who volunteer to become awakeners, and those who will not. It was now time to choose. Those who wish to become awakened, stand on my right. Those who just want to increase your adaptation stage, to my left. It was Cayman who acted first. He moved to Jaehwan's right without hesitation. I will remind you. You might die. I will not regret it even then. Cayman was certain of the choice he had made. The only possibility left in me will be an awakening. Unlike the other leaders who were over-adapters, Cayman knew that he had reached his limit. He also learned this clearly in the few days that he had trained against Jaehwan. An awakener is not limited by one's maximum spirit power limit. That was what Cayman had learned in those few days. All of the skills that Jaehwan used required a huge amount of spiritual energy, but Jaehwan's actual spirit power was only at the level of a non-adapter. It's impossible to achieve without at least reaching the 10th stage. Adapters, when they reached the 10th stage, learned a power skill called Infinite Circuit that allowed them to have an infinite amount of spiritual power. But awakeners were able to wield such power at just the beginning of the 3rd step. It seemed to work differently from Infinite Circuit, but it was the same in regards to being allowed to use spirit power infinitely. Cayman did not hesitate with his choice. He knew he couldn't increase his stage any further. But becoming an awakener was possible with Jaehwan as his support. If I can become powerful enough to fight against those lords, I will do whatever it takes. Good. With the first volunteer decided, the other leaders became uncertain. What if I try and fail? The thoughts of the leaders were so obvious that it was even shameful. Chang'e frowned at such a sight. That was when Ryan asked, "Mind if I ask you a question?" "Go on. The method that you will use for us to become awakened. Is it proven?" The leaders turned to Jaehwan. "It's not proven." All the leaders, excluding Cayman, were shaken by those words. "And you want us to take that treacherous path?" "I, who only lived for 50 years, have walked that treacherous path." "Are you saying you cannot?" Ryan couldn't answer. Jaehwan continued, "I know the dangers, and that's why I'm giving you an option. If you go into the depth, there will be worse things waiting for you. Isn't that right, old man?" "The master is correct," Chang'e answered from a distance. "With your level, you can't even pass the Dead Man Palace at the entrance." Dead Man Palace. The residence of the Soul King, catastrophe and full of large dead men. "If we succeed, how strong can we become?" It was Ming who asked. "If you succeed, you will become as powerful as me." "Is that true?" "Yes," Jaehwan answered. Jaehwan had the power to defeat Magritte and open a way into a wave of dead men. He was the one who had the power of a lesser general of the Great Lands. But the percentage of you succeeding is not high. My guess is, it would be a miracle if even one of you succeeds. Chang'e interrupted. "I know the girl spoke of the great disappearance and all, but even Rupture failed at creating more awakeners. Their project had a 0.01 chance of success. Even then, most of them died." It seemed like Chang'e knew it very well. It was nothing surprising, as Chang'e had lived for 1,000 years and must have known about what happened 700 years ago. "Even so, we want you to try to become awakeners to have at least a chance of surviving the expedition." The leaders became deep in thought. It was Ryan who spoke again. "But I'm sure there's another way to become powerful. I believe a 9th stage adapter is as powerful as a 3rd step awakener." Chang'e frowned. "Girl, aren't you smart?" "Yes, you are right. But the question is, how will you become the 9th stage when you are only at the 7th? "That's not my problem to worry about." Ryan looked at Jaehwan. "Well, we have solved the time problem. Let me ask you the second question." "Go on. How are you going to increase the stage of adaptation?" It was a straightforward question. Awakening was an entirely different story. The question remained on how Jaehwan would help the adapters increase their stages. "I heard that you adapters require new skills or a good amount of rating in learning the truth to move on." "Right. It's not just some new skill. It has to be the best of the best." Jaehwan answered, "I have that solved also." "And what is that precisely? Have you prepared top-grade skill books or something?" Top-grade skills were impossible to get unless from the lords or renowned families of the Great Lands. The leaders gathered here only had about 3 of those skills at maximum because of that reason. It doesn't have to be a skill book. You can learn from a teacher. Teacher Ryan frowned. Skills could be taught, but there was no one who would dare teach their top-grade skills. And there was no one powerful enough to teach the leaders of the 10 clan. Who would dare to teach us? They are here. Ryan glanced around, expecting to see some powerful individuals. However, there was no one else other than them. "Wait, are you saying you will teach us?" "No." "Then who?" Realization suddenly struck Ryan as she froze. It was obvious at that point. Jaehwan nodded. "You will learn skills from each other. All of you will teach." Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Triad Meeting 5. It had been 3 days since the leaders of the 10 clans started training in Carpedim. The leaders were divided into 2 groups, the Adapter team and Awakener team. The Adapter team stayed on the first floor to train, while the Awakener team moved to the newly built second floor to train. The one leading the Adapter team was the 8th stage Adapter Mukyuk. He sighed as he watched the leaders teaching each other their skills while cursing non-stop. I hope Master knows what he's doing. The idea of having the leaders teach each other was great on paper, but when the actual training began, the leaders were too busy boasting about how their own skill was the best of all. Are you insulting the skill of the Divine Lady clan? You can't still be faster than my Thunder God skill. Speed doesn't matter, it's all about power, and power means me, the Fire King. Mukyuk frowned as he watched the leaders squabble. Fools, that's why you are still weak. The only one who was putting in any actual effort was Jaehwan. He started out in the Awakener team but came down and was having quick success. Mukyuk, how long have you been training this skill? It's killing me. 400 years. The skill Meng was practicing was Mukyuk's Thousand Sword of the Sky. It was one of the most powerful skills in Chaos. It wasn't close to the skills of 9th stage adapters or higher, but it was still one of the strongest. This is still doable compared to being in the Awakener team, Meng said as he kept on practicing. The Adapter team didn't start out with so many members. Even with Ryan's concerns, it was the Awakener team who had more volunteers when they started. 4 of the 6 leaders volunteered for the Awakener team. However, even before a day in Chaos had passed, 3 of them had given up on the Awakener team. Meng was one of them. It's crazy up there. In an empty space with nothing, there was only the movement of a blade. Accurate, repeated movement. An old man was repeating the same stab, over and over again. Cayman, speed it up. Cayman's sword sped up at Jaehwan's order. He had been doing this countless times. Even though Cayman had tremendous amounts of spirit power, it was too much to handle. After a while, Cayman grew fatigued and asked, "Can I really become strong with such a way?" You still ask. You should know the answer to that by now. He was right. Cayman had surpassed the first step of awakening a while ago. Cayman couldn't forget the day he stepped into the changing world. He was shocked after he gained the keyword suspicion. It was thanks to Jaehwan who prevented him from going mad from such an abrupt and violent change. Cayman remembered Changha's words. Trust him. When it comes to awakening, he is better than me. Jaehwan asked, are you still worried that you will not become as powerful as the other adapters? Yes, Cayman answered. I know I do not have what it takes. Cayman remembered the other leaders downstairs. They might have already gotten close to the 8th stage by now. Do you believe I have what it takes? I do. From the beginning, Jaehwan believed that Cayman would be the first awakener. Unlike the others who were blessed with the over-adapting talent, Cayman purely lived with his own effort. The core aspect of bringing one to the awakening was that effort. Cayman was the best at this. So, you must believe me. Cayman nodded and got back to stabbing again. The new world was waiting for him. Deep into the night, in a tower within the inner keep of Gorgon, a woman with a chain on her waist was sitting at the edge of the tower. She was the one Jaehwan was wary of during the tournament. Beer tastes good here. The woman took a sip from her bottle as she stretched her leg out over the ledge. Her cheeks were flushed. It was weird. The dead of chaos could not become drunk, but the woman seemed to be drunk. She was looking down at the bottom, at the weird building in the courtyard behind the keep. She laughed. Carpe diem, eh? As she watched, a few leaders came out of the building, took the medicine made from the horned monsters, and went back into the building quickly. It seemed like they were really in a hurry. They really think something can really change. No one answered, but she spoke anyway. So, is that your new hope? This time, an answer came from the dark. It was the cold voice of an old man. Sir, what are you up to? Aren't you being a bit too cold? How about a warmer greeting for an old friend? Sir glanced back. It was Chungha, the doctor of despair. Long time no see, teacher. I'm not your teacher anymore. Oh, cold. Why are you here? It's business. Chungha frowned. I told you I have no intention of returning to Rupture. Okay. Relax. You're scary when you get serious, you know. Sir cackled and took another sip. You want some too? No. Wow, really you love beer and women, don't you? Chungha did not answer. How is he? Oh, he is doing well. He still talks about you. Don't lie. I miss you too. Another lie. Yeah. That's a lie. Sir smiled, but her eyes went smiling at all. But still, come back, teacher. Everyone's waiting for you. Chapter 70. Chapter 70 Triad Meeting 6. I am not going back. Why? I cannot stay together with you non-humans. Sir raised her eyebrows. You always say that. Rupture abandoned humanity. No, that's not true. We fight for humanity. Only we fight for humanity. Wrong. You use humans as your tools. Rupture is done for after the Great Disappearance. You have no purpose or goals anymore. HMPH. Sir became silent and then continued, but you are in no place to say that. Her voice contained traces of anger as she continued, you were the one of those who planned the Great Disappearance. That is not true. Well, it didn't work out the way you intended, but you didn't stop it. No, you just watched it happen. Still, I thank you for that. I'm here because of you. Chungha did not answer but stared at Sir's face. There was a young girl who was the survivor of the Great Disappearance in his memory. Oh, and did you know that there are still some who try to become awakeners with a method you taught? They are kids who have no talent or background. They kill each other again and again, only to become stronger. And after killing hundreds of their friends, they forget the reason why they were trying to become strong. And after more killing and swinging swords, they forget who they are. Only a tiny amount of them survive. That's when they get the first keyword, disassemble. That was a wrong keyword. You still say that. What do you know about awakeners when you aren't even one? I know because I have seen those who have achieved the third step with the method I taught. No, you don't. You are a coward. The world around Chungha began to turn white. It was his own world. It was a threat. You and your world are still the same. Sir spoke sarcastically. You're too scared to even draw anything in your newly made world. At that moment, thousands of lightning bolts rained down, destroying Chungha's world. It was Sir's world taking over. Chungha smelled the distinct smell of blood from all around. There were mountains of corpses and blood. Chungha knew where this world was derived from. It was from the place of the Great Disappearance. How do you like my world? It's the outcome of your teachings. Chungha took a step back. He had taken huge amounts of damage just through the destruction of his world. Chungha gritted his teeth. I heard you became a captain. Are you at the third step now? Third? Do you think I'm just at the third? Powerful energy began pressuring Chungha, forcing him to kneel. His face turned pale. Sir's power had indeed passed the third step. Teacher, you shouldn't pretend you're a dead one when you are not. Come back to Rupture. You know too well that nothing can be changed in chaos. Even if you go into the depth, or hell, or get to the top of Tree of Imagery, this world will not change. Chung-ha turned to Sir at those words. It can change. What? This world can change. Sir frowned. But at that moment, a man appeared from the weird building. Sir quickly deactivated her world. It was Jaehwan who had appeared. He walked up to the control panel to manage the time scale. He then glanced for a second at the place where Sir and Chung-ha were and then walked back into the tower. Is it him? Did he change you? Chung-ha did not answer. He quietly rose up and said, "Give me that beer." Sir handed over the bottle and Chung-ha began drinking. They didn't say a word, but Sir could read Chung-ha's expression. She couldn't believe there was something still left in Chung-ha to make him change this much. Let me ask you again. Why are you here? To kill you. Chung-ha looked at Sir. She was a woman with no emotion. Then do it. No, I changed my mind. Sir turned towards Carpe Diem. I think it will get interesting. Are you trying to interfere with our plan? Interfere, Sir scoffed. You will fail, just like how you failed 900 years ago in Chaos, and 700 years ago in the Great Lands. No, it was a firm but definitive answer. Sir, the second captain of Rupture, couldn't accept how the old man who had felt despair more than anyone in 1,000 years had found new hope. Rupture will have eyes on you all. Then she disappeared. Chung-ha was left alone with a bottle of beer left by Sir. This is good beer. Kamen couldn't guess how much time had passed since he started training. But after continuous stabbing and countless duels with Jaehwan, he reached it. After passing through the second keyword understanding, he had arrived at the third step. His spirit was reborn. He couldn't remember how many times he stabbed, but he had now reached it. He had succeeded in creating his own world. Congratulations! Jaehwan was in front of him as he opened his eyes. He then felt the unfathomable power of Jaehwan that he couldn't feel before. I can't even measure how strong he is. According to Chung-ha, Jaehwan was also a third-step awakener. However, Kamen knew there was a huge wall between Jaehwan and himself. Kamen was unsure as to how strong he had become. Did I really become stronger? Yes, but 2 years is not enough time to. 2 years? Do you really think it has only been 2 years? Kamen became confused. The second floor has a different time scale than the first floor. Then how many years has passed? Jaehwan did not answer the question, but instead tapped on Kamen's shoulder. It's time to test out your power. Chapter 71. Chapter 71 Triad Meeting 7. People were gathered in the courtyard where Carpe Diem was located. They were the officers and employees of Gorgon Fortress. Among them was Uren, who was waiting at the door of Carpe Diem. It's today. It was the day Jaehwan and the other people would return from their week of training. People were curious as to how powerful they had become. It was only a week, but they knew that 2 years had passed within the tower. It wasn't short, but it was still long. They also had Jaehwan, their monstrous master, with them. Well, we have the Triad meeting today. Triad meeting. That was the name of the event that would happen today, where all the fortresses, except Manticore, would gather at Gorgon for a meeting. However, it wasn't Gorgon that wanted to have the meeting. Master is absent at the moment. It seemed that the other masters targeted this specific moment when Jaehwan was occupied within Carpe Diem to have the meeting. The stated purpose was to talk about how to deal with the Manticore Fortress and the Golden Sky Clan, but the real reason was obvious. They want to talk about the Depth Expedition team. It was the first time in 900 years that Chaos had such a powerful group. There were 6 of the 10 clan and 2 Awakeners. With some preparations, it was a group that had the power to even unite the entire Chaos if they wanted. Yuan tried his best to postpone the meeting, but the other fortresses kept pushing the matter. The peace of the entire Chaos is at risk. We cannot postpone it any further. Master, you must return quickly. And it was today. Yuan, Carlton, Claire, Mikkel, and a lot of other officials gathered at the gate of Carpedim. Some seemed to be excited, but some were concerned, like Yuan. However, they all had the same thought. They wanted Yuan to return to them and lead them through this dire time. The small door of the courtyard opened, and some of the gatekeepers running in. The one in the front called out to Yuan, "Chancellor." Yuan realized what had happened right away. It was the arrival of the masters. Just then, the gate of Carpedim also began to shine. The leaders were back. Training grounds of Gorgon Keep was now filled with a vicious aura of 2 groups of warriors glaring at each other. Yuan frowned as he thought, why has it come to this? It all started with Kangwang. So, you mean you cannot accept our master as the leader of the Depth Expedition team? In the meeting room inside the keep, Kangwang stood up, slamming the desk in the middle of the triad meeting. No, we are just saying. Bullshit, I know exactly what you are saying. Then, Yang also shouted angrily as he stood up abruptly. Fair selection of the leader of the team. Where were you when we first started the team? Mind your manners. Manners in your... Yang was enraged, but so were the other leaders. The members of Dryad and Garuda were saying that the current Depth Expedition team's organization is too fragile. We cannot have a person not from Chaos be the leader. The current leader is an unidentifiable person. Gorgon alone cannot create the expedition team. It breaches the 4-fortress agreement. Whatever they said was not related to the original purpose of how to deal with the Golden Sky Clan. Yuan knew the meeting would turn toward this topic, but he could only scowl. Let's all relax and go back to our original discussion. Yuan tried to calm things down, but it was the claim made by the master of Garuda that brought it to the limit. I'll just talk frankly. I suggest we choose the leader of the Depth Expedition team with more careful and fair consideration from all sides. Yuan was shocked to hear this from Huiden, the cold blood of Garuda Fortress. This is weird. He's not the type to say such rash things. Garuda Fortress was having a hard time against Golden Sky as they were the next target after Manticore. This brought about questions as Garuda should be focused on dealing with Golden Sky rather than the Depth Expedition team at the moment. Yuan glanced at him. Was the Golden Sky problem solved? That was the only possible explanation. However, Golden Sky was the most powerful organization within Chaos at the moment, and Golden Sky already had its headquarters within Garuda. It didn't seem to make sense. I don't agree with the master of Garuda, but he still has a point. Acer Lindcroft, the #1 beauty of Chaos, agreed with Huiden. Yuan moaned. He had suspected such a topic from the beginning, but he didn't think the 2 masters would cooperate like this. I can't let them continue any further. However, before Yuan could speak, Asa turned to Yuan. She hadn't finished yet. Also, it's weird that we do not have the master of Gorgon in his seat. Where is he right now? Yuan couldn't answer. Gorgon Fortress was obliged to have its master present at the meeting. This was the biggest problem of the meeting. "Master, why are you still not coming out?" Everyone from the adapter team had returned, but Jaehwan, Kamen, and Chungha were still not out. That was why the meeting topic had been swayed heavily by Garuda and Dryad, making the members of the expedition team outraged. And that was how the current incident happened. Kang Wing pulled out his sword, pointing it at the master of Garuda. So it came down to this. Two forces glaring at each other. The master of Dryad looked at the leaders on the side of Gordon and warned them. Chaos is in a dire situation as it is. This is not a wise decision. Dryad, it is inevitable. It was Huadin the Cold Blood who answered her. We will not have some kid take over chaos. Some kid, did you just say that? Kang Wing took a step forward. I too have a problem with that word. Jaehwan also spoke. Yuren felt a bit weird to see those leaders who had opposed Jaehwan just a week ago change this much. But they are very powerful. The training was successful. Yuren was astonished at the leaders. Even Yang, who was weakest among them, was now emanating with powerful energy. If you want to change the leader, then you will have to do it over my dead body. Yang also stepped forward, drawing his sword. Then, Huadin took a step forward from the opposing side. Huadin, an 8th stage adapter. He was too powerful an enemy for Yang, who was only at the 6th stage. Yang, however, did not back down. Why don't you start? When Yang's sword moved, Huadin was shocked. Countless lightning bolts struck him from all sides. It was a power that not possible from a 6th stage. 7th stage. It was just a week, but Yang had reached the 7th stage within that time frame. It's not enough. Huadin was at the 8th stage. He still had the power to overpower 4 7th stage adapters at the same time. He quickly used his skill to destroy Yang's lightning, and Yang took a step back. Then, Yang's sword erupted in fire. Huadin was shocked yet again. Fire King Sword. 18 swords of the Fire King. The skill that had power close to Huadin's skill was now being activated by Yang. What was shocking was that the owner of the skill was originally Kang Wing, not Yang. They taught their skills to each other. Huadin realized how Yang had achieved the 7th stage in such a short period of time. But it was still only a week. It's not enough. However, Yang fought on. He then began using skills from Jaehwan, as well as the others. When Yang began focusing energy at the tip of his blade, Huadin became pale. He knew who the owner of this skill was. Mukyuk's 1000 Sword of Sky. Huadin knew he couldn't defend against the skill. Do I really need to use it? The tattoo on his arm, which had the shape of a white bird, began to flash. Stop! A powerful voice containing spirit power reverberated within the training ground. Yang and Huadin stopped. It was Mukyuk. Huadin, are you trying to use Guardian Horn? Guardian Horn is not to be used for such a reason. It was a much-needed interference. Yang would surely have lost if Huadin had summoned the Guardian Horn Garuda. I lost. Huadin gritted his teeth as he admitted his defeat. Next is me. No, it's me. Kang Wing and Ming spoke. However, they stopped as someone stepped out from the crowd. Let's make this quick. It was Mukyuk, the most powerful adapter if they excluded Jaehwan and Chungha. Everyone took a step back. Mukyuk turned to Garuda and Dryad and asked, who will face me, Huadin or you, Acer? Huadin grimaced while Acer became silent. They knew they could not defeat Mukyuk. He was, after all, most powerful being in one-on-one combat in chaos until now. Then, someone moved. Ryung, what is the meaning of this? Ryung had jumped into the center. Are you going to face me? Me? Oh no, of course not. Ryung smiled and quickly moved across to the Dryad's side. Ming frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm changing sides, as you can see." Changing sides. It was not understandable. Even if she was originally from Dryad Fortress and was friends with Acer, there was no chance for her to win. "I think the chance of winning is higher on this side." "I know you don't like the current team leader," Meng said, "but you know how powerful Mukyuk is." "There's no chance." "No, I don't think so." Before Meng could continue, someone entered the training ground from outside. The man walked past Dryad and Garuda into the center of the training ground. "Mukyuk, I will be the one to face you." It was a handsome, middle-aged man. However, some of the leaders were shocked at the sight of the man. Even Mukyuk was surprised to see him. Yuren realized how the whole Triad meeting had come to be. It wasn't Garuda or Dryad who planned it from the beginning. He had suspected that there was someone behind them. It was weird for Garuda and Dryad, who had really a bad relationship, to work together against Gorgon. There was only one force powerful enough to save Garuda from Golden Sky, to have Dryad at its feet and come all the way to Gorgon. "Master, it's the worst case scenario. A spirit power so powerful that it could only be from a general was storming throughout the training ground." Chapter 72. Chapter 72 Triad Meeting 8. Asa Lindcroft looked at the hall with a burdened expression. She did not like this situation one bit. "Have I made the right choice?" She glanced at the woman who appeared along with the man. She had visited Acer a while ago as a messenger from the Great Lands. "The Master of Gorgon is more dangerous than the Golden Sky. He is planning to unify chaos with his depth expedition team." Her name was Hyung. She was an adapter who worked for the Lord of Steel of the Great Lands. The Lord has named him as a threat point. A potential threat. One that would bring change to chaos. Every threat point appearance had brought hope to chaos, but the result of that hope was more despair. Asa knew this very well, as she had lived for 970 years. "We must get rid of him or chaos will be disrupted." After Mulak was appointed as a first-class threat point, hundreds died. Acer had not forgotten. "We can't repeat that tragedy." Yuren frowned. It was the Lord of Steel. There was no way that Masters would be this rude to the depth expedition team that was comprised of mostly clan leaders. Yuren looked at the woman named Hyung. Yuren knew a lot about her. After the tournament was over, Hyung had directly contacted Yuren. She offered to help with the Golden Sky clan, but Yuren had rejected her offer. Chaos does not require help from the lords. Hyun left Gorgon immediately, and it seemed that she had done to Dryad and Garuda next. The Lord of Steel changed his target immediately as Jaehwan did not bow to his will. That was a course of events that had led to the Triad meeting. "It's been a long time, Mukyuk." The man spoke. "How about a hello to an old friend?" Bang Junior. Mukyuk knew the man well. He was one of the generals that stood in front of the depth expedition team 900 years ago. One of the generals who killed countless spirits and stole the fruit. Pearl General Bang Jr. That was his name in the Great Lands. Mukyuk drew his sword. "You dare return to chaos after what you did. Are you still bitter about that?" Junior shook his head. "It was 900 years ago. We're both from Morim. How about some understanding?" Junior was the one who cleared Mobadik, along with Mukyuk and Chungar. He reached the 9th stage and became a general. "Same Morim, you said." Mukyuk growled. You betrayed Morim and dare say that. You forgave easily. But you don't seem to be doing that. Mukuk frowned at those words. Wait. You now work for the Lord of Steel. Yes. Disappointed in Hutu. Well, our Lord loves people from Morim. Chunir spoke while smiling, and turned serious all of a sudden. The Lord wants you back, old friend. Friend Mukuk suddenly moved. You are no friend of mine. His sword flew at Chunir. Mukuk, you cannot defeat me. You know this. Shut up. However, his attack was easily blocked. The difference between the 8th and 9th stage was too great. This 9th stage adapter was a lesser general. However, Mukuk could not defeat Chunir 900 years ago. He had worked so hard to get revenge, but Mukuk still could not overcome the 9th stage barrier. However, he couldn't give up now. The two fought. Mukuk tried his best and soon became fatigued, but Chunir still seemed relaxed. After some time, Mukuk's sword changed. It was his final attack, the most powerful of his skills, that was unleashed at his 900-year-old nemesis. Yet the power was destroyed by the energy shield from Chunir. It even went beyond defending, as it released energy that swept away all the others on the training ground. Mukuk was barely standing. The other leaders stood up, but their confidence was shaken. This was the power of a lesser general, not even a greater general or commander or one of the 12 lords. Was this the enemy they needed to face? Yuren shook. He thought even the master had no chance against such power. Were they dreaming of the Depth Expedition team when they could not even defeat that one man? You cannot defeat me. Chunir spoke. False hope only gives you greater despair. Mukuk knelt. He had lost the strength to stand. Then the door to the training ground opened. A ragged man was walking into the center. Chunir asked Hyung, "Is he the master?" "No." The man went to the leaders and spoke softly. Late. Cayman. Yuren brightened as he was helped up. What of the master? He will be a bit late. Late? Why would he be late? The Depth Expedition team was at the brink of destruction. Cayman smiled and clasped Yuren's shoulder. It's okay. Yuren then felt something strange. Cayman's hand felt like Jaehwan's. Is he really the Cayman I know? Cayman was now a different man. He moved to the center and helped Mukuk up. Cayman, stand back. I'll handle him from now on. You can't fight him, he's too. Don't worry. The leaders ran to help Mukuk out as Cayman turned to Chunir. Long time no see, Pearl General. You look familiar. Yes. We meet again after 900 years. 900 years, oh, I see. Chunir then scoffed. You're the kid from 900 years ago. You are right. You're the kid who couldn't even join the expedition team 900 years ago. That is also correct. Cayman didn't bother one bit with Chunir's sarcasm. He looked very relaxed. He's okay against my pressure. Chunir asked as he increased the pressure on Cayman. So, I guess you've been training, seeing how you're trying to fight me. Chapter 73. Chapter 73 Triad Meeting 9. I tried. I don't feel much from you though. You will see once you fight me. Chunir then frowned. Good, then we shall fight. Chunir charged immediately and Cayman moved. It was a speed that wasn't even visible. Chunir was shocked that Cayman could dodge his attack, so he used more serious skills against Cayman. Cayman, no, Mukuk shouted. Chunir was using a top-grade skill that Cayman couldn't possibly withstand. It's finished. Chunir's attack approached, but Cayman's sword moved weirdly. Chunir frowned. Stab. It was a stab. Cayman's stab collided against Chunir's attack. The result was unexpected, to say the least. Cayman took a step back, but Chunir had to take 3 steps back. "What is that skill?" "It's harsh stab," Cayman explained. "It's stronger than normal stab, but weaker than strong stab." "Are you kidding me?" A mere stab containing such power, it was impossible. That was when something clicked in Chunir's mind. You're an awakener." The leaders brightened up. "I see, Cayman, finally." Chunir then spoke again. "I didn't know there was another awakener other than the master and the doctor." "You better do your best," Cayman said. "Because you will die by my hands." "Die to you?" Cayman nodded. "Yes. You will die here." Then enormous energy exploded from Chunir's body. It was an energy that exceeded everyone else's combined on this training ground. Some of the crowd couldn't withstand it and even fainted. "With your puny power you dare to kill me." He activated his extra-grade skills, Torn Depth and Torn Sky at once. They were powerful skills that would destroy everything within a 100-yard radius. The power made even Cayman hesitant. "Do I have what it takes?" Cayman had spoken confidently, but he was still not in a perfect state. His insides were boiling with an uncertain fire after he became an awakener. He felt like he had become a small child. He was filled with a hope that he could do anything, but was also filled with a despair that he would fail at everything. Master Ived in such turmoil. However, Cayman knew how to overcome this anxiety. Jaehwan had taught him. Cayman closed his eyes. Humans cannot exist without a world. A human that is out of the world of numbers and data would wane and die. That was why many awakeners had killed themselves. But those that reached the 3rd step acquired their own world to fight against the adapter's world. That was the unique world. When Cayman opened his eyes again, he was standing in the middle of a sea. The vast region of the sea that he lived in for 900 years. That was his unique world. "What is this?" Chunir became dumbfounded. A giant wave moved together with Cayman's sword and attacked Chunir. This isn't enough. Chunir's attack collided against the wave, but he was damaged. Then, something that resembled a giant light struck Chunir. It was Jaehwan's most powerful skill that was to be used against a huge army. Strong stab. Cayman wasn't used to using it, so he became dizzy after using it once. Again, Cayman stabbed again. He saw Chunir's body being torn in between his waves. "You should attend the triad meeting alone, but there may be someone too strong for me to handle." "It's okay. Believe in yourself." Cayman was deep in his trance as he kept on stabbing. It was a shocking, but wonderful experience. Kayar, the powerful lesser general, was dying. Suddenly, another person appeared through the waves. It was Ryang. She used her assassination skill on Cayman, which he deflected with his finger. "I see. Master did tell me that it was about time for you to betray us. He wants me to teach you a lesson," Ryang shouted in anger. "Even if you have become strong, you cannot be so strong in just 2 years. 2 years, Cayman laughed. "What's so funny?" Cayman did not answer. Chunir was attacking him yet again with his dying breath. A giant wave of energy was coming at him. But Cayman was recalling what Jaehwan said to him. "You have trained hundreds of times more than the other leaders." "What? You have been stabbing for 200 years. Cayman then thrust his sword. It wasn't because he believed in himself. He believed in Jaehwan. "You can do it." And with that came the attack. Twisting Kill, the skill that Jaehwan and Changha created and Cayman had named. It destroyed the skill from Junior and destroyed his body as well as Ryan's. The entire training ground was destroyed and people were left groaning while covering their ears. After a while, the dust clouds settled and people moaned. Junior was lying on the ground, turning into a silvery powder. They had won. The person they never thought they could defeat had been defeated. Yang became teary and Kang Wing smiled. Jajol Meng was excited. Even Mu Kyuk seemed like he was overwhelmed with thought. His long-awaited revenge had just taken a step forward. Kamen then understood why the master sent him alone. The Depth Expedition team had been relying on Jaehwan too much. That needed to be fixed. Chaos must stand alone. And that day, Chaos had become victorious against the Lords for the first time in history. Chapter 74. Chapter 74 War of Revival 1. The Triad meeting ended with Gorgon Fortress emerging as the victor. The news of what happened spread quickly through an associate journalist of Chaos of this month who was present in Gorgon at that time. Acer Lindcroft felt like it was weird to be in another master's office. So, this is the Gorgon master's office. The room only had a table, a few chairs, and some bookcases. It only has the essentials. She was now being held in Gorgon as a hostage. However, not all were given bad treatment. To be fair, Acer Lindcroft was the only one who was considered an official diplomat. After the meeting was over, Kamen talked to her before she was arrested. After a long talk, Acer spoke. Kamen, if you truly believe him, I'll reconsider. Acer thought it was due to Kamen's kindness that she was treated differently. Later, she found out it was because she was the only one who changed her mind, which resulted in her better treatment. But I can't blame them. Acer sighed as she saw the cover of Chaos of this month on the table. Shocking Pearl Lord of the 5th Region Lost Kamen of the Southern Sea Clan is the victor. New Awakening. What is happening to Chaos? The people who came with her knew how terrifying lords were. Even if Kamen defeated a lesser general, it wasn't enough. Acer had the same thought, but she was curious. What made them change? Kamen had fond memories of the Depth Expedition team, but Acer never thought Kamen would really join. Creating the Depth Expedition team meant that they would fight against the Palace of Reincarnation. If Kamen had thought of joining the expedition, then he should have already stormed the Palace of Reincarnation. However, Kamen had not done that in the last 900 years. Kamen, are you really going to fight them? Could a man who had lived for 900 years change? Acer, who had lived for 970 years, couldn't answer. Yes, Kamen had changed. She used to know Kamen well, as his Southern Sea Clan used to reside in Dryad Fortress. Kamen was always the one who was envious of the other clan leaders. He was the one who felt like it was unfair at the difference in strength and talent. But there was no longer any trace of that in Kamen. The Palace of Reincarnation is nothing like the Golden Sky Clan. Kamen did not budge. Acer knew he had the face of someone who was ready to fight. What gave him such hope? She had witnessed Kamen defeating the Great Land's lesser general. Yet she and Kamen both knew that the lesser general wasn't the strongest in the Great Lands. He was, in fact, the weakest of the lesser generals. We ran 900 years ago. We can't do that again. She then saw some leaders from the adapter team log into the tower along with the new members. Colton was included in those new members. Acer became shocked. The way they disappeared looked exactly like when people were summoned into the Tower of Nightmares. You were cultivating here. Cultivate, I guess you can look at it that way. Kamen smiled. That's not cultivation. But that's the Tower of Nightmares. No one becomes a product in that tower. There's no cultivator. A tower without a cultivator. Acer was too shocked to even think. So Cayman became so strong because there were countless people who were entering the tower now. Asa realized there were regular citizens who were also going in. Chaos will stand on its own now, Cayman answered. The ones who had been summoned into the tower unwillingly were now going into the tower with a purpose. Asa noticed a man, and he seemed terrified by the bad memory of the place. He's so afraid, and yet but the man did not stop. No one did. They all walked into the tower, even though it wasn't forced. They were choosing to do this. To choose. Asa looked at the man closely. He did not give up. And when the control panel moved, the man frowned. Asa knew what he was seeing. There was no one in chaos who would not know that damn message. The man mumbled, and he was instantly engulfed by light. When he disappeared, he was not terrified anymore. I see. They decided to believe in themselves again. When was the last time they had a choice? All of them knew. Even if they spoke of freedom, their true freedom had been taken away 900 years ago. And this freedom was only going to be given to them if they sought after it. Acer became curious about the man who had given this freedom to chaos. Where's the master of Gorgon? In the wide desert region, Manticore Fortress. Chang'e panted as he ran. Let's slow down. They did not slow down. How far are we going to run? They had not used any teleportation station up until now. Teleportation left a trace, and it had the potential danger of leaking information, which might sabotage their plans. That was what Jaehwan thought. The meeting is probably over by now. Yeah. Are you sure you don't have to go? They probably brought a really strong one. Cayman should have done well. He's a puny little. He's stronger than you now. No way, he should live at least 100 years more to beat me, Chang'e shouted. I was an awakener even before he was born. But you started from scratch this time too. Yeah, but... Chang'e's voice grew softer. Jaehwan was right. Chang'e intended to throw away everything he had, and he had successfully gained new keyword from Jaehwan. But I didn't ask. Jaehwan turned to Chang'e. Why did you start over? Went you right before the third step? Because my way was wrong. So, a different keyword brings you to a different path. Did you know? I knew you were looking at the world differently. The path of awakening that Jaehwan had taken was different. Suspicion that led to understanding that led to awakening. Chang'e was an awakener, but he wasn't suspicious, neither did he understand the world. Chapter 75. Chapter 75 War of Revival 2. Chang'e's understanding of awakening wasn't that deep. All awakeners of rupture had acquired disassemble as the keyword and gained assemble as the second keyword and reached awakening in the end. Disassembly did not ask questions and assembly did not think. It didn't require much thinking at all, but the path that Jaehwan walked was full of thought. It constantly continued to question even after acquiring the unique world. They stopped running after an hour. It was a rest area with an oasis. There were some merchants resting, glancing at Jaehwan and Chang'e. Let's take a break here. Jaehwan sat down by the oasis, took something out from his pocket, and threw it to Chang'e. What is this? Food. Jaehwan answered and ripped the jerky apart. It was the dried meat of a horned monster. Doesn't eating make you feel alive? Chang'e flinched. Jaehwan didn't seem to notice and chewed on the jerky and drank water from the oasis. Chang'e then began eating too. After he finished all the jerky, Jaehwan was now looking outwards. Chang'e watched him silently. After he reached the third step, he was now able to see Jaehwan from a different perspective. He thought he would be able to see how strong Jaehwan was now, but it wasn't true. He couldn't see the limit of his power. What about compared to her? He thought of Sir, the second captain of Rupture. Chung-ha was now able to guess her power. She was probably at the fourth or fifth step in awakening. But he wasn't too sure about Jaehwan. I can't guess how strong he is. Chung-ha had trained about 200 years in the tower. It was a long time that made Chung-ha feel a little strange, but Jaehwan was not with him all those times. Kid, let me ask you. What? How old are you now? Age again. Chung-ha did not answer and continued, I heard from Michael. What? That the third floor was finished. Chung-ha went on. I know that you were gone from the second floor for tens of years. It was 2 days of time in chaos. I heard that time on the third floor is 100 times faster in time than the second floor. Jaehwan was gone for 2 days from the second floor when the third floor was finished. Where was Jaehwan then? It was so obvious. How many years did you train? Jaehwan answered, 2,000. Chung-ha opened his eyes wide in shock. Are you serious? What, will you respect me as an elder now? Chung-ha frowned. It was a lie. Don't joke around. How long have you been? Not as long as you think. Jaehwan spoke, but he seemed tired from saying that. Chung-ha did not ask any further. No matter how many years he trained, it was definitely not an easy time. Chung-ha had now known Jaehwan for hundreds of years. Har, you're still a kid even if you lived for 2,000 years. I was still born first. You don't change even after 200 years, Jaehwan answered. Let's move. They both stood up and began to run again. The destination was close. Chung-ha felt the need to reconfirm the reason for coming here. Are you really going to the Palace of Reincarnation? Yeah. Alone. Not alone. It's the two of us. Chung-ha still couldn't understand where his confidence was coming from. They are not an easy enemy. You don't know the Lord's power yet. It's not too late to gain more power. We can wait until we get more awakeners. Jaehwan had not met any 10th stage adapters yet, but Chung-ha had. He knew how strong they were. Even if Jaehwan was strong, both of them went. We have no time. Time? You think those lords in the palace will wait for us? If they found out that awakeners were increasing in number, the lords would make a move. They will think that we will wait until we get enough awakeners. We should strike when they are not expecting us, when they are not yet ready. Jaehwan was right. The current palace should not have readied their defense. There should be some waiting to be revived, but they were probably only at the lesser general level. Greater generals rarely died, and even if they did, they were revived instantly. However, if things dragged on, they would change. There was a chance that the Palace of Reincarnation would bring living generals into chaos to fight. The narrow door would allow them to travel into chaos without dying, and the palace was where the door was located. Jaehwan continued, I'm not trying to fight all of them. I'll just destroy what's most important to them. The most important things to the palace. Chung-ha understood immediately. You are going to steal the fruits. Chung-ha was dumbfounded. Steal those fruits again, was it possible? Yeah, and there's one more thing. One more. Chung-ha became pale. Are you thinking of destroying the narrow door? Jaehwan nodded. Yeah, if I destroy that, they won't be able to come into chaos anymore. Yeah, if we can destroy it, that is. Taking all the fruits and destroying the narrow door would surely block access to all the lords of the great lands. They can come by dying, but I doubt they will do that. The great lands was at war. They needed to save the lives of their generals so they could always fight. No lords would send their generals to chaos if there was no way to come back. However, this was only true if Jaehwan and Chang'e succeeded in destroying both. It's the best method if we can do it. But it's not easy. The palace is at the far east end of the desert. To go there, we have to go through Manticore Fortress, Jaehwan answered. That's why we're here. Manticore was now in front of them. There were tall walls with lion sculptures on top looking down. There were many of them. Manticore Fortress was much bigger than Gorgon. Chang'e's expression turned grim. They had become strong, but they were only two against a fortress. They were trying to fight an entire fortress now. The Golden Sky leader won't let us go easily. What are you going to do? Then they noticed guards running towards them. Jaehwan smiled. As always. Chang'e laughed. Yeah, I thought so. And Jaehwan's stab struck out against the wall. Chang'e's slash also struck soon after. The guards fled as the wall was destroyed. It was a beginning of the War of Revival. Chapter 76. Chapter 76 War of Revival 3. Power that shook the entire fortress was felt in the very depths of Manticore. Is that? The new master of Manticore, Jaehwan, also felt this. In fact, he was watching the hologram that showed the situation outside of the fortress. It was a sight of pure violence. Jaehwan was stabbing the wall, destroying it completely. It's much stronger than what I heard. Jaehwan knew something had gone wrong when his team of spies, comprised of 6 stage adapters, were all wiped out. Yet he did manage to acquire some vital information about the Master of Gorgon. I didn't imagine it was him. Jaehwan then opened up another screen to check the data sent by the Lord of Darkness. It was a video of a man fighting alone against the Frost Dragon. Find me the product that fled from this tutorial. It was the message that came with the video. It's him. Jaehwan blamed himself for not checking the video sent by the Lord of Darkness sooner. You seemed troubled, Jaehwan. Jaehwan frowned. He knew the owner of the voice. So, I see why the darkness wants him so badly. A woman appeared through a dimensional portal. She had tied up pink hair with a small pair of horns protruding from her hair. She wore a black tank top and short pants. Her clothing wasn't fit for chaos. How about you wear proper clothing for once, Jaehwan said, in which woman scoffed and stared at Jaehwan's golden robe. You wear that old-fashioned robe and talk about my clothing. Gosh, these chaos people are so old-fashioned. This isn't your Morim, you fool. Jaehwan's expression turned sour, but the woman did not care and continued, wow, look at that, what skill is that? It's destroying everything. It's so cool. Serwin, have you come to just make me angry? Jaehwan let out his anger, but it was a calmer version of his usual self. He wasn't in a position to be angry against the woman. She was, in fact, the one who was behind the Golden Sky clan. She wasn't strong, but there was no one who would dare to oppose her in chaos. It was because she was the rarest race in the Great Lands. Nightmare Serwin. And she was the one of 500 high artisans in the Great Lands. I'm just here because I heard something interesting was going on. She watched the screen for a while and asked, I heard the Pearl General is here. Have you heard? Yes. Oh, then you know that he's not really a free agent, right? He lies about it, but he's actually from the 5th region. Jaehwan knew this very well. A few days ago, a powerful warrior appeared in the western fortress of Daryuder and decimated the army that he sent there. Jinong later found out who was responsible. The lesser general of the 5th region, Bang Chunir the Pearl General. First darkness and now the steel, where are their rules? It seemed that the lords now had an interest in chaos. The current person working for the Lord of Darkness was Jinong himself. But who was the Lord of Steel backing? Jinong guessed it was the man who attacked his army. However, Serwin continued, but he was killed by a clan leader. What? Oh, you didn't know this? You know, the Depth Expedition team, the Southern Sea clan leader from that team killed Chuna, Serwin casually said as she flipped through the pages of Chaos of this month. That is impossible. Jinong mumbled in disbelief. Chunir wasn't the strongest among the lesser generals, but he was second to none in chaos. That was my thought too. I mean, how dare they even touch the lords? Jinong then snatched the magazine from her hands. It was today's issue. He read through the pages and found that his feelings had become complicated. The lesser general was killed and it was Cayman. Jinong knew about clan leader Cayman. He's not powerful enough to even have a chance. Even if Cayman had the power to do so, he would not have done it knowing what might happen after killing someone of a lord of the Great Lands. Anyway, what are you going to do about that? Jinong looked up. Jaehwan and Changha were heading directly to the inner keep as they decimated everything in their way. What did the Lord of Darkness say? I haven't reported it yet. If the Lord of Darkness found out that Jinong had let the product roam freely until he had become a master, it would not end pretty for him. Are you going to leave him be? Hell, kill everything? She was right. The story of the Pearl General's loss was a concern, but Jinong too was now a 9th stage adapter. If he joined forces with his army of thousands, he would win. Serwin. What? Serwin looked at Jinong and shook her head. Wait, don't look at me like that. I've kept my side of the bargain. I got you the Black Cloud and even created that army of half-dead men. Jinong did not answer, so Serwin sighed and asked, then, will you make another deal? She said it as if she had been waiting for this moment all along. If you won't say anything, I'll block that for you. Half-dead man. A monster who had acquired greater power than just being a dead man, as it retained a bit of intelligence to utilize the power. But these were now, Kakaar, being wiped out mercilessly. You've become stronger, kid. The skill Jaehwan just used, which killed 6 of those half-dead men in one hit, was a normal stab. But it was now strong enough to kill 4 6-stage adapters at once. I don't think there's anyone better at stabbing than him throughout the entire Great Lands. Chunga thought. But we should save our energy. You know that Manticore is just a stopping point. Yeah. Awakeners were unlimited in their usage of spirit power, as they were out of the system. But it caused them to be burdened with mental fatigue, which seemed to be the penalty of not following the system. So they needed to save from exerting themselves until they reached the Palace of Reincarnation. But it doesn't seem it will be easy. They saw a few people flying at them. They were much stronger than any that they had killed so far. Most were at the 7th stage, with a few at the 8th stage. Changha's expression turned grim as he looked at the one in the center. Be careful. There's one as powerful as a lesser general. When they arrived, the man in the center, with a giant spear on his back, asked, Are you the Pathfinder? He was talking to Jaehwan. It was the nickname that he earned after the attack of Dead Man. And you are Doctor of Despair. Who are you? The man laughed. I had a name once. Changha then realized who it was. Are you Heinz the Righteous? You remember. You were a guard of Gorgon. Why are you in the Golden Sky clan? Heinz was a man of righteousness, unlike most people within chaos. He fought for the weak and always helped those in need. You don't belong in Golden Sky. Changha once healed him when he was injured in a fight between the 10 clan. Doctor, please teach me how to become stronger. You must know how if you're from Morim. However, Changha did not help him. He knew what Heinz was going through. It was the despair from being weak. It was what everyone filled with justice that had no power to keep it had to go through. I remember what you said that day. You told me to try. Did he say that? Changha couldn't remember. But doctor, did you know that trying is only allowed for those who can? Most people in chaos are not in the position to even try. And that's why you joined the Golden Sky clan. Heinz laughed. Doctor, I tried. It might be different from what you wanted me to do, but I tried. I tried to sell the righteousness I held dear and tried to protect all I loved. That's why I'm here. It's been 100 years, Heinz said. I'm not the righteous anymore. That weak second-stage adapter righteous died 100 years ago. 100 years, enough time for weak justice to become evil. I'm Heinz, the second rank of the Golden Sky clan. Chapter 77. Chapter 77 War of Revival 4. Master of Gorgon. The Legend of the Way Within the Waves. Pathfinder of the Impossible. Jaehwan's nicknames had changed multiple times within the month he arrived in Chaos. I heard you only use stab. Let's have a fight. Heinz did not like Jaehwan's nicknames. He had lived in Chaos for 200 years, but all he earned was weakness and a nickname, the Righteous, that was just mocking him for being nosy. I've been lived here for 200 years and am still nameless, but you who have only been here a month is what? He swung his spear into hundreds of directions at Jaehwan. High-grade skill 8 Fangs of Vulcan. Top-grade or high-grade skills had similar names, such as the 7 Swords of Akaram, or the 8 Fangs of Vulcan. These were all created by nightmare apprentices, or high artisan ranks, who then named the skills, but their power was more than just amusing. With the power of Dead Man, Heinz was now able to unleash the power of a top-grade skill instead of his regular high-grade skill. However, it didn't hurt Jaehwan at all. It's so you know how to fight, but I've got much more than that. Heinz began to attack frantically. He released powerful attacks enough to be considered a 9th stage adapter, but Jaehwan dodged them easily. It was hundreds of attacks with a power he got from throwing away everything in his life. And yet, why can't I get to him? His attacks did not even get close. As he attacked further, Heinz felt his entire body overwhelmed with pleasure. He was losing his mind. It was the side effect of wielding the power of Dead Man. As he used more and more of its power, it was turning him into a dead man. His attacks blinded everyone's sight as it covered all possible space. It was an attack that no one could dodge. However, someone spoke up. Let's stop now. The spear stopped. Jaehwan was still watching him silently. But how? Heinz, although he thought it was impossible, knew the reason why he lost his mind was to compensate for his fear. Then he realized. Ugh! Half of his body was gone. Pain struck him as Heinz concentrated his spirit power on the missing half. Tentacles began to form to recreate the missing half. Ugh! Regenerating half of a body was hard, even for the strongest half-dead man. It was a stab. Jaehwan was looking at him curiously. Heinz, we should fight together. Bant, the second strongest half-dead man, made a suggestion. Everyone attack. All of them attacked Jaehwan. All of the citizens of Manticore were already turning into dead men. There were millions of them, and they were sure that Jaehwan could not survive the millions of dead men attacking him. In fact, there were already many dead men coming out of the streets to attack him. Chaos is full of idiots. Jaehwan swung his sword, destroying tens of tentacles coming at him. All of you think that you tried. His second swing destroyed hundreds of tentacles. But none of you say you are trying. The number of dead men coming in was now too great. It was like a wave, an endless wave that would never stop. Jaehwan changed his stance. He thrust his sword forward. It wasn't a normal or strong stab. It was the extreme of all stabs, powerful enough to even distort space. The world shook at the energy and the ground trembled. Heinz looked on in shock. Impossible. The sudden giant ray of light destroyed hundreds of half-dead men, turning them into dust. They couldn't even scream. Way of the wave. The man stabbed again and again, against a never-ending wave. And it became a way. Heinz ran, just like all the other dead men. When the light overwhelmed him, he felt his life disappearing. At that moment, he was in a different world. The world that Jaehwan saw. Is this his unique world? There were countless corpses and a giant eye in the sky. When Heinz looked at the eye looked back. The giant eye watched over everything in the world. The truth of the world. Heinz realized what that eye symbolized, what that man was fighting for. Heinz was shocked and found hope. If I didn't give up, if I was still the righteous, would I be on the same path, following this man's dream? Those were his last thoughts in his dying moment. Just a bit longer. And then, the world faded. You monster. You just destroyed Manticore's thousands of years of history. Chung-ha spoke as he watched the attack penetrating into the inner keep in the distance. I should call it a world stab now. Cut the nonsense and let's move. It's not nonsense. How did you do that just now? Chung-ha clearly saw that the place where the stab touched distorted into his unique world. Chung-ha never saw anyone, not even from the 4th or 5th step awakeners from rupture use such skills. I just did it with all my might. The world was destroyed just because of that. Chung-ha frowned, but Jaehwan was not lying. At least it was his most powerful attack. However, Jaehwan wasn't satisfied. It is powerful. Jaehwan had stabbed continuously even after he got out of the tower. But after a while, he realized more stabs didn't mean anything to him now. More stabs won't make me grow. His thoughts became concrete as he heard information about awakening from Chung-ha, and by helping Kamen onto the path of being awakened, there should be a next step. Chung-ha had mentioned that there were people who had advanced from the 3rd step, but he didn't know how. Jaehwan tried hard to find a clue on how to get there while they trained, but he just couldn't get it. At least it will be easy. I think the Golden Sky Leader got hit by that attack too. I don't feel any power that equals a lesser general. Are you okay? Jaehwan shook his head. It's okay. I can do it a few more times. Jaehwan spoke as he walked forward. Then, they stopped as a voice came from the front. Oh, I guess I'm too late. A woman appeared through a distorted portal. She had pink hair with horns and a black tank top. What a sight. What did you do to scare those half-dead men? Chung-ha became pale. Dimensional interference. There were a lot of skills that allowed one to disappear or jump into space, but distorting space itself was not even in the list of top-grade skills. This was only considering the skills of top grade. There were skills that were more powerful than that. Special grade skill warp. Chung-ha knew the only race who knew how to use this skill. He had seen it multiple times, 900 years ago. Chapter 78. Chapter 78 War of Revival 5. Manticore Fortress was destroyed, leaving hundreds of half-dead men crying in shock at the loss they faced. But Serwyn felt nothing. She had already seen it too many times. She hadn't lived as long as the Masters, but she recently was getting sick of living. Maybe I'm going through another suicidal season. Nightmares had a period of time called suicidal season. It was when nightmares became indifferent to everything in the world and were tempted to kill themselves to find a way out of the dullness. However, Nightmare Serwyn, who had lived for 2,000 years, had found something that was not dull. Someone with enough power to destroy a fortress. She had faced many awakeners and was even chased by them a few times, yet she had never seen such an attack with a stab powerful enough to distort a world. He cracked the adapter world just by using physical means. How solid is his unique world? Serwyn knew there were more powerful attacks that could do much more damage. The lords over the 10th stage or 4th step awakeners could easily cause more destruction, but even they could not destroy a world. Destroying it was different from just opening up a unique world. It was not vulnerable enough to be destroyed by someone's will or imagination. If one part went missing, it would be replaced with another. It was like nature or the cosmos. It wasn't something that could be fought against by a single being. That was the adapter world, or the system. However, that man made a crack in it. Or maybe it was good to even call it a way. Serwyn felt a surge of excitement as soon as she saw it. The smell coming from the man was also familiar. He had the smell of a nightmare whom she admired and was jealous of at the same time. "What are you?" she asked. She was flushed and her body heated up. It was a typical trait that nightmares had when they became curious. "And what are you?" Serwyn was shocked. "You don't know me." "No." Serwyn asked again, angrily. "You don't read the Hot 10 of this week or Top of the Top." Jaehwan was confused as Serwyn became even angrier. "Don't you have holograms at home?" Serwyn couldn't believe it. Be it adapters, awakeners, or lords, everyone in the Great Lands knew her. She was, after all, one of the most well-known nightmares among the 500 high artisans or nightmares who often appeared on mass media, and was always the one who ranked the first in popularity polls in Little Brother. She was Serwyn Armelt, the alluring fire. Chung-ha coughed and spoke. "Kid, she's a nightmare." "Nightmare? Yeah, a famous one." Jaehwan turned. She was nothing like the demon-like figure that Jaehwan had imagined. And a black tank top and short pants, those were clothing that he saw back on Earth during the summer. If it wasn't for the horns, he would have believed that she was a human. "And you knew?" "Of course I do." Chung-ha spoke as he glanced at Serwyn's slender body. "Every man in chaos knows her." Serwyn suddenly became serious. "Hey, old man. Thank you for introducing me, but you should watch your mouth if you want to live long." She was fuming. "All nightmares are different races. You should know that if you lived that long." Sometimes nightmares did not like being called a nightmare just because they were not really a nightmare. Nightmare was just represented the combined race of very rare races with certain similar characteristics. "My name is Serwyn Armelt. I'm not just a nightmare." Chunda frowned. "All nightmares are like that. They look okay outside, but they're all stuck up. But it's my first time seeing her in person. I guess it's true that she looks different from videos." Jaehwan then looked at Serwyn. "Nightmare." He did hear that Golden Sky had a nightmare with them. Then he remembered he had been looking for a nightmare before he became the master of Gorgon. He needed to ask a few things. He wanted to ask how to get to the depth, or about the first nightmare that was at the top of Tree of Imagery, but he didn't have the time right now. I see. It would be great if you would move out of the way now, Jaehwan commented. Serwin flinched as it was the first time she had been treated this way and she bit her lip. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Why? Because I was asked to stop you. Me? Well, the one who asked is probably on the verge of dying. Serwin spoke as she glanced over at the fortress. Jaehwan readied his sword. Then I have no choice. Wait. Chapter 79. Chapter 79 War of Revival 6. Serwin quickly shouted as Jaehwan readied his sword. She pondered what to say, but she ended up saying what she shouldn't have. How about you become my product? Jaehwan thrust forward. The attack destroyed everything in its path, but Serwin teleported right before she was struck. Jaehwan's eyes narrowed. Whoa, I almost died. She was on the roof of the building on the left. She shouted at Jaehwan. Hey, can you stop that for a second? You know what situation you are in, right? Jaehwan's expression became grim. There was a reason why Jaehwan was using full force in doing things. He felt terrifying energy approaching from far away, from the direction of the Palace of Reincarnation. The Lords have found out. Some of them were probably the greater generals that he had heard of before. Serwin continued, Darkness is after you. I don't know who you are, but you must know what it means to be chased after by a lord, right? Serwin continued quickly, scared of any further attacks. But I can hide you. I'll make it so that darkness can't touch you. You know about the decree, right? Lords can't touch nightmares. No, I mean me. If you become my property, no one would dare to touch you. It seemed that what she said was true. However, Jaehwan's reply was the same either way. No, I see. Serwin nodded, having already guessed the outcome. Oh well, I guess I'll have to take you in by force. She disappeared. Jaehwan heard Changha's warning, be careful. He then felt the land changing, sucking in stones and rocks. Then it all became sand, which turned into snakes made of sand, which started charging quickly at Jaehwan. Is that her skill too? Jaehwan had never seen such a thing since he entered Chaos. He did see Beastline do something similar with the tower's control panel, but it wasn't on this scale. It's magic, it's their power. Jaehwan stabbed the snakes as he heard Changha's shout. But the destroyed snakes that went alive in the first place quickly reformed themselves to attack. Jaehwan chased after Serwin while being chased by the snakes. Jaehwan then felt his body becoming heavy all of a sudden. All the buildings around him were being crushed down towards him. He tried to dodge it, but the debris was being pulled towards him as if Jaehwan was some kind of a magnet. Magic. It was a power that only nightmares could use. She's distorting gravity. All the rocks were stuck against Jaehwan. The nightmare was planning to imprison him within a cell of rocks. I won't let you do that. Jaehwan used all the spirit power coming out from his pores as stabs. The spirit energy that was released like a porcupine destroyed all the rocks. Then, a snake jumped at Jaehwan, swallowing him. He was sent down into the stomach, and in the next moment, the snake exploded as Jaehwan jumped out from it. Impossible. Jaehwan quickly jumped between the rocks to run to Serwin, changing imagination into reality. You're a monster. Serwin smiled, even with her arms and legs that had been penetrated. It was done. Gravity turned back to normal and the snakes were destroyed. You should surrender. He had no intention to kill her. He knew she wasn't trying to kill him, and besides, she was a nightmare. If he could take her alive, she might be a valuable asset on the way to the depth. Yet Serwin's expression looked strange surrender. Serwin wasn't surprised. Before Jaehwan realized something was wrong, Serwin disappeared and walked behind Jaehwan, hugging him strongly. Then she melted away, altering the surrounding environment. Something had started from that hug. Unique world, no. It's a hallucination. Jaehwan then realized he had faced this before. 8 gates of hell. It was the hallucination skill he had faced before. He calmly took a step into the world. It was a world that felt real, but it wasn't much to Jaehwan as he had cleared this place before. All he needed to do was to kill those who approached and destroy all the gates until it ended. Jaehwan quickly destroyed all the gates up to the 5th one. Whoa, you know about this skill? There was surprise in her voice, but she laughed before she spoke. But it will be different from the fake one you know. Her next sentence faded away as it echoed. 8 gates of hell made by a nightmare. Jaehwan was now at the 7th gate. However, the 7th gate was actually the last in the skill. The 8th gate remained as a kind of reward for the one who managed to go through everything. So if the 7th gate was completed, the skill would terminate automatically. Jaehwan did not know that after this skill had been created, no one had gone past the 7th gate. The 7th gate, hell of self-reflection. As he walked in, he saw the backs of many figures. It looked familiar and strange at the same time, but when they turned around, he realized why he felt it that way. Thousands of Jaehwans were looking at him. Chapter 80. Chapter 80 War of Revival 7. The 7th Gate of the 8 Gates of Hell. Within the great white room were thousands of Jaehwan. He expected to face something of this sort, but guessing and facing reality was very different. It was weird to look at himself, as Jaehwan had no chance to see himself in a mirror these days. Did he look like that? As he took a closer look, they all seemed to have different clothing or different features. Some seemed to be the same age while others looked younger or older. Out of the thousands of Jaehwan, one of them asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Jaehwan felt it was weird to even answer that. Jaehwan. "I see. And so am I." With that, voices echoed from all around. "Who are you?" Jaehwan. "I see. And so am I. And so am I, and so." All of them stared at Jaehwan. And as they kept on talking for a while, one of them turned and asked, "Who are you?" Jaehwan pulled out his sword. Jaehwan felt like he was getting tired. There were tens of Jaehwan on the ground behind him. He frowned as he jumped back to keep a distance. This is crazy. Nothing was working. If he used suspicion, they used suspicion. And if he used understanding, they used understanding. He even tried using strong stab, but had to stop when he was faced with hundreds of Jaehwans posing to launch a strong stab at him. That would kill me. These enemies went like any he had faced so far. Luckily, there was no Jaehwan stronger than himself, but it wasn't easy to fight against hundreds of awakened Jaehwans. After dodging a few stabs, Jaehwan deflected dozens of other stabs from behind and used strong slash against the Jaehwan charging at him. It worked wonderfully as they all were Jaehwan who only knew how to stab. But after doing it for a few times, the Jaehwans in front seemed to have learned the pattern, and immediately dodged as Jaehwan slashed. It was another Jaehwan that got struck, the one in a green military uniform. Jaehwan frowned as he saw the uniform. Out of all those Jaehwans, there was a Jaehwan from his days on Earth. a Jaehwan who did not know anything about the Tower of Nightmares. Arg! As he slashed his old self, he felt his conscience blurring into white. It was when he was just 20 years old. Jaehwan realized it was his memory right before he was summoned into the Tower of Nightmares. I'm sorry, Sergeant Jaehwan, I'm sorry. There was a man with a rank of private first class. He was crying. Jaehwan realized he knew this man. He then glanced around. There were soldiers and officers lying around, bleeding from gunshot wounds. He felt his hair rising. He knew what this memory was. Sarge, I tried, I really did, you know this. There was a rifle in his hand, with empty shells scattered around him. Bastards. Jaehwan walked toward the man. He didn't know what to do, but he still walked forward anyway. Don't come closer, I don't want to kill you too. The man aimed at Jaehwan. If you were me. The man did not continue. It seemed that he knew the question meant nothing anymore. He then put the nozzle in his mouth. Thank you for everything. A gun was fired and the man fell. Blood and liquids oozed out from his skull. Jaehwan then realized that he wasn't killed by his own gun. There were soldiers approaching in the distance, with helicopter floodlights on Jaehwan. He silently raised his hands, and the memory stopped there. Jaehwan came back to his senses. That event happened right before he entered the tower. Jaehwan was the only one who survived the incident. All of the high-ranking officers within the battalion were terminated and Jaehwan was put on trial. It had been proven that he wasn't involved in the bullying of the soldiers, so he was locked up in military detention for 15 days and then was summoned into the tower right after. It was a memory he did not want to think about. The soldier. What was his name? Among his thoughts, Jaehwan realized that maybe it was since then that he had come to hate the system. He could have saved him. Even before coming into the tower, his world was full of systems. The world oppressed each individual with a giant system. As Jaehwan defeated each Jaehwan, a memory was recovered. They were all forgotten, but there were painful memories. It was the memories that he had forgotten after becoming a third-step awakener. Jaehwan. His parents. Thank you, Yi. His friends. Sarge. The soldier. We were lucky to have you, Jaehwan. The friends who accompanied him until the end of the tower. Jaehwan. All the memories and times that he had abandoned them. Save us. Damn it. Jaehwan mumbled as he looked at the thousands of remaining Jaehwans. This was, after all, a real hell. He had to kill himself in order to move forward. All the memories that he recalled made him suffer. All those memories asked the same question. Who are you? Jaehwan stopped his sob for the first time. Who am I? He suddenly felt lonely. Who are you? He did ask the question once, but it was never this extreme that he had to face the question. Who are you? He thought it was violent. Who are you? And he thought it was sad at the same time. It was the question to which he could not answer. I am. He felt like he was being sucked into the depths of himself. His conscience was slowly being pulled into a place where he would never escape anymore. It was in front of him. There was a reason why nightmares were collectively called as one race, even when they were comprised of various races. It was because of their double edge. Even when they hated being called just a nightmare, they were proud to be considered as a nightmare when its races could be praised. Serwin was one such nightmare. All skills are created and owned by nightmares. Most of the skills were, in fact, created by nightmares. That was why skills used by a nightmare had much more powerful results. Serwin knew she had won as soon as Jaehwan walked into the seventh gate. The 8 Gates of Hell was an infamous skill even amongst nightmares. This was a legendary skill created by one of the 13 master nightmares, her godfather. This skill had a better result if the caster's mental state was more durable. It's a terrible skill. Serwyn shook as she knew the true power of this skill. What is the worst hell in the world? This skill was the perfect answer to that. She once again realized how great her godfather was and how much he knew about life. The worst hell is oneself. Nightmares knew this better than anyone. They were the ones that lived the longest, if not forever, and fought against their consciousness that even made them kill themselves in many cases. Serwyn hugged Jaehwan, who had a hollow look on his face. Don't worry, I won't let you die. Awakeners were especially weak against this skill. It was because they were reminded of those memories that they had forgotten after becoming awakened. Serwyn had experience subduing awakeners with this skill, but it was then that something fell from her nose. Huh! The liquid dripped from her nose down onto Jaehwan's shoulder. The blood then turned into powder and disappeared. What? It was impossible. Having a nosebleed meant the caster's power while using the hallucination skill was at its limit. Impossible I at the limit. The power equaled to how long the caster had lived. The longer the caster lived, the more powerful the skill would be, but these skills also had weaknesses. Rebound. If the target had greater power, the mental damage that was directed at the target would be directed back at the caster. No way, I have lived for 2,000 years. She began to bleed profusely now and she felt dizzy. Serwyn focused. What was happening? When she looked inside, she couldn't help but be terrified. Thousands of consciousnesses were fighting against one. Thousands. It wasn't right. The number of consciousnesses equaled to how long the target lived. One who had lived 50 years would fight 100 and 100 years would fight 200. But thousands. How long did he live? Serwyn realized it was her who would faint if this went on for any longer. But then, the skill changed. Something was happening to the 7th gate. It wasn't related to her power. Wait, how did he? The sound of destruction was heard. The 7th gate was being destroyed. Chapter 81. Chapter 81 War of Revival 8. It happened when he was teaching Kamen. Kamen had asked what awakening was and Chung-ha answered. Being awakened is like being given sight. What do you mean? The ability to see means power itself. Kamen didn't understand, but Jaehwan did. Being awakened was being allowed to see the truth of the world. Awakeners looked at the rating, the truth of the world, and the particles that composed the world. They knew how to read the data that adapters could not see. It even allowed them to look at themselves in a very different way. That was the 3rd step of being awakened. It basically meant freedom from bodily limitations and to see things differently. That was why it allowed them to bring energy from the world itself to grant them infinite amounts of spirit power. You have to worry about being blinded. Chung-ha reminded Jaehwan multiple times. Awakeners can see all, but sometimes it does you no good. What do you mean? One who sees it all becomes blinded eventually. I don't get it. Jaehwan did not understand, but now he knew. Where am I? He blinked his eyes, but he couldn't see anything. His body was heavy and he felt nothing. Then he realized where he was. This was a space. Why was he in space? Wasn't he fighting against himself until just now? However, there was no one around. It was pitch black. Then he saw a light. A star? No, it wasn't a star. Jaehwan focused to see what it was. After looking at it for a long time, he finally realized what it was. It was his memories. Jaehwan, are you going to try again? The memory of meeting Jay in the Tower of Nightmares. Who are you, really? The memory of meeting Mino in the forest. What do you think I lack? The memory of Michael. All of his memories and stories were stuck together in the form of a star. It shone continuously upon Jaehwan, but it was too far for him to reach. Jaehwan then realized what the space was. It was his consciousness. The memories kept sending him light and messages, but he couldn't see or hear any of them. He didn't want to. He was just too tired. That was when Jaehwan realized what Changha had talked about. One who sees too much becomes blinded. One who hears too much becomes dull. However, Jaehwan did not want to change anything. He quietly crouched, floating within the vast cosmos. It was comforting. I did my best. Nobody would have come this far. Jaehwan was comfortable there. But then he realized he was still holding onto his sword. As he tried to let go, the silence broke from a vibration. It was a cry from the sword. It didn't ask or force anything on Jaehwan. It just cried. Jaehwan listened to the sound for a long time. He felt that the sound of crying would give him an answer. Who am I? The sword answered. With a vibration. It wasn't even an answer, nor was it a message. It was unexplainable and unreasonable, but it was an answer. It wasn't the right answer, but a response that did not put Jaehwan into loneliness. Jaehwan held onto the sword. Then, he felt something new filling his heart. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Then the stars asked him, "Who are you?" Jaehwan looked down at his sword. Who am I? He did not know the answer, but he could still respond to it. Jaehwan walked toward the light. The light looked at him. The sword moved. It wasn't a stab nor slash. It was just a line. Jaehwan followed the line. The stars were connected and memories came back to its place. Jaehwan, as he traveled through stars, went through all of those memories. His memories, long forgotten with over 1,000 years of stabs, were now coming back to him. This is me. Jaehwan opened his eyes again. He felt like he was full of energy. I've reached the next step. The fourth step. His first step allowed him to find the faults of the system, the second allowed him to understand, and the third freed him from the system. Then what was the fourth? He couldn't find the keyword that defined the fourth step yet. So, he didn't know what power it held. He just knew he had reached a new level. But I need to get out of here. It was apparent that seventh gate was finished as he couldn't find any more of himself. As the skill name suggested, however, there should have been the eighth gate. Jaehwan looked around and found a door in the corner of the room. There was another room. So, this is the eighth gate. He walked in. It was empty, other than a table in the center. On top of it was a book. Record of the Death. Jaehwan then realized the eighth gate wasn't a trial, but a place for a reward. He opened the book. This is a memory of my failure. I send my message to you who finished all the gates of hell. Jaehwan thought, I guess it's the records of the nightmare that created this skill. Jaehwan flipped through the pages. As he did so, he couldn't believe what he had read. The contents were unexpected to say the least. I still remember the day when the Death Expedition team first departed. This is... The book contained the records of the Death Expedition team 900 years ago. Jaehwan flipped through the pages and turned to the end of the book. The author's name was at the bottom. As he stared at the name, he felt he was struck by a bolt of lightning. It was the name he had been looking for all this time, the being that had led him to chaos. Mulak Armelt. A sharp slash destroyed 2 dead men. Chang'e cursed. God damn it. He had Jaehwan in one arm, and Serwan on his back, tied to his waist as he flew up in the sky. He swung his sword yet again. Chang'e then stepped on the head of the dead man he had just killed before it disappeared, and jumped towards a high building nearby. Chang'e broke into the window and placed Jaehwan and Serwan on the floor. Kid, wake up. It was obvious that the skill had been broken as Serwan fell unconscious, but Jaehwan was not waking up. Ku. The nightmare also didn't seem to want to wake up either. He had been carrying her just in case, but it seemed that both the caster and the target were unconscious. We don't have time. The situation was dire. There were multiple beings with powerful spirit energy already at the outer walls of Manticore. Palace of Reincarnation. He had already sent an emergency message to Gorgon. If they were caught in their ambush, it had to be an all-out war. And if they didn't need to worry about being found out, they could use the teleport station and it would allow them to come within a few hours. At least there should be a few more awakeners to fight. Maybe we have a chance. Chang'e tried to calm his mind, but the powers that were approaching were too great. As they got closer, Chang'e found out that the power of the enemy was greater than he imagined. Impossible. Lesser General, no. It wasn't the power of a mere Lesser General. Chang'e peeked out through the broken window. There were generals moving in. And as he looked on, Chang'e felt his body shake in fear. No, why is he in chaos? There was a being that should not be there. It can't be. The palace does not have a greater general. A greater general or higher was too important of an asset to spend time in chaos. They didn't die often and was given priority to be revived if they did. However, they were here. The second rank of 3 general ranks. Even among them, he was one of the top as an 11th stage adapter and a member of the renowned family Samang. Samang Garam. He, 2 other greater generals, and tens of lesser generals were flying towards Manticore. In the next moment, Garam found Chang'e hiding within the building. There you are. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. King of Chaos 1. 10 days had passed since the war that was later called the War of Revival. The meeting room within Gorgon Keep was filled with many leaders and officers of Gorgon Fortress. Uran Chiver, the Chancellor, spoke while deeply sighing. Please go ahead with your report. We'll begin with the 1st Battalion of Carpedim. The Liberation Army Carpedim. The leader of the 1st Battalion stood. He was once called Carlton the Stubborn, Carlton Harvier. He was now a fully fledged 3rd Step Awakener. After being trained for 200 years by Cayman within the tower, he was now more powerful than anyone else other than Cayman within Gorgon. Yes, sir. According to our remaining troops. Just the casualties, please. Yes, sir. Carlton then calmly prepared and projected a hologram video in the center of the meeting room. We have 12 2nd Step Awakeners dead and half the battalion was killed. I see. The chart on the hologram showed the number of dead and wounded. Then, the reports went on with the other battalions. The last one to report was Shin Mu-kyuk. He was now a 9th stage adapter and the leader of the 7th Battalion. And that is our current situation. After all the reports were made, Uran was at a loss for words. He had expected it, but the number of casualties was still beyond his expectations. We lost half in just 10 days. 10 days ago, there were about 300 awakeners that departed Gorgon after receiving word from Chang'e. Among them were 12 3rd Step Awakeners and 80 of 2nd Step Awakeners. They thought they would win. Maybe it was because they saw Cayman defeat the Pearl General. They had just seen a third step awakener defeat a lesser general. And now they had 12 of those third step awakeners. People thought, we can do this. Even after fighting head-on for the first time, they thought they were going to win. They had some struggles, but the first battle was a victory. After that, for 2 days straight, the Liberation Army successfully drove out the army from Palace of Reincarnation and successfully managed to drive them back up to the wall of Manticore Fortress. The people of Gorgon thought they had already won. Some even considered that they had defeated the Palace of Reincarnation already. But that was it. With the appearance of the generals who had stayed behind in the palace, things changed rapidly. Along with Semang-Garam, the 3 greater generals turned the tides. On the 4th day of the war, Gorgon had lost a total of 5 third-step awakeners. The might of the greater generals was just too overwhelming. And by the 10th day, the forces of Palace of Reincarnation was right at the gates of Gorgon Fortress. They had lost many friends, but they weren't even given time to mourn. Chancellor, we will not be able to do this any longer. It was Yang, the new third step awakener who had lost his left arm in previous battle. Yuan turned to him and watched. He couldn't say anything. It was Asa Lindcroft who spoke instead. We don't have anywhere else to go. Chaos cannot win. Everyone had realized this already. Maybe if we accept the palace's offer. There was an offer from Palace of Reincarnation. It was thrown at them when their forces arrived in front of Gorgon 2 days ago. Hand over your master and the tower you are using. If you hand them over, we will not seek punishment for all your atrocities. However, there were some who did not give up. We cannot do that. It was Cayman. We will not give up our master, he declared. We will find a way. Don't think your eye is all-powerful. Even if you can't see it, there will be a way. Do not trust your skill too much, Acer. But we have no chance. You know this very well. Acer then turned to Urin. How about we ask for help from another lord? Another lord? Who are you talking about, exactly? The Lord of Steel, for example. The ruler of the 5th region, Hayu, the Lord of Steel. As far as I know, all those generals are from the darkness. They're all from the 9th region. Yurin then realized what she was trying to talk about. As most people know, the 5th and 9th regions are longtime enemies. You want them to fight over us? Yes. Besides, we have a messenger from the Lord of Steel himself. A messenger? Yuan frowned. She is being held a prisoner in our Gorgon keep. If you have forgotten. I know. If we free her and try to talk to her, it will not end that easily. Hayu is not the type of lord to retaliate for that. Master of Dryad, let me remind you of the most important fact that you are forgetting. Yuan glanced over at Cayman and continued, we have killed the Pearl General, his messenger. No, we did not kill him. The ones that are brought into chaos by narrow door just return to their bodies when they die in chaos. But it doesn't change anything. The Steel won't be happy that the Pearl General was defeated. Even then, and even if the Lord of Steel has the intention to help us, we cannot ask a lord to help us. Yurin declared, chaos can only be liberated when we do it ourselves. The people turned silent. They all had thought up of one man that gave them that very idea. Cayman spoke. The master, is he not back yet? In the healer room of Gorgon Keep, there were 3 people. You wake him up if you made him go to sleep. What kind of hallucination makes him sleep for 10 days? Ugh, can you stop the lecturing? Aren't you a doctor? Why don't you try waking him up then? Serwan replied angrily as she watched Jaehwan. Chang'e then shouted back. I would have done it if I could already, you worthless. Worthless, wasn't I the one who saved your ass back there? Changha couldn't object. When the building was about to be destroyed by the greater general's skill, Serwin, who woke up just in time, used warp to teleport all of them out. Ugh, I mean, it was a dangerous situation for sure. It really was Serwin who saved their lives, but Changha did not want to agree to that. No way, it is I who saved you. What? Did you forget who protected you when you fainted? Serwin flinched. She certainly did faint when the skill was broken. It would have damaged her spirit if it wasn't for Changha who protected her. Well, I guess that makes us even then. Serwin agreed, and Changha became awkward. He then glanced back at Jaehwan and asked, "But why did you save us? Didn't you have ties to darkness?" Chapter 83. Chapter 83, King of Chaos 2. Serwin was a nightmare who had a contract with Golden Sky. It was now obvious that Golden Sky had the Lord of Darkness as their sponsor. It also meant that Serwin had a connection to the Lord of Darkness. Who cares? Why would I give a crap about that stupid contract when I found a man who completed the 8 gates of hell? 8 gates of hell, was that the skill you used on him? Yeah. Changha was confused. How did that crappy skill make him fall asleep for this long? Crappy? Serwin became angered. The 8 gates of hell is an epic skill. Even the disciples' kids use it. What about the skill makes it epic? Disciples, oh. Serwin added, "Yeah, I remember. I taught them the skill 700 years ago." Changha became shocked. He then realized it was about 700 years ago when the disciples' clan began using the skill. The skill is not made for humans to use. Only nightmares can use it to its true potential. But that didn't make sense. Why did she teach humans then? Why, I wanted someone to unravel the skills. Unravel? Serwin nodded. No one, as far as I know, had broken the skill so far. No way. I've seen the skill being broken many times already. You mean the skill used by humans? Changha couldn't object. Like most hallucination skills, when the target has a stronger mind than the caster, the skill is destroyed. But what is destroyed is the caster's mind, not the skill itself. Changha realized immediately that meant the 8 gates of hell was like a sword that never broke. Even if the master who wielded the sword died from a strike, the sword itself would not break. If a master nightmare uses it, not even those lords can break out of it. Changha was shocked. It meant that Jaehwan could have ended up in a far worse state. Serwin wasn't a master, but she was a high artisan. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, he's safe. What do you mean? He broke the skill. He completed the entire trial and managed to reach the 8th gate. Oh, just so you know, the 8th gate is like a reward. It rewards you with great things if you can get there. Changha then realized why Serwin saved them, despite breaching her contract with the Lord of Darkness, and kept visiting Jaehwan. Jaehwan, of the Disciples' clan, once told Changha about the skill. If someone reaches the 8th gate, that one will be the King of Chaos. Changha asked, "What is in there?" "A relic left by my godfather." A relic? Changha then saw Serwin's expression change. She seemed shocked. "What are you?" Changha realized where she was looking at. Jaehwan was waking up. Jaehwan heard Changha recount what had happened while he was asleep. "Wait, where are you going?" "Meeting room." "No, you cannot go there right now. There are people that are thinking of handing you over to the palace." "Handing me over?" Changha sighed and explained. "I see. So it came down to that. Jaehwan, ignoring Changha's efforts to stop him, walked up to the meeting room. Everyone in the room was shocked to see Jaehwan. Master. Jaehwan looked around silently and then spoke. I'm going. What are you talking about? I'm going to the Palace of Reincarnation. A declaration. Everyone then realized why he had said that. The master had heard everything that had happened. Jaehwan immediately rose up and shouted, "No, you cannot do that. Jaehwan, sit down." Yang spoke without any energy. Some others, including Yang, couldn't bear to look up at Jaehwan. Jaehwan knew what it meant. It's okay. Don't blame yourselves. No one was able to speak out. Some had put their faces into their hands, while some closed their eyes and turned away. Anger and sadness filled the room. After a while, Yang stood up, while still looking down to avoid meeting eyes with Jaehwan. I hate you. He was now looking directly at Jaehwan with teary eyes. You gave us life, freedom, and hope. Do you know that many died while you were asleep? If we were not given life, freedom, or hope, they would not have died. Jaehwan looked around. Jaehwan wasn't there. I am sorry. Why did you appear? What for? Yang couldn't ask those questions. Jaehwan questioned himself as he watched the man's tears. Had he done the right thing? He couldn't answer. But still Yang continued, we need you. And that was the start. All the officers stood up. Don't go, master. You must stay with us. The people who were arguing to hand over Jaehwan up until now were standing up and shouting, we will fight, we will die fighting. Changha, who was watching all this from behind, looked at Jaehwan. You have given them something too valuable. Changha realized that these people would do anything to protect what they had been given. Jaehwan looked at all those people and spoke. I think you all are mistaken. I'm not going there to surrender. Huh. Jaehwan laughed. The people then realized it was that laugh that had they wanted to see all this time. The one man who never ceased fighting, however great the enemy was. The one who made miracles with his own 2 hands. They had waited for Jaehwan to appear and tell them, I'm going to wipe them out. Chapter 84. Chapter 84, King of Chaos 3. Everyone was shocked to hear Jaehwan's declaration, but he wasn't one to bluff. Is that possible? The officers knew how powerful the great generals were. They were beings that couldn't be fought against even with the combined power of all the Awakeners gathered. And there were 3 of them. Are you serious? I'm always serious. You will wipe out the Palace of Reincarnation. Yeah. Everyone who gathered began to laugh hollowly. They had been discussing, thinking of how to deal with this crisis for days. Now, the master was that kind of a man, one who was calm against the impossible. The people who were gripped with despair until just now finally had hope again. Nightmare Serwin, who was watching this from the back, became curious. He's really interesting. Serwin had seen many heroes who faced the reality. Many times, they were a symbol of hope, but they eventually failed against reality. Serwin knew, this man, even if he acted like this now, he would soon be defeated by the reality. Even now, someone should be standing up to object. Then, we should go now. Take me with you. What? Take me? Huh. We shall kill them all, right now. People were rising up as the atmosphere in the meeting room grew frantic. It seemed like the entire world was standing up. Serwin was astonished. They're all out of their minds. She heard something weird was going on in chaos. The rumor that people began shouting words such as freedom, life, or liberation. Why now? Because of this one man. She couldn't understand. Maybe she would never understand, as she was a nightmare who had lived, and would live, for a long, long time. Ugh, these humans. Well, I don't care. Serwin's only purpose was to find out the secret of the 8th gate from Jaehwan. She was curious as to what her godfather had left in that place. But it was also Jaehwan who quieted down the meeting room. I thank you all for your enthusiasm, but only 4 will go, including me. Everyone became silent. Me, Chungha, and Cayman will be going. Cayman was overjoyed. It's an honor, Master. Chungha ranted in annoyance, but he didn't seem to dislike it all that much. I guess you can't do anything without me. The people who went called out were unsatisfied. Some shouted, "This is not possible. Just 4 cannot possibly." As everyone became noisy, Jaehwan quickly spoke. 4 is enough. Besides, all of you have other duties. Other duties? I think you all are mistaken. Taking out the Palace of Reincarnation isn't the end of everything. Jaehwan continued. People quieted down and began to focus. What do you think will happen if we destroy the palace? Chaos will be united under Gorgon. But what will happen then? What would happen next? Everyone became confused. They had not thought about that. It was Asa Lindcroft who answered the question. There will be forces that will oppose Gorgon's rule. Right. Acer felt goosebumps. Jaehwan was confident in uniting chaos. He's already thinking about what will happen after the Palace of Reincarnation. Jaehwan was confident in wiping out the palace. Acer was shocked. It was her first time seeing Jaehwan face to face. Cayman had talked highly of him multiple times, but Jaehwan was much more than that. She couldn't even read his future with her skill. Where would he eventually end up in the end? Jaehwan said, Gorgon will have to face many militia groups after that. You are saying that we have to prepare our forces to handle that so the depth expedition team can embark on their journey. Right. You're smart. Smart. No one had spoken in such a way during the past 900 years to Acer. But Acer had unknowingly blushed at such rude words. Yang then raised his hand to ask, Master, I don't understand. Do you propose that we prepare to fight those future militias and not fight the palace which is right in front of us? I'm not only talking about the militias. Do you think our war against the lords will be over if we destroy the palace? Yang frowned. But if we destroy the narrow door, they can't come into. Narrow door is just an object that allows you to enter chaos without being dead. You certainly know that it is not the true way of coming into chaos. Yang was shocked. Jaehwan was right. Chaos was not our place that one who enter using the narrow door. But that there's no chance that they would. We have to prepare for everything. There was a low possibility, but there was still a chance that the forces of the 12 lords would kill themselves to invade chaos. If that is your wish, I understand. Yang agreed as Acer asked, Master of Gorgon, you forgot to mention one more thing. What is it? You said you are taking 4, but you only called out 3 names. Who is the last one? Everyone became silent. They were thinking that they still had a chance to be called. Acer also seemed to be eager for that chance. However, it was someone they had not thought about. The last one is her. The woman who was watching from the outside opened her eyes in shock. What me? It was Serwin Armelt. In a room with a white floor, pink-colored walls, and various ornaments, Serwin stood in the center while accessing a control panel in front of her. How did I get sucked into doing this? She thought of what happened a while ago. What in not going there? She thought something was wrong. She just had betrayed the Lord of Darkness. Yet Jaehwan wanted her to go and attack the palace. Don't you want to know what was inside the 8th gate? Serwin turned pale. I'll tell you if you help me. It was an offer she could not refuse. How did he know that is what I'm after? She couldn't even think because she was too shocked. How should I help you then? Teleport us into the palace. Teleport how? Use your skill, warp. It was the skill that only nightmares could use. The people then realized why she had been chosen. That's not possible. You cannot warp to a place that far. And we have too many. Warp was a skill that allowed the user to teleport to a place where the user had been to before, but it had a limited range. Jaehwan shook his head. You can do it. No, I can't. Jaehwan narrowed his eyes. Even with your personal lab. Chapter 85. Chapter 85 King of Chaos 4. Serwin turned grim. Personal lab was a dimensional place that all nightmares had. It was a place where they worked to build their creations. Bring us to your personal lab and then use the warp drive. Then we can teleport. Serwin was shocked. He was right. The personal lab also worked as a secret hideout for nightmares and had warp drive installed to allow them to teleport to far places. But how could a human know such a thing? It's not important how I know. What's important is that you can do it. However, Serwin couldn't agree to the idea anyway. I can't. Why? Because she couldn't explain well. It was something very personal. The personal lab was a very private place. No nightmares invited others to their personal labs. To nightmares, exposing their personal lab was even more embarrassing than dancing naked in front of thousands of people. Damn it. Okay. Either way, she still had to agree. Even if it was exposing her personal lab, she wanted to know what was inside the 8th gate, and was thus the result. Serwin finished working on her control panel and looked back. Hey, I'm done setting up. We will not be at the palace. Serwin couldn't finish. The 3 men were now looking around the room. She was so embarrassed. What are you doing? I told you not to look at it. I don't make towers anymore. Her godfather Mulak once said showing others the process of making a tower was like showing others a naked butt. Having her failed creations exposed was making her even more embarrassed. No, they wouldn't know much about towers anyway. But that was crushed the second Chunga commented. Hey, kid, look at this. That girl made this tower. Everyone was now laughing at the explanation written in front of the small tower model inside the glass box. Product information. Name one who returned 1,000,000 times. Explanation for you who have returned 1,000,000 times. The legendary nightmare Serwin Armelt shall bestow the power upon you to rule the great lands. Don't laugh, I made that when I was only 1,200 years old. Serwin quickly covered it up with a blanket with a flushed face. A long time ago, when Mulak had been praised for creating a tower of remorse, or the first tower that contained the power to return, the power of returning became a trend. If everyone returns the products to the beginning, it'll return them 1,000,000 times. And that's how it was created. It was a failure. All the towers, including hers that included a way to return, had been considered a failure. It had no real positive effect on cultivation, and even destroyed the mental state of the product. The tower one who returned 1,000,000 times was, by the way, the tower that received 1 out of 5 stars in the monthly Tower magazine TOP. That one did anyone who clear it. That's. Serwin couldn't speak. She couldn't say the truth that the returnee of 1,000,000 times was still in process of cultivation in world 9,766,245 and the cultivator died while waiting, thus abandoning the entire process. Chang'e then found something else and asked, "What is this?" Item description. Name: cultivator does not cultivate. Description: oh no, my friend was a cultivator. A one-of-a-kind tower is coming. Serwin then became pale and came running, screaming, "Nu don't luwak. Ha ha, this is so funny. Roman 2 can make better one if I remake it. I was young when I made these. Cultivator not cultivating, ha ha." Chang'e laughed, and Serwin felt like she wanted to find a place to hide. "That's why I didn't want to bring them here. She made that tower to have the cultivator not sit and relax on the top of the tower, but to start from the first floor along with a product. However, it was obviously very unpopular amongst the cultivators who wanted to do the exact opposite. Har har. But I guess I did get old if I don't feel anything by looking at this. Still doesn't feel good though." Serwin, as she was covering up her creations, stopped as she heard Chang'e and came in speaking. Right. They were products once. She then realized she had never faced the tower from a product's perspective. She was always too concentrated on how the Nightmare Union or the cultivators would think of it. To products, what would it feel like to be in the place that gave birth to towers? Serwin then went back to cover the remaining towers. She knew she couldn't say anything to them. As she covered most of them, she found Jaehwan standing in front of the last tower. What he was looking at was the most recent, unfinished creation. She had built the base model 3 days ago when a sudden idea struck her. "What is the name of this tower?" Serwin shook. Does he recognize it? There was a great eye in the sky. The tower was covered in darkness, its shape resembling that of a tree without any leaves. It was made from various ideas with complicated structures. She had to work on it various times to take out unneeded stuff. It was 10 days ago when she first had the idea, the first time she met Jaehwan. She didn't know why, but she was reminded of this tree when she first saw him. Serwin said, "World after the fall. That's the name of that tower. I see." Jaehwan kept looking at it as if he had left something within the tower. Yet he somehow looked sad, so Serwin couldn't add onto her explanation. That tower was made only to cultivate one man. Just then, a light began to shine from the warp drive. "We're here. It was time." Chapter 86. Chapter 86 King of Chaos 5. The far east of Chaos was a desert region. Within it was a narrow path that led to deep fog. Beyond the fog was a giant lavish palace. The Palace of Reincarnation. A place where people who had lost their lives went to find their lives. A man was smoking in the outer area of the palace. Ugh, how can those chaos bastards smoke this crap? The man spat the cigarette onto the ground. Trash. In front of him, or in front of the palace, were crowds of people. Hey, don't cut in. I was here first. There were members of renowned families and followers of the lords, from the 5th to 8th stages. It was the line to wait for their turn to be revived. The line was so long that where it ended wasn't visible as it stretched into the fog. I've waited for so long, 6 months. I waited for 8 months, you asshole. The 2 men in front started fighting. It was the 8th stage adapter McDowell and Agripper. McDowell served the 7th region, the Lord of Immortal Abraxas, and Agripper served the Lord of Darkness. They're starting again. The man inside Fog, General Herkmeyer, frowned. He, the 72nd Prince of the Palace, knew very well that there were two species in this world, one that could be revived and one who could not. The ones that were fighting in front of him were the latter. The ones who could be revived went even in the long queue. They were just guided straight to the fruit storage to be revived. Herkmeyer shouted at them. Fools, you waited for that long already. Isn't it time you give it up? No way, Prince, even you can't be revived yet. Isn't this your third year? If you are revived, the next is us. I'm choosing not to be revived, you fools. That's the same thing. Herkmeyer then became furious. Insolent fools, do you wish to perish? I'm sorry. Gribber and McDowell quickly bowed. I will kill you both if you two start again. Understood. Herkmeyer didn't feel good at all. They were actually right on that point. It was actually the same thing. Why was he left in the palace to guard when he was a 9th stage adapter? It was simple. It was because of the neutral treaty made 900 years ago. All generals who die in battle have the responsibility to serve as prince of the palace. The amount of time to serve is until the next general comes along to serve. It was because of that treaty that Herkmeyer was stuck in this remote part of chaos. Damn that Pearl General. It was 3 years ago when he died. There was a fight between the 5th and 7th region. To avoid the fight becoming bigger, the generals of each region decided to resolve it with a one-on-one fight. Herkmeyer was in the 7th region, and it was Bang Jr., the Pearl General, that fought against him. I saw him a while ago. He saw Jr. coming into chaos a few weeks ago. He almost went up to fight him but held back. However, after a while, he heard a strange rumor. Jr. was killed by an awakener in Gorgon Fortress. Herkmeyer did not believe it, but the rumor did not stop there. There were awakeners appearing within Gorgon, and the Depth Expedition team was created. The team was trying to attack the Palace of Reincarnation. Even then, he did not believe it. Bullshit. How dare they attack the palace? Yet he was shocked when the generals of the 9th region came through the narrow door. The great generals are here. What is going on? The prince did not have much authority other than managing the fruits. He wasn't even allowed to move out of the palace to check on what was happening. Damn it. Herkmeyer turned back, but he felt someone with powerful spirit energy approaching from a distance. What? The being started attacking the people who were in line to be revived, and they all died immediately. Among them were Gribber and McDowell. What is that? Herkmeyer pulled out his greatsword. Who are you? His powerful spirit energy amplified his voice and spread out. He heard more screams. Someone with a strength enough to kill 7th and 8th stage adapters with ease. Herkmeyer swung his sword at the fog. The attack was deflected, letting out sparks that illuminated the man's face. Wait, are you the master of Gordon? He shouted. The man shook his head. No. He was a middle-aged man. Herkmeyer knew him. You, long time no see, Fog General. I'm here to take revenge from 900 years ago. It was Cayman. At the same time, a fight broke out behind the Palace of Reincarnation. 2 9th stage adapter generals crouched to duck the powerful slash before them. You will have to fight me. There was an old man in front of them. They knew the man right away. He was one of the most famous figures in Chaos. Doctor of Despair. Why was he here? What was causing the ruckus at the front gate? Why are you here? Have you come to die? No, the opposite. The generals looked at each other and scoffed. I guess you finally have gone mad. As they took out their weapons, Chungha struck them at the same time. The strong slash that Chungha trained for 200 years made a powerful strike. He's strong. He was now powerful enough to fight against 2 lesser generals. You have become strong. Chungha did not respond. He wasn't all that relieved. He couldn't use too many powerful slash moves. Even if you can handle us too. The general did not continue, but Chungha knew what he meant. There was more powerful spirit energy coming from within the palace. It's not too late. Bring the Master of Gorgon. He's already here. The generals frowned and sensed the palace, but something was wrong. The strong presence that was coming here and to the front gate was returning back to the palace. What is going on? In the most lavish place within the Palace of Reincarnation, Den of Pleasure. It was the place where narrow door and fruits were stored. There were a lot of lesser generals. Through many transparent curtains and dim lights were the moans from men and women pressed up against each other. 10 naked lesser generals were surrounded by many naked women in their active involvement of vigorous activity. There was only 1 lesser general who wasn't involved. Something's happening at the gate. Shouldn't we go check it out? Har, har. Let Herkmeyer handle it. The voice was out of breath. After a while, the lesser general gasped, shaking his body in pleasure before he laughed. Har har, these girls are the best. Women in the Great Lands went good. They couldn't harass them without facing the danger of backlash from the General Women's Union of Castration. However, they didn't need to worry about any of that in chaos. Besides, they didn't even have to worry about pregnancy, as it could not happen in chaos. I don't know why those bastards in chaos want to leave this place. It's so good. I know. The 2 generals spoke to each other. Hey, cut it out. It's really weird. The one who did not join in spoke again. His name was Laker. Ugh, are you jealous because you can't enjoy it anymore? What? Laker became angered. But it was true. He had been captured by castration while trying to harass a woman general and had his genitals cut off. Why you want to fight me? No. Just. Laker couldn't fight. They were the same rank of lesser general, but the power difference was too large. Damn it. If they weren't going to move, he had to go alone. The greater generals might punish us. The greater generals had ordered them to watch over the palace. Let's check the front gate. Laker did not know that he had saved himself by going out to the gate. As he tried to jump out, a corner in the Den of Pleasure distorted and a man and woman appeared through the portal. All the generals turned to him. What a mess. It was Jaehwan. Chapter 87. Chapter 87, King of Chaos 6. Jaehwan looked around. There were women in chaos who had been raped, and some had dead. Serwin grimaced and mumbled, bastards. Who are you, girl? Har, is it a new girl? Some generals laughed, but Laker couldn't. Wait, is he? Laker had heard about the features to take note of. A short-haired man with a black sword. Laker felt goosebumps rising on his skin as the man pulled out his swords. Get to cover. One of the generals shouted as the sword let out a roar. The power of the stab destroyed part of the wall, and the women around screamed in fear. You dare! The women ran out of the palace, and the generals stood as they dressed themselves. Who are you? The one you are looking for. The generals looked at each other. It's him. He came all by himself. How lucky are we? The generals spoke among themselves, and one asked, You are the Master of Gorgon. Yeah. Have you come to fulfill the bargain? No, the generals were surprised. I'm here to kill you all. Silence fell for a moment, but in the next, all of them started laughing hard. One of the generals shouted angrily, Fool. They all jumped at Jaehwan. Kill him. Laker gasped. With all of those generals against him, Jaehwan had no chance. Twist and kill. Jaehwan's stab, which was mixed with a slash, fired out instantly. The generals retreated but were unharmed. No use. The generals then charged again, working with each other to coordinate an attack against Jaehwan. "You have to strike them all at once," Serwin said to Jaehwan. Jaehwan then made his move. His attack decimated the concentrated power from the 5 lesser generals. When the bright light from the powerful clash between the attacks faded, all of the generals were on the ground. One of them rose up limping and asked, "What are you?" Jaehwan did not answer, however, he was astonished. He had unleashed the attack to kill them, but all of them had survived, even though they were unable to move. "Fool, you will pay for this." The generals began shouting. "We will kill you for this." They began to growl, and the one who stood up spoke. "You've made a mistake." None of them seemed like they were scared. "We will return." Then they all took up their swords. But it didn't seem like they were going to fight. Jaehwan realized what they were trying to do and quickly acted. He stabbed and disarmed all of them. "What are you doing?" They were all trying to kill themselves. "Why?" A general that was still standing up gritted his teeth and spoke. "Are you trying to sully a general's honor?" "Honor?" Jaehwan looked at the general. Maybe he was talking about an honorable death from a fight, but he couldn't see any of that in his eyes. There was no fear of one facing true death. It was as if they were going to be revived. "I see. That was the reason why they did not fear death. I see. You are not yet dead." Jaehwan understood. "Why, yes, we will not die because you came here through the narrow door." "Huh, so you knew her?" the general exclaimed. Jaehwan focused his energy into suspicion and found a thin line above each of their heads, the link that connected them to their bodies. That was what allowed them to return to their bodies. "Whatever you do, we will not die." "No, you will die here," Jaehwan declared as he watched the lines. "Stop bluffing, you fool, UGH. Jaehwan swung his sword. Everyone heard ripping sounds from above. The generals closed their eyes, thinking it was aimed at them. However, they did not feel any pain and opened their eyes. "What have you given up?" Another general stood up, reversing his sword grip. He was pointing it at his own stomach. "You wait right there. When I return, you wait, something's wrong." The general turned, and in the next moment he felt severe pain from the top of his head. "Aurg!" The generals all began to scream in pain, and Laker shivered in fear as he watched. He had never seen such a thing after he became a general. Laker, who was standing a distance away, clearly saw what Jaehwan was doing. "Impossible!" one of the generals shouted angrily. "What have you done?" The general had exceptional senses and knew what had happened. "The connection is broken." The link that connected them to their bodies, or rather, the only line that allowed them to return back to their bodies if it was broken, then. Jaehwan asked, "How does it feel?" The generals felt a shiver run down their spines. It was a feeling that they had long forgotten. They knew what it was. Death awaits you now. Chapter 88. Chapter 88, King of Chaos 7. "Inino, don't come near me." The general couldn't stay calm anymore. The rest of them had all been killed. What do you want?" he shouted in fear. From a distance, Laker couldn't believe what he was watching. Please don't kill me if you let me." The sword moved, and his head was cut off. Laker looked at the head fly off with eyes filled with disbelief. Then, he came back to his senses at the sudden voice of a woman. "There's one more here." Jaehwan walked up to him. Laker felt fear-struck. He couldn't move. The sword moved slowly in front of him. Laker felt his back drenched in sweat. Maybe he was crying too. By the time he realized it, he kept repeating one phrase. I don't want to die. Do you want to live? Jaehwan asked, and Laker nodded frantically. Serwin then spoke. Oh, I remember. You're Laker, right? Do you know him? Yeah. He's the lowest rank of the lesser generals. I heard he's so weak that he even gets beaten up by the other generals. Laker couldn't even object to that statement. Serwin then asked Jaehwan, what are you doing? Aren't you going to kill him? I need a witness. Witness. Jaehwan turned to Laker. Where are the fruits? Laker came back to his senses. Maybe he still had a chance to live. Should he tell them the location of the fruits? He felt the greater general's presence far away, but the sword was in front of him. In that safe box. Laker pointed at the storage in the main hall of the Den of Pleasure. Other dimensional safe box rebirth. It was the second treasure, along with a narrow door, of the Palace of Rebirth. Laker smirked as he watched Jaehwan and Serwin walking over to the safe box. It won't be easy. It was made by high artisans to allow the storage of an infinite amount of fruits. The password generates infinitely and, yay, it's open. Laker turned pale. Opened without the help of the prince. See the high artisan Serwin. The palace security is weaker than I imagined. No way, it's just that amazing. I guess they didn't think anyone would be able to sneak in. Laker then realized the woman was a nightmare. She had pink hair with horns, and she was the high artisan. No. Even if he survived, if they ran away with all those fruits, he would be a dead man. There isn't much. Is this all? There were about 10 left. They had been running out. Laker managed to raise his voice to object. You are making a grave mistake by taking that. Laker continued. You are making all the lords of the great lands your enemy. They were my enemies from the beginning. Jaehwan spoke and turned to the window. Something was coming. It's about time. Powerful spirit energy. Laker looked toward the direction with hope, but the people that arrived were not what he expected. Here, master. Back too, kid. My back hurts from fighting those two. Chungha and Kamen were in bad shape. They threw down the generals they had subdued onto the ground. They are barely breathing. I almost lost, so I had no choice. Good work. Laker became pale as he checked their faces. All of them. Herkmeyer and the other 2 generals that Fort Chungha were slumped on the ground. But why did you make us bring them here? To kill them. We could have just killed them if that was the case. Why? Chungha then froze in shock as he saw Jaehwan slicing his sword past the top of the generals' heads. Again, Laker witnessed the skill that could cut off the link between the spirit and the body. The generals screamed immediately, and Jaehwan silently struck them down with his sword to finish them off. It was a massacre. Laker couldn't believe it. He heard a rumor that the leader of Rupture knew how to rip away the linkage, but this man was not even a member of Rupture. You don't want to believe it, but you have to. He then realized that he was facing death himself. Who would die next? Are you going to kill me? He felt the fear of dying. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. Then, you will spread the fear. Laker then realized he was being strapped. Particles of the ruins of the Den of Pleasure were binding him so he could not move. It was Serwin's magic. She was glaring at Laker with an uncomfortable look on her face. Spread the fear. What did that mean? He wanted to ask. Are those the fruits? Kamen asked. He was looking at the golden fruits that Jaehwan had placed on the table. Yes. These were the fruit that came from the top of the tree of imagery, the miracles that allowed one to relive life by consuming one. However, unlike Cayman, who was shaking, Chang'e was calm. He didn't seem to be interested in the fruit. Jaehwan looked at Chang'e and turned to Cayman. "What do you want to do?" Greed was showing in Cayman's eyes. "If you wish, you can have it. Do as you wish." Cayman walked up to the fruit. It was the treasure that could bring him back to life. He asked with a shaking voice, "Is it really okay?" "Doesn't matter." Cayman reached out. He held the fruit and brought it up to his face. It had been a long fight. Long and lonely. It was the moment that a man would be rewarded for his life. But the fruit did not stop at his face and was thrown up towards the sky and dropped. The fruit was crushed as it hit the floor, disappearing along with a tremendous spirit energy it held. 1, 2, 3. Cayman did not hesitate. Jaehwan looked on without emotion, Chang'e with slight surprise, and Serwan and Laker in shock. The legend of the tree of imagery was disappearing in front of their eyes. But nobody could stop Cayman. Jaehwan was letting it happen. When there was one left, Jaehwan asked, "Why are you destroying them?" "Because there was only 10 of them." Just 10. Meaning only 10 people could be reborn. The presence of the fruits is of no help to chaos at this moment. Cayman knew that those fruits would bring war upon chaos. Even if the palace was gone, the people would fight over the remaining 10 fruits. That would inevitably hinder the Death Expedition team. With it, chaos could not be saved. It wasn't an easy choice, but Cayman, by overcoming all the hardships in his mind, made his decision. It wasn't something that anyone could do, but someone from chaos had to do it. That was why Jaehwan took Cayman with him. Cayman realized then that Jaehwan believed he would choose to do this from the start. He picked up the last fruit and threw it. At that moment, Jaehwan frowned. There was that feeling of space distorting, air sinking, and time slowing down. It was something terrifying that only Jaehwan felt. "Cayman, move away." However, a thundering sound erupted as soon as the fruit was thrown up and Cayman's body was smashed the side of the wall. Chang'e shouted in shock. "Cayman." Yet, there wasn't time for that. Chang'e couldn't even withstand the power that was flooding in. A furious voice came through with the spirit energy that rushed toward them. "Fools, you dare to touch the fruits." Chang'e realized who it was immediately. It was one of the greater generals who came after him 10 days ago, the one ranked in the top 30 generals in the darkness region. The greater general, Canale the Storm. But there were more. Damn it, all 3 are here. Behind him was Magito the Silent, the invincible swordsman who was known to place all he fought into complete silence. Just the 2 of them would be too much to handle, but there was one more. Behind them was the one who was on an entirely different level. Chang'e shook in fear. Saman Garam. He was the greater general who was known to be most powerful in the 9th region, excluding the Lord of Darkness Jerome and his 7 commanders. It was his second time seeing him, but Chang'e knew him well. The 9th rank in the 9th region. Saman Garam was upon them. Chapter 89. Chapter 89, King of Chaos 8. Saman Garam looked down and over to Serwan, the adopted daughter of Mulak. Chang'e raised his head in shock. He did not know Serwan was related to Mulak. Serwan replied, "So, the Lord of Darkness is in a hurry to have sent you all the way here. You wish to follow your father's footsteps." Saman Garam spoke, ignoring Serwan's comment. "One who comes from the dream will return to the dream. What a pitiful race." "Watch your mouth," Serwan replied, angrier than ever since she met Jaehwan. "Can I defeat him?" But she had not lost her mind in her rage. She knew how powerful that man was. HMPH. So, will you fight then? I will look forward to seeing a nightmare's trickery. The man taunted her sarcastically. Serwin began to concentrate spirit power in her hands. The magic was slowly taking form. Wait. A cold voice spoke up, stopping her. Serwin and Saman-Garam turned toward the voice. It was Jaehwan, who had just finished checking up on Cayman. Cayman was barely breathing, on the verge of death. Jaehwan rose up slowly. I will handle him. Serwin felt dumbfounded and relieved at his words. But then she came back to herself. They were facing the impossible. No, you can't do it alone. She wanted to say it, but couldn't say it out loud as she saw Jaehwan's face. He was enraged. Insolent fool. However, it wasn't Saman-Garam who stepped forward. It was Majito the Silent. What's with you, Majito? Kanale the Storm seemed to be shocked by Majito's unexpected action. Majito glanced at Kanale, and Kanale began to cackle. TT seemed like they had exchanged messages. Kanale then looked at Jaehwan. You already heard Majito's voice, how unfortunate. Jaehwan then realized the voice he just heard was from Majito. No one survives after hearing Majito's voice. The reason why Majito's nickname was Silent was simple. No one who knew his voice, and all those who heard him, had been killed. Jaehwan declared, then, Kill be the first. Before Majito could act, Jaehwan was already moving. Two swords clashed. It's not going to be easy. Jaehwan felt that this wasn't an enemy he could not win against, but it wasn't going to be easy either. Majito then counterattacked with his sword, which Jaehwan dodged. Strong stab. Strong stab's range was originally too wide, but Jaehwan had trained for 2000 to use it against a single target. However, Majito dodged it. That rumor wasn't even close. Saman-Garam mumbled to himself. Majito did manage to dodge it, but his clothing was in rags and his right side was injured. It wasn't severe, but it was embarrassing. Kanale laughed. Ha, what are you doing, Majito? Can you not kill an insect? Shut up, Kanale. Fortunately, they did not fight together against Jaehwan. They were too proud to join forces to fight a mere human. However, they did not know that their pride would be their demise. Saman-Garam 11th Stage Adapter. Jaehwan glanced at Saman-Garam in the distance. The two generals in front of him were powerful, but he was the real enemy. Jaehwan knew that Saman-Garam was twice, if not more, as powerful than those two generals combined. Jaehwan and Majito clashed against each other. According to Jaehwan's suspicion, Majito was similar to when Jaehwan first arrived in Chaos. Let's not waste time. Jaehwan moved. He needed to finish it while the enemy least expected it. Jaehwan attacked with his strong stab. Then, from the attack that had left a scar, Jaehwan's unique world began to spread. Majito panicked. He had not expected such power from a mere human. He tried to use his best sword skill to fight back, but Jaehwan did not give him that luxury. He had already readied a second stab. Repeated strong stab. Impossible. Majito finally spoke out loud after hundreds of years. The damage spread, destroying everything in its path. Changha and Serwin quickly grabbed Cayman and evacuated behind Jaehwan to avoid being caught up in the aftershock. How dare you? Kanale jumped in. He originally just intended to watch, but it wasn't going as they expected. Even if their pride was important, he couldn't let Majito die. He quickly flew to Majito, who was being thrown back, to grab him. I'm sorry, Majito, but I will have to jump in. Damn it, Majito moaned. He had no choice, however. They were out on an official mission, and their job wasn't to compete in an honorable duel. They would not truly die as they had come here through the narrow door, but they couldn't allow their spirit to be damaged as it would take days to recover. Watch out, Vegeta warned as Jaehwan's sword fired again. A third strike. Iarg. Kanail then fought back, using his skill Wings of the Storm that allowed him to become the General of the Storm. However, hostility aside, Kanail was truly astonished. It had been a long time since he was faced with such power by a non-general. 3 powerful attacks. But it wasn't over yet. And then the 4th strike came. The 4th strike was on a different level. Jaehwan's unique world spread from the attack, and Kanail flinched at the glimpse of the giant dark eye within. This can't. His wings were ripping apart. Kanail used all his might to resist the attack, but Jaehwan made his final move. The 5th strike. It seemed like the world had been bombarded with a nuclear strike. Kanail and Vegeta were thrown into the sky like a pair of rag dolls. There was no spirit power from them as they were severely injured. Then, from all the scars from the previous attacks, dark matter began to seep out, covering the entire region in its picture. The unique world. Everyone watched as Jaehwan's world appeared. Laker, who was watching all this from behind, looked at Jaehwan's eyes. He realized that this man had let him survive to show him this moment. Chaos was not weak. If he is here, no one will dare to enter chaos with ease. Jaehwan's sword sliced the connections from the 2 generals, and they began to writhe in agony. But it wasn't over yet. Jaehwan's unique world was now advancing to where Garam was standing. He, for the first time, had drawn his sword. The power that reached him that defeated 2 generals seemed to be too great for any one man to fight back. You are strong. The unique world stopped in front of him. A physical power that destroys the world itself. Garam reached out for the border and held it. But it's not enough. You have the weapon, but you are still a child. Then, the world began to shrink as if it was afraid of Garam. A unique world that has not faced creation is only a trickery. The world faded. Jaehwan was shocked. He scattered the unique world. Garam began walking over to Jaehwan. He felt his body growing heavy and his skin tightening as Garam approached, as if Jaehwan was being taken into a unique world. Unique world. Garam said, there are fools who think that the unique world is only available to awakeners. An adapter had his own world that was impossible. Jaehwan's suspicion had told him how the world was formed. But Garam continued with his explanation. Everyone has their own world, even if it's not unique. The world of adaptation was gathering in him. He was, in fact, the one closest to becoming a commander as an 11th stage adapter. Jaehwan gripped his sword tighter. It was the first time, other than during the Soul King catastrophe, that he faced such power. This was like the power given by the world itself. Jaehwan was facing a system. Chapter 90. Chapter 90 King of Chaos 9. Jaehwan realized as he watched Garam walking up to him. I might lose. However, he already was ready for it. He didn't come because he was sure that he would win. It was just that this was not his final destination. He had to go to the top of the tree of imagery. If he were to be stopped here, if he avoided this fight, then he would not be able to reach the top anyway. Garam's body began to wield a dark flame. WWE have to run, Serwin shouted frantically. He's not our greater general, no. Serwin also realized when she saw Garam wielding his power. The most powerful greater general, no. It was a false rumor. He's already at the level of a commander, Serwin shouted, but her voice faded away as Saman Garam's dark flame distorted the space to create a new space. We don't need disruptions. Jaehwan looked around. The world was distorted, but this place wasn't anyone's unique world. It was a normal world with the same system. Saman Garam spoke. Awakeners wish to destroy this world. He spoke as a dark flame burst from his fist. That's why you don't see it. This world itself is a unique world to some. The flame then was thrown at Jaehwan. Next moment, Jaehwan was being thrown away. It was the first time he couldn't dodge an attack. This was the real power of the system. Jaehwan landed and tried to quickly dodge. But he still couldn't dodge Saman Garam's fist. Second punch shook Jaehwan's body. Jaehwan tried to focus his power on the sword to use strong stab again. But the attack, powerful enough to destroy the land and sea, was being destroyed by Saman Garam's punches. No matter how strong it is, you cannot fight me with just spirit power. He spoke arrogantly. I see. So, attacks with spirit power don't work against him. Spirit power, after all, was a resource offered by the system itself. However, Saman Garam's power was beyond that. It was something that was the world itself. You seem like you are on the verge of creation, but do not know how to use your world yet. You wish to move up to the depths with such a level. Saman Garam stopped attacking, and Jaehwan's expression darkened. It was a sign of arrogance, breathing space given to Jaehwan as mercy. Show me your world. Open your creation. Creation. Jaehwan knew this word already. In the book that Mulak left, there were records of his findings about awakeners. Awakening is divided into 6 steps. The first 3 steps allow one to destroy the current world, and the latter 3 allow one to create a new world. These make up the step of creation. Jaehwan knew he was at the 4th step, meaning he had reached the creation stage. But he couldn't understand what it actually meant. He already had a unique world. What did he need to create after that? Jaehwan thought. What did he need to create? What was the difference between a unique world that had started creation and one that didn't? I will not wait for too long. If you cannot open it, I will force you. He was looking elsewhere. Jaehwan felt his heart fall. Saman Garam charged and ran past Jaehwan. No. His attack threw Chungha and Serwin away. Kamen was barely standing now with his sword as a prop. Yet Saman Garam smashed the quadhorn sword into pieces. Jaehwan felt Kamen's spirit energy being destroyed as Saman Garam repeated his attack. Jaehwan ran with all his might. And, a master, Kamen shouted in shock. Jaehwan was struck hard and blood began to seep from his mouth. But he stood. He then glared at Saman Garam, panting. They are not like you. This life is all they have. This world is only one they can live. Suddenly, Jaehwan felt as if he was struck by lightning. This world was the only one. He began to see flashes of his memories. Memories of when he was born, when he went to school, when he was with his friends. All those memories had one thing in common. The world where he was in. And when he was there, he did not grow suspicious of his world. How could he? He was living in the world. The world was there because he did not become suspicious. He knew it as real. The world of the system was born with that trust. If the world existed through trust, what if I trust another world? At that moment, Jaehwan's unique world moved. All those memories began to speak to Jaehwan. That world is fake. That is not the world we lived in. Do not run from the world. It wasn't easy. Trusting a new world didn't just create a new one right away. One isn't enough. Jaehwan needed absolute trust to create a new world. He needed all of his memories to be changed. All of them had to yearn for the new world. But how could he persuade them? They represented all the Jaehwans himself, the stubborn one that never forgave. Jaehwan chose not to persuade them. He just glared at them, declaring silently that he would not give up. As for the attack from Jaehwan, Jaehwan did not do anything. All the Jaehwans from his memories were shocked. If it was left alone, their body would perish. Damn it. He's me after all. Just for this one time. Soon, all the Jaehwans turned to the same world. The world that had not existed before. And in the next moment, Jaehwan's body that was burning in dark flame began to shine. The world that Jaehwan had in his imagination was now turning into reality. Serwan was stared in astonishment. She who had lived for 2,000 years knew what was happening. Creation. From the opening of the world, Jaehwan pulled out something. It was a dark sword. Jaehwan then realized the keyword for the fourth step. The fourth step was the power allowed imagination to turn into reality. Theory. A dark sword was the symbol of objection to everything of this world. Jaehwan held the new sword and his old sword in each of his hands. So, this is your world. Jaehwan spoke as he looked at the new sword. It is unfortunate. Jaehwan knew what it meant. He knew what Jaehwan's world was trying to achieve. A world born only to destroy another world. Chapter 91. Chapter 91 King of Chaos 10. A long time ago, a nightmare came to the lords of the great lands. I will be leaving on an expedition. Please help me climb the tree of imagery. However, he was largely ignored. The fact that he was only an apprentice was the reason, but that wasn't the only one. The lords were too busy fighting in a never-ending war. Yet the nightmare did not give up. We should not fight among ourselves. This world is wrong. Don't forget when you first came into the great lands. Think of when you were weak. This is our last chance we have to destroy the first nightmare. It was laughable. A nightmare who hadn't even lived 5,000 years spoke of a last chance. A nightmare who hadn't experienced the interface system more than 5,000 years. The lords went fools. However, they were too busy preparing for tomorrow's war. Tree of imagery. First nightmare. A god who made this world. They were all but rumors. The lords were too old and too cautious to jump on it. But the nightmare did not give up. He even visited the 9th region, the Lord of Darkness Jaehwan. Instead, Jaehwan sent Jaehwan to greet him. However, it was a mistake on his part. Jaehwan was a follower of the system, but he was pure. He listened carefully to the nightmare's warning and said, "The great lands is a place for the strong. You who dreams, show me your worth." They fought for 3 full days. Jaehwan lost and lost again. On the 3rd day, the nightmare spoke. "It is a shame that you are an adapter." Jaehwan accepted the nightmare's strength. He didn't even use magic to fight. He thought this nightmare had the right to mention the tree of imagery. He then returned to the Lord of Darkness to report what he had learned. The nightmare had a point. Cultivation was at its limit and the great lands was falling apart. However, after hearing the report from Jaehwan, the Lord of Darkness concluded, Jaehwan will be punished with 100 years of slumber. He was sent to decline the offer, yet came back persuaded. And when Jaehwan returned from his sleep, he heard a rumor. Nightmare Mulak, the one who was shunned by those in the great lands and went into chaos to form a depth expedition team. The one who traveled to the depths to change the world and failed. After the fruits were taken by the lords, he never heard anything about the nightmare again. Even so, he thought about the nightmare from time to time. What would have happened if he had followed the nightmare, or what if any of the lords had helped him? Would the world have changed? Saeming even secretly traveled to the depths in search for the missing nightmare. But he returned with nothing. The depths was vast, and there were beings more powerful than him. That place was, in fact, one where even the lords had to give up on. He decided to forget about the nightmare. In turn, he followed the system more closely. If changing the world outside of the system wasn't possible, what if he tried from within? That's why he tried. And without realizing, he had already become a guardian of the system. And now, after 900 years, a man with the same dream as that nightmare stood in front of him. As he stared at the man, Saeming forgot all his orders. He was told to capture this man alive and kill all the others. But he couldn't think of that anymore. Jaehwan. Saeming, however, couldn't accept the man. He was now the guardian of the system. He was the system itself, so he couldn't let Jaehwan destroy the system. You will never save anyone with that world. And their true fight began to unfold. A sword against a fist. It was a fight for each to save their own world. Two powers clashed against each other, enough to destroy the whole place. They were on par with each other. Saeming shouted, "Good." He felt like he had been sent 1,000 years back into the past, back to the time when he fought against the nightmare. Jaehwan also dove deep into the fight. Both of them forgot the world. All they were focusing on was the opponent in front. Then, Saeming's fists burst into his dark flame, readying his final blow. As his two fists struck against the world of the system vomited something from within. Dark Guardian. A being was summoned. It had the shape of an angel but wielded a dark spear. The dark angel then slashed at Jaehwan. It was an attack that was the embodiment of Saeming's thousands of years. Jaehwan readied his swords. The power from his swords emerged from both his hands. Then, dark energy burst from it, like a flame tearing into the sky. An attack that destroyed everything that existed. The sky turned dark, and something fell from it. It was a dark sky. The world was filled with maggots and no other living beings. At the top of the tree of imagery was an eye, and Jaehwan called it the Eye of Asura. It was the one that controlled and ruled over this world. Saeming watched from where he had landed after falling and spoke. "So, that is where you are heading. It's my enemy. I see." Saeming's shoulders began to shake. It was at the top of the tree of imagery, and at the end of the depths, the place where the first nightmare was known to be located. "It's terrible, this is the truth." Saeming seemed to be in disbelief that the world he believed was in this state in reality. "Your world will not be popular in the depths. This is too brutal of a truth to know in replacement for losing hope. No one will want to see this end live. Corpses and the eye." As if he knew what the depths was like, Saeming continued, "But even so, if there are people who trust your world, they might find real salvation from within." Jaehwan laughed. "You sound like a poet. Are all commanders like you? Finish it." Jaehwan raised his sword, and as he was about to swing, Saeming spoke again. "Cut my connection." Jaehwan stopped. Saeming knew that Jaehwan had no intention of severing his connection. Jaehwan was trying to let him live without him realizing. It wasn't like him. "You made a new world. You should be ready for anything." Saeming smiled. Jaehwan asked, any last words? If you arrive at the depths, find Mayad. Tell him I sent you and he will help you. Who is he? Mayad van Declan. You will find him easily. Jaehwan nodded. Then, he quickly cut the connection, and in the next moment, penetrated Samang Garam's heart. He turned back. Chungho came in, and Serwan ran up to him. The world returned to normal, and through the ruins of the palace, they could see the sky of chaos. They had won. After the failure of the previous depth expedition team, 917 years and 244 days ago, chaos was now free from the Palace of Reincarnation. Chapter 92. Chapter 92 Path of the Depth 1. The War of Revival was over. It ended with chaos freed from the Great Lands. However, that was only the beginning. Jaehwan spoke to the pale-faced patient in the healer room of Gordon Keep. You were alive. It was Jaehwan. I thought you were dead. I'm the leader of a 10 clan. I won't die so easily. He smiled, but his injuries were severe. It was a miracle that he even survived. It's all thanks to the Doctor of Despair. When he was injured, Chungha had just returned to Gordon, and quickly tended to Jaehwan. If not, he would've died. I heard you defeated Samang Garam. Jaehwan knew it was Samang Garam who caused Jaehwan to be in this state. So, in some sense, Jaehwan had taken revenge for him. He was a great general. Jaehwan knew Jaehwan meant something deeper. Did you know him? Every member of the Jaehwan family knows the Samang family. The Samang family was one of the renowned families of the Great Lands. You might be aware, but they will now have their eyes on us too. The renowned families. Samang already has, for sure. The palace belonged to the lords and the renowned families. Chaos also killed a member of the renowned families. Jaehwan shook his head. It's okay. They won't come here anymore. Jaehwan opened his eyes wide in shock. Did you acquire the narrow door? Jaehwan nodded, and Jaehwan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, but it's too early to be relieved. I know. Jaehwan understood what he was talking about. He had warned the other leaders of this in a previous meeting. There was another, normal, way of coming into chaos. I'll just kill them again. Jaehwan sighed. He could now believe those words to be true. If they are here to kill me, even at the cost of their lives, they may be worth fighting against. I see. Jaehwan smiled, then turned to face the window. It seemed like there was finally a short peace in chaos. He also realized that this peace was possible because of one person. Someone called out to Jaehwan, and he stood up from his seat. Take care of yourselves. Jaehwan stared at Jaehwan. Where was he going now? What lay beyond the path that he would be taking? Was it a path that they could follow, or was it his fate to walk alone on that treacherous path? Master. Jaehwan stopped, not looking back. It's nothing. Jaehwan walked out. Jaehwan had the feeling that he would never get to see him again. But he couldn't stop him. There were a lot of people who came to see Jaehwan. The first who came were Chungho and Kamen. Kid, don't think of leaving secretly. I will not let you go alone this time. They were afraid Jaehwan that would travel to the depths alone. However, the one that came to see Jaehwan next had an entirely different reason. What is it? It was a man with blonde hair and a single silver wing on his back. He saluted to Jaehwan and spoke. I have a few matters to discuss, Master. Why didn't Yuan come? The Chancellor is busy with the work you gave him. It was Carlton. Okay, go on. Yes, sir. The first is from the meeting. Carlton began to report what he had prepared as Jaehwan looked at him. In some sense, Carlton was similar to Simon Garam. He was one who wanted to keep the order of something. Didn't he also become an awakener? The keyword suspicion allowed one to create their own unique world. Jaehwan's world was fall while Cayman's world was the Great Sea. Then, what was Carlton's world? Jaehwan became curious and master. Are you listening? Oh, yes. Where were we? According to Gorgon Law, Chapter 24 Line 5, the behavior of not listening to the report of. He had not changed one bit, even after being awakened. Carlton then smiled and stopped. We were talking about the tower. What tower? Carpe diem, sir. Jaehwan then remembered the tower he had made with Michael. It was now more refined and stable than when it was first made. What about it? There are complaints of the time flow being too fast. I see. Understandable. There are increasing suicide rates among those who challenge it to become awakened. Time was bad for the spirit. It was punished for overusing time. Even for Jaehwan, corruption was seeping out from his body due to not consuming horns regularly. However, awakening required overcoming such hardships. Jaehwan then spoke. We do have it running too fast. Change it with Michael. Yes, sir. They can't just become awakened by simply repeating stab or slash. Order the system to create awakeners on a constant basis, and take out those who do not want to be awakened. Training to rise in adaptation stages is also a solution. Adaptation, do you really think it's a solution? People have different opinions. Awakening is not salvation. One might find life within adaptation. Carlton seemed to have complicated thoughts as he heard that. Anything wrong? There's a personal problem. Personal problem. What is it? I'm now a third-step awakener. I guess you know that already. Jaehwan nodded. But I don't see my unique world. What? That was impossible. All who became third-step awakeners had a unique world. It differed in shape and size, but there were no instances where one did not acquire a unique world. Wait, maybe his unique world is... Jaehwan remembered Simon Garam's words. He told Jaehwan that every being had their world, even if it wasn't unique. Maybe adaptation and awakening is quite similar in some sense. Jaehwan reassured Carlton. Don't worry. Maybe your unique world is the system itself. Is that possible? It's a possibility. I don't know everything about awakening. Carlton then asked, if my unique world is the system, will I have to fight you someday? It was an unexpected question with a hint of humor. But Jaehwan pondered it seriously. Maybe. If you really try to protect this world, you really intend to destroy this world. Yes. Then, even if I try to protect it when the time comes, you will not change your mind. Yes. Then you will be destroyed together with it. After giving it some thought, Carlton asked, Master, take me with you. To the depths, sir. Jaehwan did not answer. In fact, a lot of people had been bringing up the issue of the expedition already. I guess it's about time to pick who to bring to the depths. He couldn't bring everyone. The depths was dangerous enough to scare off the lords of the great lands. As Jaehwan fell silent, Carlton added, according to Gorgon Law Chapter 3 Line 4, all gatekeeper captains have the responsibility to protect the master of the fortress in an emergency. Jaehwan laughed. But you are not the captain anymore, and I won't be the master when I leave. Carlton seemed to be shocked by those last words. I expected, but are you really going to quit being a master? Carlton wished it was a lie. They needed a central figure to keep chaos in order more than ever. The leaders were even considering asking Jaehwan to become their king. "Yeah, I will be leaving in a week. But if you leave, Gorgon will fall. No, chaos will. Don't worry." Jaehwan turned to the window and looked out at the sky. "I have an idea for that." And Carlton realized 4 days later how ridiculous that idea was. Chapter 93. Chapter 93 Path of the Depth 2. On the 4th day, after Jaehwan returned from destroying the palace, Gorgon Fortress wasn't celebrating the victory. Too many had been injured or died. They had won, but they were tired. They were also not ready for the unexpected turn of events. It was Jaehwan who put an end to all the uneasiness. On the 4th day, he summoned all the people of Gorgon Fortress and declared, "We will begin the remembrance of lost spirits for 3 days." Everyone mumbled to each other. It wasn't a strange thing to do, but it was still shocking. Too many had died to even try and mourn for everyone. But their concern was removed right after a huge cloth that placed right below the stage where Jaehwan was standing was uncovered. There were thousands of caskets dedicated to all who died in the war. The people were shocked. When was this all prepared? They then looked up, but Jaehwan wasn't there. Jaehwan was already descending the steps. Everyone looked at Jaehwan silently as he walked up to the caskets. Jaehwan then stood in front of one casket and looked down. Isaac Kendall. It was the name of a hero who became a third-step awakener, killed one lesser general, and died. Jaehwan did not know the name, however, but there were a lot of such people who died. Jaehwan laid his hand upon the casket. Within it were the belongings of those who perished. Chaos did not leave a body behind when one died, so it was replaced with their belongings. The caskets were to be burned when everything was done. Jaehwan closed the casket. He then went on, reading the names of other caskets, and closing them as he did so. Rachel Belder. Kasim Hill. It seemed that Jaehwan was talking to those lost spirits to tell them they had done well. One by one, the caskets were closed and people moaned and cried. And after every casket was closed, Jaehwan stood. "You all have done well." People were crying. Some wailed loudly, while some cried silently. "However, you must know that it is not yet done. The war has only just begun." Then, from the back, within the keep, something was pushed out. On the cart was a giant object that looked like a giant serpent biting its tail. People looked at the device in confusion. After a while, someone finally realized what it was. A narrow door. It's the narrow door. It was the device that allowed living lords to travel into chaos. It was currently deactivated. "You are right. It is the narrow door." People shook. It was the device that rained hell for the people of chaos. Destroy it. "Destroy the thing, please," people shouted. They were afraid that the forces of the Great Lands would come into chaos again. Jaehwan stood there silently. Instead, he gave an order. "Bring him out." From behind the narrow door, a man was dragged out. He was bound with magic-coated chains. Many did not recognize him, but those who fought in the front lines of the war knew who it was. General. It's a general of the Great Lands." The people panicked. Why was there a general here? Weren't they all dead? "It's Laker." It was shocking. To most people, the existence of generals was but a word. They couldn't even have had the chance to fight against them as they were too weak. But now they knew who they were fighting against, who they had won their victory from. Laker declared, "You will regret this." His voice filled was with powerful spirit energy. "The Lord of Darkness will not forgive you." His voice froze the crowd. Jaehwan was right. The war was not over. People began to lose hope, which was replaced by despair. Why did they fight against those terrible lords? Why did the master bring that general to this place? What were they going to do with the general? Kill him. But what if that angered the great lands even further? Let him go. What if he leaked information? They couldn't decide and asked Jaehwan to decide for them. The answer was simple. That's enough. Jaehwan's sword swung at the chains binding Laker, freeing him. The crowd gasped in shock. Laker immediately charged at Jaehwan, trying to land a blow before being killed. But it was a false hope. His left arm that tried to strike was cut off. Arg. Then his right arm and both legs were cut off. Blood poured out from his body, then turned into a silvery powder. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. Har ha har. Laker laughed maniacally on the ground with his limbless body. Kill me. No, you will not die. Laker looked at Jaehwan in shock. What if you do not kill me? You will all die. The army of darkness will come to end you. That's why I'm letting you live. Jaehwan declared as the crowd looked at them in silence. Return, and tell your master this. If he wants war, come. I will await him on the top of the tree of imagery. Laker couldn't even reply as the narrow door was activated. The device began to emit a bright light. Jaehwan then added, of course, that's if he has the guts to kill himself in the first place. Jaehwan kicked Laker's body towards the narrow door and the light swallowed Laker. In the next moment, Jaehwan's stabs poured towards the narrow door. The gate that made chaos cower for hundreds of years had been destroyed. Jaehwan declared, chaos now declares war against the great lands. What is the meaning of this? Everyone had gathered within the office of Gorgon Fortress. Chang'e was shaking his head in shock. People were shouting at Jaehwan, to which he frowned. At that moment, the room began to change. It was a powerful hallucination. The officers inside became confused, as if they had forgotten why they were there, and walked out. Jaehwan then turned to the caster of the magic who just appeared from the wall. Thank you. I knew you were crazy, but you really are crazy. It was Serwin. Didn't you say you were quitting as master? What was that for? It was for war. Serwin yelled. I know, I mean why? Jaehwan replied calmly, it's to make chaos safe. Chapter 94. Chapter 94 Path of the Death 3. War for the Peace of Chaos. What was that even supposed to mean? Serwin suddenly realized, if there was a war that would bring peace to chaos in the end, it could only mean one thing. Are you trying to take on the Lord of Darkness in chaos? Laker had returned, so the message should have been delivered to the Lord of Darkness by now. But, even then, no way. The Lord of Darkness won't come all the way here by himself. Serwin began to mumble to herself in panic, while Jaehwan silently looked at her. Yes, a lord cannot be absent from his seat or it will pose a great danger to him. A war of the great lands isn't that easy. Jaehwan nodded. I suppose so. Wait, did you already expect that? Of course, but they might send a commander or two. A commander or two? Serwin was dumbfounded. Are you out of your mind? They won't just send one commander. At least 3 or 4 might come, and if we have members from the renowned families, then it will pose an even greater danger. Good. If we defeat them, then it will be the start. Serwin silently stared at Jaehwan. He was right in some sense, as having commanders perish in chaos would mean a great change in the balance of power in the Great Lands. The Lord of Darkness would become too busy keeping the peace in his own region because of missing commanders, and would not bother chaos for a long time. However, this was a scenario only if Jaehwan could defeat those commanders. For your information, in case you don't know, commanders are much more powerful than Saming Garam. I know. And in your current spiritual state, you have no chance at beating even one of them. I guess I can't deny that. Jaehwan's spirit had been damaged because of the previous fight, yet he did not seem to be concerned. Are you here to ask that? I thought you weren't interested in chaos. Serwin then glared at Jaehwan. I'm here to get what I was promised. Promised, Jaehwan asked in reply, and Serwin slowly breathed out and asked, what did you get in the 8th gate of the 8 gates of hell? Record of the Depths. That was the book Jaehwan had found. A memory of the being that created the skill. The story from after Mulak created the expedition team, and until the team returned. Really? Yeah. Serwin trembled. It was unbeknownst to Jaehwan, but Serwin had traveled to all parts of chaos in search for any traces of her godfather. Mulak, who was said to have reached the end of the depths, disappeared after. Yet there had been no traces. The members who went with Mulak on the expedition had long perished, and she couldn't just climb up to the depths and ask. The being at the entrance of the depths didn't allow her to pass through either. I finally found it. She was overjoyed. For over 900 years, she had been searching for any hint or trace. And now she had found it. And to think it was stored within the skill. Serwin then asked Jaehwan again. Are you sure? Is it really from Mulak Armelt? Yeah. Mulak Armelt, your godfather. And why should I trust you? Jaehwan closed his eyes, began searching his memory, and then started reciting. It was in the tree trunk portion of the 6th region when I found that egg. In the region of harsh winters, the egg was waiting for me with its precious glow. I was confused. It was the first time I had found an egg. My godmother once told me about the experience, but it did not help at all as I was just too scared. Being a parent wasn't something that could be followed just by listening to someone. Serwin felt tears flowing from her eyes. She knew what the story was about. How could I forget? Through the egg came a tiny life from within. The one who was born from the dream, and the one that will live on with the dream. Serwin silently listened to Jaehwan's story. Yes, the fingers that held the dream, the hands that can create the world, and the eyes that can see it. I realized my godmother was correct. Jaehwan slowly opened his eyes and was faced with Serwin's tearful eyes. Then he finished the last sentence. I had fallen in love. It was such a sweet voice, as if it was coming from a lover. Serwin suddenly blushed and backed away. What? She slipped and fell on her hips. Jaehwan then casually asked, do you trust me now? Serwin immediately shouted, don't read out other people's memories as if it's yours. Serwin stood back up. The memory that Jaehwan had read out loud was when Mulak first found Serwin in the 6th region. So are all nightmares born from eggs? Besides, where is this winter tree trunk? It's in the north region of the Tree of Imagery in the Great Lands. All nightmares are born from the dream within the Tree of Imagery and are found in eggs. No, wait. This isn't what I wanted to know. She asked Jaehwan. What else? Was there anything else? Like a word for me or something? Isn't there something? Jaehwan gave some thought to it and replied, I'm not sure. Maybe not. What do you mean? It's not just a simple book. It's like a complicated mixture of memories. Jaehwan had blacked out for days because of the number of memories that rushed into his head the first time. When Jaehwan woke up, he realized it wasn't the number of memories but the shape of it that was the problem. Shape of the memory. Yeah. He wasn't sure why, but the memories that Mulak left went in chronological order. They were short particles of scattered memories, and it was up to Jaehwan to rearrange them so that he could read and understand it fully. So, I can't tell you even if I wanted to. The part of the memory I just told you was one of the very few clear ones. What, this is unfair, she shouted. She had fulfilled her end of the bargain, but what she got wasn't complete in form. Jaehwan shrugged. So, why are you looking for Mulak? Because he's family. Why do you care? Because, if you need his memories, it would be better for you to travel with me. Huh. Besides, it was in the depths that he disappeared, so it makes sense. Serwin looked at Jaehwan and realized that this was his intention from the beginning. However, the depths was a place where all nightmares needed to visit someday, so it wasn't a bad offer. It was just that Serwin didn't like the feeling of following whatever Jaehwan wanted to do. Serwin suddenly was struck by an idea. She was sure it would give Jaehwan some trouble at least. Wait, the memory, you said it was the shape of the memory, right? Yeah. Then I have an idea. Jaehwan was in a familiar dimensional space. A space with tiled flooring and pink-colored walls. Jaehwan asked, didn't you say you would never allow me to come here again? Well, I changed my mind. You said your privacy matters. I said I changed my mind. It was Serwin's personal lab. She fiddled with a hologram control panel for a while and then spoke brightly. Come, I'm done preparing. Jaehwan walked to the center of the room where Serwin was standing. Then, from the ceiling, some kind of metal device was lowered. What is that? Jaehwan eyed the device suspiciously. The metal device was in the shape of a cross, and with straps that were surely meant to tie down someone, reminding him of old torture devices. It's a device that will help us connect. Connect? Ugh, didn't I explain already? It's the squeeze. Squeeze. The definition of the word described what would happen, but in a very different way from normal. The term was used by nightmares to link another spirit by force to squeeze the memory out from the target. You can say you're a nightmare only if you have done a squeeze. That was a famous phrase between nightmares. Squeeze was often done by nightmares who had no motivation or inspiration. It was an act that gave not only the memory, but the feeling and learnings of someone experienced. Because of that, nightmares who did a squeeze didn't have to worry about needing inspiration. Of course, the outcome of the squeeze depended on the quality of the target spirit. But I didn't know he would be my first experience. Serwin looked at Jaehwan. She had lived for 2,000 years, but she had never done it as she objected to the idea of squeezing out another's experience. She said that it wasn't a true art. However, most nightmares did not care. They were too focused on making towers. So, I can just lie down here. Yeah. Serwin spoke, blushing slightly. She also did not do the squeeze because of the erotic nature of the behavior itself. Nightmares valued the spirit, and the act of squeeze made a nightmare connect to another spirit completely. Serwin shook her head to drive out those thoughts as Jaehwan asked, why are your hands shaking? Shut up, I'm going to start. Go on. Serwin bit her lip. Let's see if you can be so relaxed after we start this. The squeeze involved a very painful process for the target. In the next moment, tens of spiritual tentacles came out from Serwin's spirit and charged at Jaehwan. Jaehwan's spirit was bitten by the tentacles, and a loud gasp was heard. But it was Serwin who let out the gasp, not Jaehwan. Then the squeeze started. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Path of the Depth 4. His spiritual energy is. Jaehwan's spirit was enormous, beyond Serwin's imagination. The number of memories rushing through her mind was just too much. Ugh! She tried to keep herself together. If she didn't focus, she could end up trapped within Jaehwan's spirit or be traumatized for the rest of her life. After a while of trying to fight her way against the waves of memories, a powerful feeling struck her. A feeling of being connected. When she opened her eyes, she was in a vast space. A dark space with countless stars. She shook in excitement. It was a feeling that she had not felt before. So, the other nightmares were right. She wasn't too fond of the words that nightmares used to describe the feeling of being connected. The feeling better than sex, or pleasure beyond imagination. It all felt too racy and vulgar to her. But this was much more than any of those explanations. So, this is the inside of an awakener. In the vast space, countless stars each told their stories. Serwin carefully avoided being sucked into their gravities and traveled through the space. I can't go too far or else I will fall into an uncanny state. I'll just find the memories of my godfather and get out of here. Squeeze also posed a danger. It was, after all, learning directly of another's world in the most intimate way. It wasn't uncommon that her nightmare would fall in love with a target after Squeeze was done. I don't want to fall in love with this fool. Her breathing became heavy and her body began to heat up. Her world was colliding with Jaehwan's. It was like mating. A feeling more powerful than any sexual desire. Serwin fought hard against those feelings and searched. Godfather, please, how? Then, she found it. A star that seemed to have been created recently that held a very similar feeling. It was Mulak's energy. Serwin quickly approached, and surges of memory flashed at her. Her eyes became teary. She was almost there. He's there. Mulak Armelt, one of the 13 great master artisans. The one who created legendary towers even before the age of 1000 and created even more to follow. She clearly remembered how bright her godfather was. He even acted as if he knew the future. That's why Serwin couldn't understand. Mulak was great in every way, whether it was making a tower or physical might. Even if it was in the depths, no one should have been able to harm Mulak. Yet he disappeared, without leaving a word to his goddaughter. Mulak. Serwin finally found a trace. Yet why she couldn't approach any further. It was as if she was swimming in the sea, against the strongest tides. She then looked beyond, and saw meteors flying in her direction. Wow! A few particles struck her, and Serwin was swept away. Mulak's memory disappeared from her sight, her body swept away by the sea of meteors. Then, after a while, she felt that she had stopped in a place where there was gravity. She was inside a certain star. Damn it. She knew. In the uncanny, the place of unconsciousness. Mulak once told her that all hallucination skills were created with the uncanny as its motivation. I need to find a pathfinder. There was only one way to escape. The only consciousness that existed within the space was the one who knew the way out. It was called Pathfinder. Serwin quickly looked around. She was standing in a certain city and there were countless people walking by. Wait, this place. She knew this world. It was a famous world amongst nightmares. She directly copied the fashion from this world. It was a place most visited by nightmares through the root of the tree of imagery. It was the world that was not found by cultivators for a long time because nightmares had been protecting it from being found. World 294, Earth. Uncanny always formed with the target's home world as its motive. I see, so he was from Earth. She then heard people whispering. Did she just drop from the sky? No way. At least she was wearing clothes that went weird in World 294. Let's act calm. The ruler of Uncanny was the unconsciousness itself. If she was found to be a being from outside, the world would turn against her and start attacking her to eradicate the uninvited guest. She then mixed into the crowd. Ugh, I can't get any jobs, man. Are there any unemployment benefits or something? People spoke of living. I can't even pay my school loans. Yeah. Well, I still have to finish school, so. People spoke of schools. Hey, she's so hot. Damn, that girl's cute. People spoke of Serwyn. Through all sorts of discussions, Serwyn quickly assessed what this earth was like. It was then. Move away. There was a boy in a baseball cap. It seemed like he was running away from something. As he ran past, Serwyn saw his face and was shocked. It looked like the person she knew. Wait. Chapter 96. Chapter 96 Path of the Depth 5. She reached out, and as her finger touched the boy's shoulder, she felt a spark of electricity. Kyre, she screamed. She then realized she found her target. Pathfinder. She began running after the boy, but there were others after him too. Stop right there. There were men in blue uniforms. Are they the peacekeepers here? Then came a shout from the people around them, and they were all saying the same word: police. The kids appeared again. How foolish to stay as a kid. Hey, get that kid, will ye? It was very weird. Why was it a crime to stay as a kid? Serwyn quickly followed, and soon found the boy at a dead end in the corner of an alley, surrounded by policemen. Give up, kid. As she watched the police approaching the boy with a metal pipe in his hand, she felt something was wrong. Just then, a policeman guarding the entrance of the alley cautioned her. Hey, young lady. This place is dangerous. Move along. What did he do? Oh, he rejected becoming an adult, the policeman informed her as he laughed. It's a crime punishable by death. Serwyn was dumbfounded. Earth seemed like a very strange place if it was real. However, it didn't seem real. She had never visited Earth, but she could see that. Are you all crazy? What are you doing to the boy? Ugh, lady, huh? The policeman then spoke to her, noticing something on her head. You look weird. Huh, isn't that a cosplay outfit? They were looking at her horns. Damn it, I should've hidden them. Young lady, can you show us your ID? She had to be careful not to draw attention to herself, but it was too late. She focused on activating her magic to kill off these men and save the Pathfinder, but what? The fire that was gathering in her hands immediately died out as soon as it started. My magic's not working. And that was her mistake. The policemen, who saw the fire gathering in her hands, began to change like demons. Alert, alert. Found non-registered entity. Remove it. The policemen charged at her. Their eyes were now filled with hunger and lust as they grabbed Serwyn. She looked around for help as her mouth was covered by a policeman, but there wasn't anyone. She felt a terrible fear. This was the world that was ruled by the unconsciousness. Move! A boy's voice was heard and one of the policemen fell. Then, there was the sound of a pipe being swung again, each time accompanied by the sound of a skull being crushed. Someone's blood splattered over Serwyn's cheeks. And when the last policeman fell down in front of her, a boy appeared, covered in blood. Serwyn thought, this man doesn't change even when he's a boy. The boy then turned to Serwyn and asked, Who are you? The Pathfinder of Uncanny always took the form of the target's conscious age. So, this boy is him. Serwyn was amused. That proud man actually had a mind of a boy. But it should have been obvious. As she had heard from the small Jaehwan, this world was a world that forced everyone to become an adult. Considering the fact that the world of uncanny was formed to symbolize reality, it seemed that the real Earth might be quite similar in some sense. As Serwin organized her thoughts, small Jaehwan spoke. So, I guess you were swept up by the wave of memories. Wave of memories. Yeah, sometimes there are memory particles that are swept here by meteors. This is the first time a living being like you came. Small Jaehwan seemed to be excited by that. You've lived here all your life. Yeah. And you're always being chased. Yeah. Why do they try to make you an adult? The question was unexpected, so small Jaehwan began thinking. There was no way he would have an answer. It was a world made out of unconsciousness. There was no way that there was a rule that had a reason. Because everyone else is an adult. Serwin was dumbfounded. It was very simple indeed. Everyone was in the world was the same in a certain way that they did not accept any differences. Jaehwan asked, "What is he like the me on the outside?" Serwin smiled. How should she explain it? What would make this boy happy? In fact, she did not know much about Jaehwan. He's like you. Is he an adult? Serwin pondered for a bit and answered, "No, he's a kid." Jaehwan seemed to be happy at that answer. He was so cute that Serwin felt like hugging him tightly, but the boy spoke again. "I'll have to get you out. Do you know how?" "Yeah, that's my job." "What is your job?" "Getting lost memories to the right place." Serwin understood what he meant. It was why they were called pathfinders, after all. You brought some memories with you too. Huh, those particles on your clothing. They are memory particles. She realized there were pieces of shining white rocks on her clothes. They looked like particles of meteors. She carefully removed them. "I think there are emergency ones too. You see those red ones? Is that even a thing? The redder it is, the more serious of an emergency it is. If I don't get it back to where it was, something might be happening on the outside." Serwin then thought about the situation outside. There were the lords of the great lands that could attack at any moment. What would be the most serious emergency? Wait. She became pale. Chapter 97. Chapter 97 Path of the Depth 6. It had been a week since Serwin met the small Jaehwan. She was able to watch him sleeping by the sewers and stealing food from liquor stores. Then, he went to higher ground to get the reception from the public Wi-Fi. When a passage opens, the reception becomes unstable, and when a passage did open, he went to find particles to retrieve. Serwin empathized with the boy. Even if she knew that this world was not real and was just a part of his imagination, she still had to ask, "Are you okay?" With this life she couldn't add the last part. "What about it?" the small Jaehwan asked. To him, this was the normal way of life. There was nothing else he needed. "Do you do anything else other than sending back those memories?" The boy seemed like he had never even thought about it. Serwin thought she made the wrong choice by asking that. It seemed cruel to give hope to one who did not know hope. Then the boy spoke. "I see memories." "Memories?" "Yeah." The boy pulled something out from his pocket. They were white rocks. "I don't send all the memories back." Serwin realized they were particles of memories. She asked, "Can you do that? Won't it cause trouble?" Jaehwan shook his head. "It should be okay. It's not that important." "How do you know that?" "Because of the color." According to him, memories differed in colors of white, green, blue, and red in that order of importance. White memories went really important. As the boy caressed the rock, the memories shut up like a hologram image. It was the memory where Jaehwan's mother was holding him when he was young. "I'll read you this book today." It was a famous book that even Serwin knew. It was included in the 200 recommended books to create a good tower. It was something with a prince, I think. She then began to concentrate on the mother. So, did the little prince go to Earth? Yes, he did. It was about a prince. A little prince who had lived on asteroid B612 came down to Earth. So, the little prince said, "It is only with a heart that one can see rightly what is essential is invisible to the eye." The little prince believed in the power of imagination, or the power of looking at the important things hidden from plain sight. But Serwin knew the end of the story. There was no way that the little prince could live on without accepting what was in front of him. So, to end the story, the little prince had to die. The only way that he could keep his innocence was through death. But what happens to the world after the little prince leaves? The boy asked. Huh. His mother was surprised. It was a question that had never been asked before in a world where people did not care. The world that the little prince left behind. That's who saves that world then? Serwin became silent. That world is. The young mother pondered. What would be the best way to avoid the child from being hurt? Of course, the little prince will save it. But he's dead. No, he is not dead. Then, the story came. A lie made up by an adult for the child's sake. He lives on Earth. She claimed that the little prince had not died, and was still living to save the planet. It was a lie, a false story. But the young child listened carefully as if he really believed in it. Serwin then realized that the story was the foundation of his life. In next moment, she felt her heart sink. Why was this memory a white color? Why was this memory unimportant? This man, how far had he given up on life? Just then, a Wi-Fi receptor in the distance began to make noise. Small Jaehwan stood up immediately. We found it. Huh. The way out for you. At the top of a skyscraper was a strange hole. Small Jaehwan and Serwin looked up at the hole, and then he spoke. I call that place a doggy door. Doggy door. It was a strange name, but it was kind of understandable. A doggy door was too small for normal adults to go through. Serwin felt a bit bad at the thought of leaving the place. It was weird because she hated it so much when she was first trapped. I would've stayed longer with you if I had more time. I don't need it. Serwin then asked again, but you liked having me around, right? He did not answer. However, Serwin liked the silence. It was the best positive answer that the boy could give. We have to go up there. I think we have to get to the roof. Both of them then began climbing up the stairs of the skyscraper. The doggy door would not stay open for too long. Serwin panted as she ran up. You're quick for being so young. I'm not young. How old are you then? I forgot. Serwin then asked again. How old do you think I am? About 2000. It kind of annoying to hear, even if it was true. Do all the people outside live that long? Not all, but they become adults though, right? Serwin couldn't answer. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to say that there were some who became adults on the outside but stayed young on the inside. Chapter 98. Chapter 98 Path of the Depth 7. Alert, alert. Remove infiltrators. Adults from around the building began to chase after them. Small Jaehwan quickly killed the people blocking their way as they ran up. Serwin wanted to ask, Aren't you afraid of them? However, she knew the answer. He would say, I am not afraid. Or, they are only numbers. They are not real. It's time we part ways. They had arrived at the roof. That's your way out. There was a hole a bit further away from the fence of the roof, just enough to be reached if one jumped. It was getting smaller by the second. Remove them. More adults began rushing out of the door to the roof. Small Jaehwan fought to hold them back as he spoke. I have a question. Do I have friends outside? Serwin couldn't ask. Did he have a friend? There were a lot who loved him. Chungha, Kamen, Yuren, Kalton, leaders of 10 clan, and others. But were they his friends? He was revered, admired, and worshipped. However, no one understood him. He was just too powerful. Someone beyond imagination. Yeah, a lot. He was just a man, after all. He would feel lonely too. Erwin then realized that Jaehwan had been alone for too long. I see. She couldn't see small Jaehwan's face as he answered. She suddenly became teary as she looked at him. She knew it wasn't possible, but she had to ask. She tightly hugged the boy from the back. What? Small Jaehwan flinched at the sudden contact. Do you want to go with me? Get out of this place, together. Together? Yeah. The boy answered, no. I have to stay. Even if there was no one around, even if the world itself was against him, the boy decided to stay. To protect this world, to never give up. Serwin then realized that his mother was right. That made-up story was not a lie at all. The little prince had not given up this world. Now go. Siren felt tears flowing down her cheeks. Yeah, I'm going. Serwin then turned back. Just like the boy, she had a job to do. But maybe this isn't the buy after all. She glanced back at the boy who was running against countless adults rushing in, towards his own world. Serwin thought to herself, maybe I should tell him about the boy. When he became lonely, or when he could no longer bear the burden that had fallen on him, maybe then she would tell him. Goodbye, little prince. When she realized it, she was back at the wave of memories. I should give up on Godfather's memory. She couldn't risk falling into uncanny again. Besides, she wasn't sure how long had passed since she was inside. She didn't know about the time flow yet. But I think I can make a good tower now. She couldn't find her Godfather's memories, but her level as a nightmare had increased. I should join his expedition team. I'll have him tell me the memories slowly. She thought as she held onto the red particle. Oh, I didn't check what this memory was about. Red was an important memory from what she heard. She caressed it, checking to see what it was about. The memory came into her mind, and within it was the information from Mulak's record from the depth. It was about a being that Mulak had met before he entered depth. The disaster of chaos. Soul King catastrophe. Soul King catastrophe. She read the memory. Information. Individual Soul King catastrophe. Title: The First Awakener. Disaster of chaos. King of dead men. Approximate power. Description: sealed away by void factory made by the first masters at the beginning of chaos. Etc. Void sword. Why was this memory red? She couldn't understand it. They had to go through catastrophe to get to depth, but they didn't need to fight him. If the one who entered depth was an adapter at the stage of a general, or an awakener with their own world, he or she had the right to enter depth. Beside, catastrophe wasn't a being that could be fought. And there was no one powerful enough to fight him in chaos. Not even the generals. Wait, is he? Then, she began to puzzle out some of Jaehwan's actions that had not made any sense. Suddenly, she felt her consciousness shattering into pieces. No, I have to stop him. She hoped that she was not too late as she fell unconscious. Jaehwan only woke up after 2 weeks, and it was after Jaehwan had faced Soul King catastrophe. Chapter 99. Chapter 99 Path of the Depth 8. 9th Region. Palace of the Lord of Darkness. Laker barely managed to finish his report. Then came a low, calm voice. I see, so that's what had happened. Laker flinched at that voice. He even thought of running away instead of reporting it himself. It was that severe of a loss. They had lost 3 greater generals and 10 lesser generals. It was too great to overlook. Besides, Jaehwan Garam was only a greater general but had the power equal to that of a commander. And yet he had died in chaos. How did that happen? So Garam died. Laker bowed his head in fear. The man in front of him was the right-hand man of the Lord of Darkness. He was mentioned by his title, Strategist of the Darkness. There were a lot of strategists and advisors, but when mentioned in the Great Lands, it usually meant this man, Jaehwan. He was the 2nd commander of the 9th region and the prince of the Jaehwan family. He was also the older brother of Jaehwan Garam. I always thought hell move on like that. How was his last moment? Was he satisfied? Yes, sir, Laker answered. This man was most feared not because of his sheer might, but because of his vicious methods and deep knowledge. Look up. Laker looked up. He did not want to meet his eyes with a man, but he had no choice. Please don't kill me, Laker thought. He couldn't understand what Jaehwan was thinking. Laker slowly lowered his head. He couldn't bear to look into Jaehwan's seemingly all-seeing eyes. A few days ago, I made a trip down to the roots. I wanted to get some fresh air. Roots, what direction was this story heading in? It was a world hidden by those nightmares, so I was looking forward to it. And it really was. I did not know such a world existed. Laker quickly thought. What was he talking about? Was he trying to send him out on a scout mission to the remote lands? No, he wasn't. Then, Laker became hopeful. Is he forgiving me? Maybe this man was thinking of forgiving him for some unknown reason. I mean, I couldn't do anything at all. Who would've guessed a product could be that strong? And I brought that as my souvenir. Jaehwan pointed at a corner of the room. There was a picture Laker had never seen before. What is that? It was a drawing with a beige background with a crooked dark figure in the center. On the bottom, it was written Sesai Nest Pasyun Pipe, which he did not understand. They were not words that were used in the Great Lands. Isn't it great? It really is, sir. Laker agreed quickly. He didn't know anything about it, and Jaehwan had brought it back. That drawing, what do you think it is? Laker looked at it again. He didn't know. Is it a cigarette pipe? Fortunately, it seemed the answer was close to being correct. Yes, it is an object that looks like a cigarette pipe. Laker felt a certain uneasiness at that emphasis. Laker, then, can you read the phrase below? Sorry, sir. I don't understand the language. Jaehwan then waved his hand, then the phrase was translated on the space above. Sesai Nest Pasyun Pipe. This is not our pipe. Laker looked at it dumbfoundedly. It was a drawing of a pipe, but the words said that it wasn't. What was that? Jaehwan then spoke astonishingly. Isn't it great? Yes. It drew a pipe, but denied that fact. How did the creator think of that? Laker couldn't even understand what he was talking about now. Laker, do you really think that is a pipe? Guys, it looks like. No, it's not a pipe. Laker couldn't continue. However, we still call it a pipe. It doesn't have the feel of a pipe, or a place where we can put stuffing to light it up. It's just a drawing after all. But we still call it a cigarette pipe. Isn't it weird? That was correct. That was, after all, just a drawing of a pipe. Not the pipe itself. Laker nodded. Yes, that is right, sir. Yeah, but that's the same with everything else. There are a lot of pipes all with different looks. But we still call them pipes. Isn't that weird? Yes, it is, sir. So, after giving it some thought, we come to this question. What, then, is a real pipe? Is there such a thing? Laker looked at the pipe again. It was a pipe, but it wasn't at the same time. He understood what Samung-hoon was saying, but became uncomfortable at the same time. Was this really about the pipe? It's an amazing piece of art. It's hard to think of it that way when you're an adapter living inside a system. Laker nodded, but he couldn't get it. He understood what kind of question the picture posed. But what about it was so important to think about it? Do you see why it is important now? Yes, sir. It is a very amazing piece of work. Samung-hoon nodded. You know art. Thank you, sir. Then, it's for you to answer now. Guys. Laker flinched. Something wasn't right. I had a question when I saw the drawing. What is a general? Samung-hoon looked down at Laker. It's a being powerful and dignified amongst all in this land. Is it really? Yes, sir. I see. But, then. Silence fell. Who is it referring to? Guys. Does it mean Barders over there? Samung-hoon pointed at Barders the Frost, who was standing in a corner of the room. Or Masahar. He then pointed at Masahar the White, in the other corner. Or me. Finally, he pointed at himself. Laker wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew it wasn't going in his favor. Yes, sir. I see. So, that's a general. Samung-hoon smiled, then. What are you? Laker felt his heart sink. Are you a general? How should he answer? Laker couldn't find an answer to that. You failed to destroy a product, and lost all your comrades, and yet you still came back alive. Are you still a general, a powerful and dignified being? That's. He couldn't answer. If he claimed he was, then that meant he was a disgrace to all generals. And yet, if he said he wasn't, then he was disgracing his rank as a general. There was only one answer to this question, after all. Laker realized. I see. His fate had been decided the moment he walked into this room. Laker silently closed his eyes. Samung-hoon stared at Laker, stuck onto a canvas with his head cut off, and rubbed his chin. HMPH. Well, call this is not our general. What do you think? It's wonderful, sir. Barders the Frost bowed his head. It seemed that he was not at all bothered by what happened, as if he had seen this many times. Samung-hoon laughed and asked, Where are they now? We lost access to the narrow door, so we are not sure, but we're guessing he has arrived at the Void Factory by now. So, they're right by the depths. Samung-hoon nodded. Prepare to depart. Call in the 5th and 6th commanders. We will need approval from the Lord to summon commanders. How should we proceed, sir? The Lord is busy at the moment. Don't bother him with petty issues like this. Yes, sir. The generals left the room, and Samung-hoon looked over at his collection. Those were souvenirs he collected from World 294. There were drawings, cartoons, and even gaming consoles. He then stopped in front of the last item. It was because of this piece that he had traveled to World 294. A living body. Pale and fragile. It seemed that it had been sleeping for a long time, so it was malnourished. This was the real body of the product that was running rampant inside chaos. It was the body of Jaehwan that Jaehwan had barely managed to acquire through a lot of bribes to the nightmares of the Union. Courage to kill myself, bold words. Jaehwan smiled. Let's see if you have that courage too. Then the door to the room opened. Commander, Jaehwan was bothered during his alone time. What is it? I told you not to bother me when I am alone. Sorry, Commander. But I have a question. What is it? We don't have the narrow door anymore. How do we go into chaos now? Jaehwan scoffed. Didn't he already say to come after him if we have the courage to kill ourselves? Huh. Barders was shocked by what he just realized. You don't mean? Yeah, well, do what he wants us to. Jaehwan spoke as he drew power to his hand. The crime of bothering him during his alone time was unforgivable. You're the first. Chapter 100. Chapter 100 Catastrophe 1. 3 weeks after the war was over, Jaehwan and his depth expedition team were at the Void Factory, the entrance of depth. It's here, he mumbled as he watched the building in the distance. He already had the knowledge of the place from Mulek's memories. This half-circle building was the final door to the depth. It was what surrounded the Dead Man Palace, the place of Soul King catastrophe. Everyone stop. Uren and Kamen quickly made the forces behind them stop and line up. Jaehwan thought, there are too many. He had repeated many times that not everyone would be allowed into the depth even if they followed, but they still had a total of 3,000 soldiers. We can still join even if we're weak. It was Chaos' oldest dream. It was everyone's dream to at least try. Ugh, this is a mess. And the one that needs to go is still knocked out. He thought as he glanced at Serwin, who was being carried on Chang'e's back. Jaehwan had already decided to take Serwin with him. It wasn't because of her character or anything. It was just because she was very useful. She was, after all, a nightmare. However, she was knocked out while she was doing that squeeze thing and she did not wake up. Chang'e's eyes met Jaehwan's. What did you do to her? It seemed he was having misleading thoughts, but Jaehwan did not feel like explaining. Uren then came to him and asked, Master, should we move in right away? I'm not your master anymore. You are still my master, sir. Uren spoke sternly. Jaehwan answered, let me remind you. I won't be a guardian once we're inside. I know, sir. Good. It was cold, but it had to be done. Uren knew this very well. Jaehwan was going to leave Chaos soon. Chaos was now on its own. Then, the door to the Void Factory opened. From within, the roar of horned monsters filled the air. It's beginning. Within the factory, there was a conveyor belt. Some monsters walked out. Most were unicorns, but there were quad and pentahorns among them as well. All of them had that distinct factory stench. So, this is where those horned monsters are created. All the horned monsters in Chaos were created in this Void Factory. This was the feeling that Michael got when he worked on the horns. The feeling of being made. It was a factory made by masters. Jaehwan remembered Chang'e's explanation. This factory was created to hold off dead men within the Dead Man Palace. Everyone ready for the battle. With Kamen's shout, the soldiers changed formation. Some pulled out their weapons. HMPH. I should switch out my weapon with their horns. Kang Wing and the other leaders seemed excited. There were a lot of quadhorns. Horns were best utilized when they were made to be used as weapons. They were very durable and worked very well against dead men. People began to fight. Jaehwan and the Awakeners mostly fought the Quadhorns only. There were Pentahorns also. There was the Pentahorn Garknak, one that Jaehwan first killed when he first arrived at Chaos, but there wasn't just one. A lot of them appeared. At the center was a huge Garnak, and there were a total of 8 horns on its head. Octahorn, someone shouted. Horned monsters beyond Penter were very rare and were hard to even fight against. There was a rumor that they needed at least 3 7th stage adapters to fight one heptahorn. But this was Octahorn. The Octahorn Garnak glanced around, checking each soldier one by one. It then found Jaehwan and his scabbard. The Garnak immediately roared and lunged at them. "Master, I will fight him." "No, let me." Cayman and Carlton quickly blocked the way. "Fools, it's seniors first." Chungha also joined in. An Octahorn was very valuable. It was a good opponent to test their power against, but the reward for defeating one was just too tempting. Yet, Jaehwan ran out through them. A master. Jaehwan would not have cared if it wasn't for a certain reason. His sword was shaking tremendously. As he swung his sword against the charging Pentahorns, his sword munched away at him right away. I guess it was obviously hungry. The sword was severely damaged during the fight against Saming Garam. If it wasn't for the fact that the spirit weapon healed itself, it would be better to just replace it. It's about time to move up a level. According to Makel, spirit weapons had levels. The reason Jaehwan chose to fight the Octahorn was to see if his sword would move up a level because of it. Jaehwan began to fight the monster and people stood behind him, not too far away from the scene. It was very dangerous, but they did not back away. "What are you guys doing? It's dangerous, you fools." "Doctor, we must see this." Yang answered Chungha's shout. Chungha frowned. "Why? We might never get to see it anymore." Everyone knew what he meant. "Oh, I see what you mean." Jaehwan had not chosen who to bring to the depth yet. How many would be allowed to follow him? Chungha laughed. It seemed like he was confident that he was going to be chosen to tag along. Everyone smiled bitterly as it wasn't a case. "Hey, why do you have such a face?" The doctor then turned to Cayman, who had the most trust from the entire team. "Don't worry. He'll take you for sure." Cayman smiled, but he looked sad. Before Chungha could ask why, light burst from the front. The power was mesmerizing to see. The world was torn in front of them, and the breath of the Octahorn was decimated. The surrounding Pentahorns couldn't even scream as they were destroyed. The world stab. It was the attack that finally killed Saming Garam in the end. It was the attack made by the Awakener at the step of creation. The Octahorn Garnak was lying on the ground, whimpering. All of its horns were consumed by Jaehwan's sword. Jaehwan then approached to put the monster out of its misery. Then, he heard a voice coming from within the factory. "Wait. Let him live." Then came more voices. "Amazing human. Smell of a general none. It's been a long time since I saw a being that can fight a Garnak at that level. It's only a crude creation though." Jaehwan then sensed it. There were 3 of them on top of the building, 3 powerful spirit energies. They were only about the size of humans, but they were horned monsters. Everyone realized it quickly. There were 10 horns on each of their heads. Gods, they existed. Some of the people moaned. Jaehwan narrowed his eyes. "So, it's them." According to the record Mulak left, there was a total of 4 humanoid horned monsters in the factory. They have the energy of horned monsters, but they weren't monsters. They were powerful as generals and were as intelligent as the wisest of humans. They were the fallen disciples of God that were summoned under contract with the master artisans. But there was only 3. It seemed one had not come out. "They're finally here, those factory overseers," Chung-ha said. Chapter 101. Chapter 101 Catastrophe 2. There were 3 overseers watching them. Each one of them had power similar to that of higher-ranking greater generals. "No need to fight them. They are not our enemies," Chung-ha mentioned. He had faced them 900 years ago. "So, you wish to travel to the depth?" A voice came from an overseer with an adult-sized body covered with silver metal. "Humans. Very brave." Another overseer spoke. This one was small like a child with its body covered in a bronze-colored metal bar. Still a human. What spoke next was a woman-shaped overseer. This one too had its body covered in a metal-like skin. Then they turned to Jaehwan. "So, it's you." It was as if they had been waiting for him. "Come. The administrator is waiting." Jaehwan walked in with Chung-ha and Carlton. Everyone wanted to come in, but the overseers denied everyone else's access, in which Jaehwan forced to make them accept taking a few along. "Damn it, Carlton, don't leave us." People shouted at the entrance, and when they turned, Cayman was looking at them. Chung-ha asked, "Why isn't Cayman coming along?" The overseers said, "It's okay. Hey kid, do you know anything?" Jaehwan did not answer. Chung-ha then realized that Jaehwan was talking about something. What is it you're hiding?" "There's something only he can do." "Cayman." "Yeah, only him." Chung-ha asked back, "What is th?" However, the voice was overwhelmed by the sound of machine clattering as they walked to a place where machines were creating horned monsters. "It's amazing. I never imagined horned monsters were created in such a way." They had arrived at third stage area where almost finished horned monsters were being fine-tuned. The giant Garnak that Jaehwan fort had been taken in there. Small unicorns began gathering near the Garnak to fix it from different sides. The Garnak was glaring at Jaehwan. "Visitor. Strong. In a while." The small overseer spoke to Jaehwan at that moment. "My product name. Johnniak. You. Jaehwan. I. Johnniak. You. Jaehwan." It seemed like his name was Johnniak. Johnniak then turned toward the Garnak and spoke. "Garnarku. Valuable. Don't. Destroy. Create. 1. In 10 years. The Garnak's name was Garnarku. "You make one of them every 10 years. 10 years. Hard to make." Jaehwan understood. But if that was the case, there should have been a lot of these monsters lurking around. There weren't enough strong people in chaos who could fight these monsters, let alone kill them. Johnniak answered, "Half-dead man. Attack." Garnarku. "Dead. Half-dead man." They. "Attack." Factory. Jaehwan asked, "Have you fought them too?" "Yes. We won." It seemed that the forces of the remaining Golden Sky clan had reached this place. Jaehwan looked at Johnniak. He was weaker than Samang Garam, but stronger than other 2 greater generals. Carlton then asked, "I did hear they were disciples of God in the depth, but they are more than what I imagined." Blonde. "You know. Bus. A bit, yes." "What? You know. Aren't you the disciples of the god of machinery, Deus?" So chaos has some smart ones these days." It was the other woman-type overseer who spoke. "Oh, and I think I know you. Aren't you the one who came 900 years ago?" She then asked Chung-ha. He frowned. "Wow, you've been through that and you still want to try to go up." It was then that the leading overseer spoke in a cold voice. Don't be rude to the administrator's guest, Ayers. What, I thought only he was the guest. They are included for now. Ayers closed her mouth. It seemed the one in the front was the highest rank of them all. That's when Jaehwan saw something on the backs of their necks. On the neck of the man overseer were the letters. Etzak. Etzakim. The other overseers had it too. Ayers had the word IAS on it, while Joniak had the word Joniak. It was as if they were written there to show the product name. That's weird. They seem like more machines than those other monsters. Jaehwan asked, "Where are we going?" "To the administrator," Etzak answered. "So, he's probably the fourth one." There were 4 overseers according to the record of the death. But there were only 3 with them right now. "We're here." Etzak spoke at the front of a giant gate. Eniac the administrator, the giant figure that was covered in golden metal, introduced himself. "So, it is you who opened the creation." He spoke politely. In fact, he used many gestures and expressions that really made him look like a human. "Eniac." Jaehwan thought for a second and asked, "Do you know the planet called Earth?" Eniac stopped. "Earth, you say? It's my home world. It's called World 294 in this place." Eniac's expression shifted. It seemed like he was even smiling. "And why is it that you are asking?" Eniac, Etzak, Ayers, Joniak. Jaehwan thought these names were familiar. And now he remembered. He had learned these names when he was studying computers. Eniac, the name of the first computer ever to be created on Earth. That's why Jaehwan thought that they had some kind of connection. The God who created us came from the remote place in the dimension. Maybe that remote place was called Earth. God. Yes, God. Jaehwan became confused and Eniac asked, "Do you not know about the depth?" Jaehwan did manage to get a few pieces of information, but he didn't have a lot of information yet. "Maybe I can have them explain to me." Jaehwan did not answer and Eniac spoke. "I see that you do not. To put it simply, depth is the land of the gods." Land of the gods. If the great lands are ruled by lords, the depth is ruled by the gods. There are a lot of gods that control the region and rule over them. So, they are like lords. Similar, but also different. Lords are adapters. Gods are different from them. Jaehwan analyzed what he heard and asked again, "So, what is a god?" "If you ask me what that is a hard question." Eniac became silent. Jaehwan then added, "In my world, God was the word to describe the being that is almighty and all-knowing." Eniac laughed. "That is quite fascinating. So, the gods here aren't like that?" "No, not at all. You can get close to it, however." Eniac then continued, "So, Jaehwan, I do not have the exact word or definition to describe what gods are, but I know what kind of beings are called gods." He looked straight at Jaehwan and spoke. "It is one such as you." Jaehwan. Chapter 102. Chapter 102 Catastrophe 3. Am a god? Yes, you are. Why? Because you opened a creation. An awakener who created the world. Master of one distinct world. Awakeners who open creation are referred to as gods in the depth. They can even be considered somewhat higher than gods in some instances. Power beyond that of the gods. Unlike them, an awakener does not require a vicegerent to do their bidding. A vicegerent. At that moment, a memory from the record of the depth was unlocked, giving him more information. As he read the memory, he also listened to Eniac's words. Yes, all gods of the depth require a vicegerent as they cannot work alone. They exist because they lend their world to their vicegerent or their followers. Jaehwan continued listening. The more followers they have, the more powerful they are. It is very rare for a human spirit like you to become a god. Then, how were the other gods born? Most gods represent the outcome of higher entities that obtained enough karma over a long period of time. Higher entity. You must know the beings that are called cultivators in the Great Lands. Of course, Jaehwan knew. They were the demons or angels that cultivated products within towers. Jaehwan then remembered they called themselves higher entities. They acquire karma through cultivation. You may think of it as public service points. If they have enough karma points, they can be permitted by Big Brother to be independent and receive their own world. Jaehwan then realized why Beaslin was working so hard. He then realized that he had not asked an important question. He heard it from time to time, but he never cared to ask. Big Brother. An entity that can permit one to become a god. Even the record of the depth did not have entries about Big Brother. What is Big Brother? All overseers flinched at the question. The one that broke the silence was not them. As far as I know, they are the organization that protects the system, Carlton answered. That's how I know it too, but it's awkward. Are we wrong? Chung-ha spoke as he looked around at the overseers. ENIAC smiled bitterly. You can consider it that way. To most humans, Big Brother is certainly that. Jaehwan then thought Carlton and Chung-ha had not really informed Bin about the Big Brother, hence their carness. Gods, but God among the gods. Guardian of the system. That is Big Brother. But I do not want to go deeper than that. ENIAC spoke, but it seemed like he was sad after he said that. It was an unanswered question, but Jaehwan decided to not ask any further. But then, Big Brother Scary Man. A song was heard. It was Johnny-ack who was singing. Hide away or you will be found. Keep quiet, Johnny-ack. Edsack smacked Johnny-ack's head and he became silent. It was short, but there was a hint hidden within the song. What if? Jaehwan then realized why they were so sensitive about Big Brother. Johnny-ack. ENIAC sighed. Jaehwan asked, did Big Brother kill your gods? Is that the reason why you all are staying in chaos? You sure have good insight. Johnny-ack walked up to ENIAC, and ENIAC rubbed Johnny-ack's head and spoke. Yes, we lost our god to Big Brother and were expelled from the depth. That is why we are here. Then the memory was unlocked. ENIAC's words had triggered some part of the Mulek's memory. Jaehwan closed his eyes to concentrate on the voices from the memory. We lost our god. But our power was still useful, so we contracted Big Brother. At the price of our lives, we were sent to chaos to protect the living. It was ENIAC from Mulek's memory. If we had the giant golem machiner, we wouldn't have had to. Mulek, please. If you can, find our machiner. The voice was cut off from there. Jaehwan then opened his eyes. Let's stop chatting and cut to the chase. Right. Ayers was annoyed and ENIAC nodded. Jaehwan, I called you for one reason. Jaehwan then realized what's to come was the real reason why they had called him up. What is it? You must give up on going to the depth. Give it up. What are you talking about? It was Chung-ha who spoke instead. Carlton also added, please, explain to us. ENIAC nodded. To tell you the truth, you cannot go to the depth right now. Chung-ha then shouted in anger, who are you to decide? Human, if you think your insolence can. Ayers, back off. ENIAC stopped Ayers and spoke again. You are right. It is not for us to decide. but the ones who can decide will not accept you. The one who can decide on who can enter the depth. There was only one being throughout all of chaos. The Soul King will not let us, Chang'e asked. Oh, he will do more than just not allow you. Chang'e stopped talking. If you are thinking of 900 years ago, things have changed. You know it as well. The king did not fight you seriously back then. Chang'e's eyes shook. ENIAC then added, besides, you had him that time. Milak Armelt. He was the reason why they managed to get past the king. Milak did not defeat Catastrophe, however. He made a deal. Chang'e remembered. He did not know the details, but Milak made a deal with the Soul King. Why will he block us? Jaehwan asked. ENIAC turned to Jaehwan again. It's because of you. Me. He is angry at you. Angry? What did he do? Jaehwan then remembered what he had been involved in with the Soul King. He fought him directly at Gorgon Keep, and is it about that extra-large dead man? ENIAC nodded. Yes. Magritte was one of his favorite servants. So the situation was simple. The only one who could open the path to the depth was Soul King Catastrophe. However, he was mad at Jaehwan for killing one of his favorite pets. So, the angered king would not open the way for Jaehwan. Is that right? The wording makes it seem like the situation is less serious than it actually is, but yes. You are right. Jaehwan nodded. ENIAC then smiled. It seemed Jaehwan had understood. If he gave up, open the door then. Yes. Open the door to the king. I don't think you understand. No, I do. Jaehwan was determined. I'll settle the score with him directly, so relax and open it. The overseers were shocked, and Ayers shouted angrily. What the heck, did you even hear what we said? Chang'e was cackling while holding his sides. ENIAC then spoke coldly. I cannot do that. Really? Then we have no choice. The air around them became tense as Jaehwan began letting out the energy from his body. Ayers also let out her energy while shouting. We should have done this from the beginning. Chang'e and Carlton braced themselves, and ENIAC also began focusing his energy. He couldn't dare to open the door to the Dead Man Palace. It was better to fight Jaehwan to stop him from going in, rather than risking to open the door to the place. Before the fight broke loose, Jaehwan spoke. Giant Golem, Rashiner. The air suddenly froze. ENIAC was shocked to hear the unexpected name from Jaehwan. How did you learn? But what came next was even more surprising. If you open the door, I will find the lost golem and bring it to you. How did you know about Machina? No one knew about Giant Golem Machina in Chaos, but Jaehwan had no intention of explaining where he had learned about it. Will you open or not? ENIAC turned back to the gate. On the wall of the giant room was a keyhole. ENIAC looked down. His finger was shaped like the key. It was the key to the door of disaster itself. Chapter 103. Chapter 103 Catastrophe 4. The corridor was pitch dark. Jaehwan only relied on the sound of ENIAC's footsteps coming from the front to walk. They probably have come by now. I don't have much time. Jaehwan was concerned, but he did not express his concerns. ENIAC then spoke. I have never seen a human like you. I hear that a lot. ENIAC laughed. You really think you can persuade the Soul King? Jaehwan did not answer. He was not sure at all. However, he was never sure about anything for all the things he had done until now. I'll see when I try it. He also had his reasons for doing this. Record of the depth. After he came across the memory, he had planned for this. The memory had nothing about Big Brother, but there was a lot of information about the Soul King. I wish you luck. Thank you. Within the corridor, there were a lot of horned monsters, even if they weren't visible. Some growled, but some seemed to be friendly toward Jaehwan. It was because of his serpent tattoo, or the sign that he was a master of Gorgon. You don't utilize your seal of Deus. If you activate that from now on, you will never be attacked by horned monsters. ENIAC explained. We gave that seal to the humans. We gave 7 horned guardian monsters along with it, but it seems that your guardian horn has disappeared. I am not sure where or why it's gone. Jaehwan remembered that when he was given the seal, the previous master wasn't in the best state to do such a thing. It seemed that had resulted in an imperfect transfer. ENIAC examined the seal and repaired it. If you find any of our disciples hiding within the depth, this seal will help you get their help. They walked, and after a long time, ENIAC stopped. You will have to go alone from here. His voice was shaking. It was a sign of fear. I will be back. Please come back within an hour. If you cannot come within that time frame, I will have to seal the door. Jaehwan nodded and walked forward, and after a while he arrived at the door. It was made out of horns of horned monsters. Then he realized that the entire corridor was made out of the same material. So, these stopped dead men from coming out. Jaehwan opened the door and walked in. The power inside immediately swept up to him. Beyond him was a giant palace. There were a lot of large dead men, and within them were extra large dead men. There were 2 of them that were as powerful as Margaret, and about 10 others who were a bit less powerful. And there were countless large dead men at the level of 7th stage adapters. But these weren't the real enemy. It's coming. Jaehwan shivered. After he had reached the 4th step theory, he could now understand. This being was a god. Chaos itself. Finally, you have come. 1 sentence. It was just a voice, but blood spat out from Jaehwan. He realized he had no chance against this power. He then remembered the factory as well as its corridors and the gates. Was it made to seal this being inside? It was not possible. How could one seal such a being? You have come to die, human awakener. Jaehwan felt like he would choke even by just being watched, but he barely spoke. I'm not here to die. He raised his head to see, or tried to see. Catastrophe asked, then are you here to defeat me again? Jaehwan felt his insides being damaged again as he spat out blood, which turned into silvery powder. Damn it, I can't even speak well. Jaehwan talked again. I'm here to make a deal. Silence fell. In the next moment, laughter filled the dead man palace. Every dead man was laughing. Jaehwan took a deep breath and spoke again. First awakener, Catastrophe, the king of the chaos. Once god, but now a king. It was the information he read from the memory. Jaehwan then knew there was no going back after saying this. His plan that he thought up after getting the memory from Record of the Depth required him to overcome this moment. You, the once best god in the depth, is now the mere gatekeeper. How ironic. The laughter stopped immediately. The surrounding energy began to spike and all dead men began to breathe heavily. It was the anger from their master being shared to them. Jaehwan could barely fight back his fear. Jaehwan added, Catastrophe, do you not wish to get revenge? Revenge. To the one who kicked you out of the depth and sealed you into this cursed place. The power loosened a bit at once, and Jaehwan continued. I know the promise you made with Mulak 900 years ago. The atmosphere had been altered to a point where Jaehwan could feel it too. How do you know? A deal made 900 years ago. The deal that was never made. Jaehwan spoke to him. I will fulfill that promise. I'll be Mulek's successor. Human, do you know what it means? Jaehwan then realized his gamble was moving in his favor. Yes. Catastrophe, I will bring you to the end of the depth. At the same time, outside of the factory, the one who was sleeping woke up. Are you awake? Serwyn Armelt opened her eyes and frowned at the bright daylight. She moaned as she tried to get up, and the man next to her helped her up. Serwyn glanced around. There was a forest to the north, a desert to the east, and plains to the west. To the south was a giant factory. Serwyn was confused. Was she back in Uncanny? You've been sleeping for too long. Serwyn then realized it was Jaehwan who was beside her. Where are we? We are in front of the Void Factory. You've been sleeping for 2 weeks. Serwyn then relaxed. She wasn't at the Uncanny. She had finished Squeeze. I see. The Void Factory. She then realized the weird scenery of the place. This was the center of chaos. Wait, Void Factory. Serwyn was then struck cold. If they were at the factory, they were now right before death. That meant, Jaehwan, where is he? Oh, he is. Serwyn became pale as she heard where Jaehwan was. It has been 2 hours since he entered the factory. I have to go, he should be stopped. What are you? Jaehwan was confused by Serwyn's panic, but before he could do anything, a member who was scouting the area came running to him. We're doomed. People turned to the man who was running and panting, but nobody was worried. This was the group of the most powerful fighters in chaos. Whatever happened was not going to be much of a problem. Kang Wang, who was bored of waiting, stood up immediately. What are you? But at that moment, the man froze and disappeared into silvery powder. Everyone stood up in shock. No one had sensed any sign of attacks. What? In the next moment, a figure appeared through the desert dust. But there were more. Someone moaned. Eneno. This was the power that they knew well. They hate and feared this power. There were hundreds of such, and in front of them, all 5 of them were greater than any of the others. No, the Great Lands has made a move already, but how? Serwyn was shocked as well as she checked the face of the person who first appeared. She knew him well. He was the most feared commander of the 9th region. Bring Jaehwan. Nobody could hear her voice. It was the beginning of the massacre. Chapter 104. Chapter 104 Catastrophe 5. After an hour passed after Jaehwan and Eniac left for the Dead Man Palace, Changha and Carlton felt the presence at the same time, an earthquake powerful enough to shake the whole factory. What's going on? The overseers seemed to be surprised. Humans, are they bored? This is a bit much to be considered in that way. Another explosion was heard. Itzak turned to Joniak. Joniak, connect to the outside. Joniak closed his eyes and energy rose from him and flew out. It was his skill. Joniak shook. Scary. Men. A lot. He was afraid. Scary. Joniak then frowned in pain. It seemed the horned monster that he connected to had been killed. Changha and Carlton looked at each other. Hey, stop! Ayers shouted, but Changha and Carlton quickly ran out toward the entrance. It's them. It was obvious. Doctor, this is damn it. So the kid was right. Before they arrived at the factory, Jaehwan did warn them of this situation. Most of them thought he was too concerned with it. They didn't think generals would kill themselves to come all this way. They want more than just Jaehwan. Chaos was now a valuable place. It was a place where powerful beings that were as powerful as lesser generals were being born. thanks to the tower created by Jaehwan and Michael. If left alone, it was apparent that chaos would grow strong enough to compete against the Great Lands. That's why they acted, to destroy and pillage as they always did. It won't be easy this time. Chaos was different now. They had Jaehwan. That fact made Chang'e feel relieved. How many have come? I don't think they will have more than 50. But as they neared the entrance, they realized they were wrong. It was hard to count as the spirit energies were stacked against each other, but it didn't feel good. How many have come? As they opened the door, their question was answered in most horrible way possible. The scene was horrible enough to resemble the disaster from 900 years ago. Chang'e glanced around. Leaders were almost on the verge of dying, with some awakeners already dead. And Kamen was dangling as a commander was holding him by the neck. 100 generals. It was too large of a force to move to just capture a product. Sameng-kun smiled bitterly. The Great Lands would now face chaotic times. Jaehwan, was it you do not know what you have done? The destruction of place of reincarnation was that severe. The current prince of the palace at the 9th region was out of luck. If it was any of the other lords, things would have been much worse. Well, we were almost out of fruits too. I guess it was necessary. Sameng-kun glanced around. There were a lot of Death Expedition team members lying around, barely alive. Sameng-kun's men tried not to kill them if possible. They will be my offerings. I can't let them die here. Sameng-kun smiled. Hey, how long are we doing this? Shouldn't we enter now? Sameng-kun frowned. I'm the one in charge this time. You should stay back. I know. But it's too boring. The one spoke was the commander from the Green family, the commander who is at the 13th stage of adaptation. He was the second commander, Green Chundo. Damn these green insects. Not all generals that joined this time were from the 9th region. Out of the 100 generals, there were 59th region generals, and the other 50 were from other regions and families. 20 from the Sameng family, 20 from the Green family, and 10 from the 7th region. They all had different reasons for joining. The members of the Sameng family were called by Sameng-kun himself, but the Green family said that Jaehwan had killed one of their members. The problem is those 7th region fools. There were 10 generals, with 3 of them at the greater general level. Their leader was Greater General Nishimoto, the one who had power similar to Sameng-garam. We heard about the palace. Shouldn't we finish it before the other lords find out we wish to help? That was the message sent by the 7th region, but it was more of a threat. If the news of the destruction of palace spread, the one who would be responsible was the Lord of Darkness who was in charge of protecting the palace at the time. I can't let the other lords find out what happened yet. Sameng-kun quickly decided and accepted their offer. It will be our chance. Sameng-kun realized that even if they had failed in invading chaos through the Golden Sky clan, the product had now become much more than any of that. I just need to capture him, and I will take the Tower of Awakeners from him. There was the Awakener who opened the creation, and the tower created from such an Awakener. Sameng-kun, is it true that there are more fruits? It was Sameng-ur, the 4th commander of the Sameng family, who sent the whisper to Sameng-kun. She was one of the 5 commanders Sameng-kun had brought over, and the strongest. She was even stronger than Sameng-kun himself. Yes, sister. I had to die because of you. I don't know how many fruits there are, but you must give a portion to the Sameng family. Remember that you're the prince of Sameng before you are commander of the 9th region. I know, sister. Sameng Hun scoffed inside. Fruits har. The reason why the other generals had joined in this fight was because of the fruits that Sameng Hun had. Before he started this plan, he messaged the generals that he had the leftover fruits and all would be supplied to those who joined. It was a lie. He did not have such fruits. But he did not care. I'll get one if there aren't any. From where there was only one place that had fruits, the end of the depth. But I don't have to go to the end to get it. Sameng Hun and a few people knew that the beings that ruled the depth were gods. And there were some of them who had ways of getting those fruits. The only problem was that they were really powerful and vicious. So if the opponent was powerful, what did you need to do to acquire an item from them? A trade. Until now, it was impossible to trade with those gods. They were the gods of the depth after all. What would they need? Until now, what if I offer them an awakener? The one that the gods of the depth wanted the most was a powerful awakener. It was the reason why these gods made deals with the cultivators to get products. A product was a potential vicegerent that they could take into their world. A product was one who had talent and had not yet adapted to the system. An awakener was the best candidate. However, awakeners were rare and mysterious. Until now, I will create awakeners and sell to them in exchange for fruits. And with the fruits, he could create a new palace of reincarnation solely for the 9th region. That was Sameng Hun's plan. With that, only the 9th region would have generals who did not fear death. And the dead generals would have to surrender to the 9th region to be revived. The Great Lands will soon be ruled by the 9th region. Chapter 105. Chapter 105 Catastrophe 6. Sameng Hun glanced around. It's time for me to clean it up. The group of people with a middle-aged man in the front were holding off well even after a lot of them had been subdued. Was it Cayman? It was very interesting to see an awakener fighting against many lesser generals. Sameng Hun then picked up a sword from the ground. He then walked toward him and threw it. It was just one sword, but it made everyone turn silent for a second. Then came the scream. Ayard. Yang screamed in pain as he lost 2 eyes. Kangwing moaned with his one arm cut off. Mukyuk fell down with his leg cut off, and Yuren knelt as he held onto his waist. Sameng Hun then glanced at Serwin. She shook in fear. HMPH. So, the Nightmare Girl was here too. Nightmares who betrayed darkness even if they were rare beings and were protected by the Union. He couldn't let her live. Sameng focused his energy, but Cayman blocked her. He was heavily injured and barely standing, but his eyes were clear. You are brave. I like you. Sameng Hun walked up to Cayman. This is the power of a commander. Cayman felt terror striking him as he felt the energy becoming greater as Sameng Hun walked over. He bit his lips. He had tried so hard for so long. Yet he was still too far behind. Where is Jaehwan? He asked. Tell me, and I will let you live. Cayman couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was lift him up. He befits the title general better than that fool, Laker. Sameng Hun was astonished, but that was it. If men like these were left alive, they would pose a potential threat to Great Lands. Kill me. An awakener was a valuable asset, but he didn't need all awakeners. He didn't need one who was going to fight to the end like this one. I'll make him an example. Sameng Hun raised his sword and Cayman saw it coming. I'm sorry, master. Then came the voice. Cayman. 2 figures came rushing against Sameng Hun's sword. Chungha and Carlton's swords both broke. Even both of them combined weren't enough to fight off a commander's sword, but it was enough to twist its direction, which allowed them to take Cayman away. Chang'e bit his lips as he felt the power coming from Sameng-hun. Cayman, how did you manage to fight that monster? Even Jaehwan wasn't that terrifying. Doctor, where is? He's not back yet. Cayman looked disturbed. 2 hours have passed, did he? We do not know yet, Cayman mumbled. He then looked to the back. Overseers. There were 3 figures that appeared from inside of the factory. Sameng-hun, what is the meaning of this? It was Edsak who spoke first. He glanced around at the silvery powder of the dead people and horned monsters. Long time no see. I asked, what is the meaning of this? Sameng-hun frowned. They were too arrogant. They were weak and arrogant. Sameng-hun couldn't accept it. However, generals and lords weren't allowed to touch overseers. It was because they were holding the Soul King back. For the most powerful god, 12 lords and Big Brother had to join forces to seal it away. Sameng-hun spoke. I'm looking for the product. I will return once I find it. The product? Are you talking about a human? Sameng-hun did not answer. You people do not change even after thousands of years. You consider a living being as a thing. Sameng-hun was shocked to hear that. He was being lectured by a machine. Anyway, open the door. And for what reason I cannot do that at the moment. It seems that my product has run off inside. Edsak replied sternly. As I said, that is not possible at the moment. Not possible, you don't understand. Sameng-hun then removed his smile for the first time. Open the FCK up, you worthless piece of scraps. Sameng-hun let out powerful energy which even cracked the side wall of the factory. How dare you! Ayer's arm shook and changed its shape into a blade. The overseers were ready to fight. Sameng-hun glared at them. I don't know how strong that Soul King is. Soul King catastrophe. There were a lot of rumors about him. A long time ago, the lords of the 12 regions were much weaker than they are now, and Sameng-hun's power was much stronger than that of those lords from the past. He knew he was more powerful. He was not afraid of some fallen god. That was why he was here. He quickly cut off Ayer's limbs and cut down Joniak's waist. Edsk's head was sliced off. Chang'e looked at the sight grimly. No way. We cannot defeat him. Chang'e then felt someone grabbing him from behind. Doctor, what's going on? Can we win? It was Yang, who was bleeding from his both eyes. Doctor, please. Tell me. Chang'e then realized that he couldn't see. He didn't see the terror in front of them. Where's Master? Chang'e then thought of Jaehwan. Jaehwan went to face Soul King catastrophe. Chang'e knew that being was much more powerful than Sameng-hun. However, Chang'e also knew that Jaehwan would have remained as Jaehwan even against such being. Maybe he might have died by now. However, he would not have given up. You are always ahead of us. Chang'e then felt his fear being lifted. Yang, Master has not come yet. He spoke calmly, and we have not lost yet either. He did not give up hope. We can still fight. Jaehwan wasn't here. But so what was that our problem? I see. Chang'e took Yang's hand and helped him get up. He couldn't see, but he still rose to stand. The other members slowly rose at once. Kang Wang without his left arm, Mu Kyuk without his right leg, and Yuren with a huge cut on his waist. They helped each other stand up. They were chaos. I can't believe this. Sameng-hun looked at them in astonishment. He had shown them the power beyond imagination, power enough to make them cower in fear. But why? Why were they trying to fight? Why were they looking at him like that? Simon Kuhn was astonished, and he came to fear them at the same time. If all awakeners born with a tower are like this, could he really sell them to the death? He'll kill them all, and just return with a product. He could always create awakeners again. What's important was the product, and the tower that was made by the product. The others were irrelevant. Simon Kuhn then unleashed his energy. From his back, bluish pure energy came out from his body, formed a giant blue lion, and charged forward. One slash threw Chunda and Carlton away. The other members who were barely standing were covered by the giant shadow. The shadow of death. It was the last, but they went wrong. There was no miracle. The world did not change. Even then, their efforts went in vain. That's why they did not close their eyes. They faced their death. Yet because they did not close their eyes, they saw it. The lonely sword that fought against despair. Bolts sparked up as the sword clashed against the claws. And through it came the man. I'm sorry. I'm late. Jaehwan was here. Chapter 106. Chapter 106 Catastrophe 7. Stay here. Jaehwan spoke to Cayman as he swung his sword to make the blue lion back off. It's you. Simon Kuhn looked at Jaehwan, barely standing. There was corruption seeping out from his body. This mere product brought this. Because of him, the cultivation failed, the years of work put into overtaking chaos failed, and the palace of reincarnation was destroyed. Moreover, the 9th region lost many generals. And now, over hundreds of generals and 5 commander had to die to come into chaos. So, is it him? We came all the way here because of him. 5th Commander MacArthur and 6th Commander Sarim began expressing their complaints. They were weaker than Simon Kuhn, but they were still one of the strongest in the Great Lands. Simon, you were even added, did you really need me? They couldn't understand needing to come all the way here because of one product. I know, but it was necessary, Simon Kuhn answered, smiling bitterly. He had to prepare for the unexpected. For example, Simon Kuhn glanced over at the factory. But that's not possible. At that moment, Jaehwan began unleashing his energy. It was the power that killed Simon Garam. His world began to unfold in front of the commanders. So, he opened the creation. Still weak though. Chundo of the Green spat as he watched. Simon Kuhn couldn't disagree. He had faced many awakeners throughout his 5,000 years of life with very few who were at the 4th step. Jaehwan was weaker than those people. Jaehwan's unique world unfolded. On the top of the tree of imagery was Eye of Asura with crows flying around. Corpses were strewn all over the place. What the hell is this place? Simon Ewer spoke, and the commanders were surprised as well. The eye. Does that symbolize the first nightmare? Maybe it's Big Brother. What are those crows? I like how he sees humans as corpses. They all had different comments, but they had one same thought. He's crazy. No one feared Jaehwan's world. No matter how unique it was, the world did not materialize fully. The creation was just the beginning of the step. There were a few more steps to take after the world was formed, but Jaehwan did not have anything other than the way to see his world. So, he was their hope. They fought because of him. Simon Kuhn scoffed. He was disappointed at what those people trusted. Then what you will now see is despair. Jaehwan began to work and unleashed his world stab. A few of the lesser generals perished as they charged toward Jaehwan. The commanders just scoffed. What a puny attack. With just a few swings, World Stab disappeared. May I? Fifth Commander MacArthur asked. He was the weakest of the commanders, so it was natural. But Sameng Hoon shook his head. No, I'm going to fight him. Oh, you will do it yourself. Chundo the Green cautiously requested, let me join then. No, I will do it alone. Bar. Chundo backed away as Sameng Hoon glared at him. The Green family had skills that enabled them to control the opponent's spirit and minds. There was a chance that he might steal the product right in front of their eyes. Sameng Hoon thought Jaehwan was very weak at the moment, but there was a chance for him to get stronger. No, maybe. Considering the time it took for him to grow, there was a chance for Jaehwan to become even stronger. Maybe he could grow to the point of becoming a lord. He then began unleashing his energy. It wasn't spirit power, however. It was more powerful, as the energy was from the system itself. Jaehwan's unique world diminished as the power from Sameng Hoon pushed it out. It didn't change the world, but it had made a space that trapped themselves. I see. Jaehwan then realized the difference between awakening and adaptation. If awakeners made the world use its power, then adapters used the current world and its power. Come, let me see your best, Sameng Hoon taunted. He's strong. Jaehwan thought as he looked at the power coming from Sameng Hoon. Then he drew another sword, the fall from his belt, and charged. The blue lion appeared and struck against Jaehwan. Jaehwan was struck and made a counter-attack. The lion writhed in pain as it was damaged from the attack, and Jaehwan's body bleeding. Good, I see how you defeated Garim. Jaehwan knew, however, that man was not using his best. The attack from the lion was getting harder and harder to block. The claws ripped his thighs off, and the fang pierced through his stomach. Did you really think you got everything after you opened the creation? Sameng Hoon asked. Had he beaten this severely after he came into the chaos? Jaehwan began to shiver as he was being overwhelmed by the corruption. His ears, nose, and mouth were letting out dark smoke-like substances. Sameng Hoon laughed. Your spirit is corrupted. Have you faced the Soul King? It's disappointing how the king let you go alive. Jaehwan then laid down his sword. He realized that the attack that was being made was very powerful, but it was never meant to kill him. If it was, he should have died earlier. What do you want from me? Surrender and join the 9th region. It was an expected offer. Jaehwan asked, is that it? And bring the tower that you created. That was also expected. Awakeners were very rare. If his tower was able to create a lot of awakeners in a short amount of time, it was obvious that it would be sought over. What if I refuse? HMPH. Refuse. Sameng Hoon smiled. Let's see if you refuse even after seeing this. With a snap of a finger, the ceiling of the space changed shape and began showing a video. It was an unfamiliar palace. Everything was covered in black, so Jaehwan guessed it was the land of the darkness. The video was shaky as if it was being recorded by a handheld camera. Then the video captured a glass showcase. Inside were books, cartoons, computers and a lot of other objects that were very familiar to Jaehwan. Wait. It was unexpected, to say the least. The body, breathing shallowly without a word, was in deep sleep. It was the body that embodied his spirit for 20 years on Earth. You can still relive your life. Jaehwan couldn't believe what he was hearing. I will make you the 8th commander. The 8th commander seat. It was too much of an offer to even consider for a being that was a product until a few months ago. It's not only that. Sameng Hoon continued, I will rewind your time. And with that, the video changed. It was now showing a place with many high-story buildings, with crowds walking below. It was strange. He never imagined he would feel this way with that distinct sound. Jaehwan knew where this place was. Earth. And the small country, Korea. It was his home. Chapter 107. Chapter 107 Catastrophe 8. Samung-hoon said to Jaehwan, I do not know why you hate this world, but I know one thing. That you hate going back in time. Samung-hoon had been gathering a lot of information about Jaehwan. After numerous bribes and threats against the nightmares of the Union, he was able to obtain interesting videos from the Tower of Nightmares. It was the sight of Jaehwan refusing to go back in time to start the game again. So that's why Samung-hoon knew Jaehwan was going to say this. You know that and you still offer me this. Yeah, I thought you would say that. Samung-hoon laughed. I'm not offering for you to go back in time. I'm a commander of the Great Lands, but even I can't control time. The demon once told me that too. Samung-hoon laughed. Yes, of course. I am not trying to give you your past. It is different. He continued, going back in time won't make all the horrors and nightmares you faced disappear. Isn't that right? Jaehwan did not answer, but he was right. You will still have traces, scars, and all the memories that you had faced even if you go back in time. But you cannot forget it either. All of that shapes who you are. It's you. Jaehwan couldn't object. He even agreed to his words. This enemy knew more than anyone else in this world. So, what I'm offering to give you is not the past. It's the present. Present. Yes. Samung-hoon nodded. I looked at what you did, what you had to choose in order to stay in the present. It was a noble deed, but I had a question. Was this the present you really wanted? Samung-hoon asked as he glanced around. Answer me. Is this place the present you really wanted to protect? Jaehwan also looked around. Unfamiliar world, unfamiliar people. These were people who did not know him from his days on Earth. And Samung-hoon added, I am sure that this isn't your present. Samung-hoon then pointed at the video on the ceiling. The time that you deserve or the one that you lost. The present you seek is not here. Jaehwan looked up. The people of Earth and the ordinary life within it. Become the 9th commander, and you will be able to go there anytime you want. Jaehwan understood what he was offering. He was really offering Jaehwan a chance to go back to his world in the present. Of course, you will find your family too. Then the video showed a woman. She organized the bookshelves and took out the book titled The Little Prince. She smiled as she looked over the cover page silently. Jaehwan knew who she was. For the first time, there was sadness on his face. Samung-hoon smiled. He knew humans well. He too was a descendant of humans. All humans had longings, or the feeling of something that had been lost. Even Samung-hoon felt a certain emptiness when Samung-garam had died. He wasn't too bothered as he had lost human traits a long time ago. But these humans were in a remote region, especially the ones who just got out of product stage, were different. Samung-hoon had been preparing for this moment. He knew Jaehwan would not reject the offer. Jaehwan asked, let me ask you again. What if I reject? He still was asking of that. What an amazing product. Then you will lose your present forever. It was something that could be interpreted in many ways. Whichever it wasn't good. What do you think? I think you have every reason to join us. And even if you go to the depth, you will not get what you want there. Besides, you do not have proof that you will reach the end. Jaehwan fell silent. He then asked, what will become of them? Them. Samung-hoon looked up. The people of chaos were in the direction that Jaehwan was looking toward. Are you talking about those corpses? Those who died? Losers who adapted to living in this world called chaos. Samung-hoon looked at the people shouting at Jaehwan even though no sound was coming through, and then spoke. They will die. No matter the choice. I see. So they will die. Jaehwan then glanced at the video of a woman and closed his eyes. I'm sorry. His swords began to unleash the power and wield the flame of the fall. Samung-hoon narrowed his eyes. What are you doing? Jaehwan declared, I'm not going back. I'm going up. Samung-hoon couldn't understand. Why do you not want to go back to your home? Do you not wish to see your family? Will you throw your present at a trash can? Trash can? Jaehwan smiled. Maybe he was right. I was in the trash can already. What are you? Samung-hoon also began to wield himself with a blue energy. Jaehwan wanted to go back. He wanted to see his family. But past, future, present, it doesn't matter in this world. Jaehwan added, I might be happy if I return, but then what? He swung his sword at Samung-hoon's right arm. It sparked with blue fire, and Jaehwan took several steps back from the impact. But he did not give up. You will come back again and start the damn cultivation. Maybe he could protect it for a while. Maybe the earth might be saved from cultivation for as long as Jaehwan lives. But that was it. Nothing will change. Samung-hoon said, you cannot stop cultivation. It is the natural way of the world. Yeah, at least in this world. Jaehwan knew. In this world, cultivation was the law of the world. It wasn't anyone's fault. It wasn't Serwin who was born to make the world, or angels, or demons who participated in cultivation. It was the world that did not specify it as a problem. So, I will destroy this world. Fool, everything you love is a part of the world. Will you destroy all that you love, all that you consider valuable? There is no system, it cannot be destroyed, it is nature itself. Jaehwan did not answer and instead swung his swords. Samung-hoon then gave up on persuading. You will give up. The video disappeared. His cold voice filled the space. You shall die in your present. The energy was formed into a blue lion again. He's connected with his body anyway. If he dies, his spirit will find its way back to his body. Samung-hoon knew Jaehwan had escaped to the tree of imagery without finishing his tutorial, so he was still living. It meant Samung-hoon could drive him out to the Great Lands and think about it later. His spirit will take some damage, but I have no choice. The blue lion roared and Jaehwan's ear began to bleed, which then turned to silvery powder. He felt pain throughout his whole body. Jaehwan then saw the lion's fangs drawing closer and closed his eyes. I have no choice. And no kid no. Chong-ha became pale as he saw Jaehwan putting his hand into his cloth with his eyes closed. What came out was a dark stone, the one called the Stone of the Forgotten Spirit. Jaehwan then ate it. The blue fire then overwhelmed Jaehwan, and he disappeared into the flame. No. Chong-ha did guess Jaehwan was up to something. So, was that why you didn't consume horns? Jaehwan had no other way. There were enemies at bay that were too powerful, and Jaehwan had no time to prepare. There was only one thing he could do: borrow power from stronger being. However, it was the price that had to be paid that was the problem. Chong-ha charged at the barrier and began swinging his sword. Kid, stop, listen to me, please stop. The barrier was not even damaged, but Chong-ha did not stop. Then the commanders came forward. Get off, insect. Commander Serim kicked Chong-ha away, But Chang'e did not take his eyes off. The spirit power was growing into something that was unimaginable. Serim stopped cackling and McGarter frowned. Chundo also asked seriously, "What is that?" "It was you who spoke first. Hoon opened the barrier. We cannot let him continue." He is. But she couldn't continue as the barrier began to crack and, with an explosion, the space was destroyed. There was something terrifying inside. Some fainted even by sensing the presence, and some peed on themselves out of fear. Everyone shook. A man walked through the explosion. It looked like Jaehwan, but it was no longer Jaehwan. It was the one king who was above all in this world. Long time no see. It was Soul King Catastrophe. Chapter 108. Chapter 108 Catastrophe 9. The 5 commanders each faced the king's dissension with different reactions. Commander Serim seemed to be confused. He had been told by Sameng Hoon that there was the possibility of fighting against Soul King Catastrophe if things didn't turn out as planned. Soul King Catastrophe was one of the 3 ancient gods. However, the king didn't seem as powerful as he had imagined. He sure looked powerful, but it wasn't as much as he imagined. Isn't it enough to have a fight against? Serim spoke and turned around. But he had to change what he was thinking right away. Commander Majiter was shaking severely as if he was having a seizure. He was barely standing with bubbles coming out of his mouth. How pitiful. Serim then turned to the voice. He thought it was toward McGarter, but the king was looking at Serim directly. An insect cannot even see the true power. What? Serim then unleashed his energy. No, stop, Sameng Yor quickly stopped him. Do you not see that? She too was shaking severely in fear. Serim was puzzled. What are you talking about? Then horrifying laughter came from the king. You have the 11th stage as a commander, fools. Serim was the only commander who had not reached 12th stage adaptation. Hence, he did not have the ability to see the king's true power, just like how Jaehwan couldn't see his true body clearly. HMPH. There's one that's quick to understand. Catastrophe spoke as he glanced over the direction where Chundo the Green was standing. He was already a mile away from where they were. Chundo thought, impossible, Soul King. He regretted he had come. If he knew this was a possibility, he would not have joined the fight. They had 100 generals with 5 commanders, but it was no use. No one could resist the disaster. The Green. I see the fools that created the spirit stones by peeking into my world. Then the huge shadow appeared behind him and reached out, extracting the time and space. At that moment, Chundo's body was held by the grasp of the shadow, and from the distorted space, Chundo's body was crushed. Oh, wood! All commanders froze in place. The 3rd rank of the Green family. 13th stage adapter. The powerful commander was now lying in front of them. Then, they turned to the same place. The place where Soul King had appeared from. The place where their only hope existed. They looked toward the commander who brought them here, and the most powerful among the 5 commanders. There, they saw despair. Sameng Hoon, with his remaining eye and badly injured body, was looking at Catastrophe. He was mumbling with disbelief as he barely stood. But how the lords of 12 region sealed you. He gathered all the information, even the Akashic records about Catastrophe. It clearly said that the lords had sealed Catastrophe and he could not leave the Void Factory. King looked at Sameng Hoon. Lords of 12 regions. He spoke with a laugh. They sealed me. The laughter shook the earth, and the sky trembled. The world was laughing at him. Sameng Hoon felt as if his spirit was melting away. Then he realized it. I see. The Akashic Records was a lie. There was no way that lords from the past, who were only about at today's commander level, could have managed to seal off the king. The king spoke. They didn't do anything. They were busy running away. Sameng-Hun then thought. He needed to get out of this crisis for now. They did not know what Catastrophe was up to, so the best solution was to talk things out. Catastrophe bowed and spoke. "Oh, the great king, we have no intention of fighting you." Is that so?" The king smiled. "The only thing we want is that product you used to come down to us. This one, then I cannot let you have it." Sameng-Hun then asked, "Wasn't it promised that you would not meddle with the chaos? I believe you made the promise with Big Brother. Do not bring that name up ever again." Sameng-Hun flinched. "I see. So it was Big Brother. How strong is Big Brother then?" Sameng-Hun had lived long, but he did not know much about who or what Big Brother was. But that wasn't important for now. "I'm sorry. Anyway, I acknowledge that you do not have a vicegerent because of that." Catastrophe then scoffed. "This one is not my vicegerent." "Pardon?" Sameng-Hun asked back in shock. "Not a vicegerent, then how?" Then he realized something wasn't right. Gods didn't descend themselves in usual cases. They just let their vicegerents borrow the power. But this Jaehwan had fully lost control over his body. This one said he will never give up his world. Being a vicegerent meant the Awakener needed to accept the god's world. Jaehwan refused it, however. "Then you came because we made a deal." "Deal? What is the deal?" "You do not need to know. What you do need to know is that you will all die." Then, all of chaos began to shake. Storms came from the desert, and waves came from the southern sea. The northern forestland was in flames, and from the west came the dead men. Sameng-Hun gritted his teeth. "And by that, I assume you are not keeping the promise with Big Brother." Catastrophe was angered. A mere insect, threatening the king, but a promise was a promise. It was his responsibility to answer it. "No, the promise is still intact." "What?" "The power is mine, but the will is not." And the world began coming down on the commanders. Sameng-Hun then realized it was Jaehwan who called upon Catastrophe to create this disaster. He also learned that Jaehwan's body was in a very unstable state. It's imperfect dissension. It won't take long to finish. The dissension would not take too long. Jaehwan's spirit was too small to hold the Soul King in place. "Everyone, gather up," Sameng-Hun whispered to the commanders. "We have to hold for a few minutes, then we will win." The world was falling down at them. Generals were powerful beings who could fight against thousands of enemies. But even then, they were used to fight against individuals, not nature itself. Sameng-Hun then shouted, "Stay alive 10 minutes. No, in 5 minutes, victory will be ours." And at that moment, Sarim, who charged at Catastrophe, blew up. It was just one blow. Then, Majiter screamed as he charged at Catastrophe. He also ended up dead after getting crushed against an unknown force. Sameng-Yu also ran to fight against the king. She resisted the landslide, fought the sandstorm and hail of the southern ocean. And after she made it through all that, she disappeared into silvery dust just a few steps short of Catastrophe. The last one to die was Chundo the Green. After losing his 2 arms, he tried to bring up insects from his mouth. He was going to let out poisonous insects, enough to kill everyone in the area. It wasn't possible to kill the king, but it should have been able to damage the body. But before he could manage to do so, a transparent sword penetrated his stomach. "Don't take out that filth." It was the void sword, the most powerful sword that would make all beings perish. Chundo's spirit became corrupted immediately and he turned to the dead man, pledging allegiance to the king. However, Catastrophe scowled and spoke. Explode. And he did explode to his death. Sameng-hoon couldn't bring himself up together. The world had turned to silver with everyone dying from left and right. Then, after a certain time, it became silent. Sameng-hoon looked around, but there was no one. Someone was walking toward him. It only took 5 minutes for all generals to be killed to be wiped out. It was this day where Jaehwan's later gained the nickname Commander Slayer. "You've won," Sameng-hoon thought as he watched the god of disaster. Chapter 109. Chapter 109 Catastrophe 10. Jaehwan felt the power surging within him. This is the power of the Soul King. It was power he was experiencing through his own body, but he didn't feel that it was realistic. It wasn't at the level of just destroying the lands and the world. It was controlling the world itself. That was the power of the Master of Chaos. Jaehwan knew that this power was the goal he had to strive for. This is crazy. What's more important was that this power wasn't everything Catastrophe had. And even then, he lost to Big Brother and was sealed away. How strong do I need to become? Jaehwan thought he had opened a possibility after he overcame the 4th step. But today, he saw impossible. Then, as he thought the fight was almost over, he felt Soul King's spirit waning away, with his voice coming to him. "You can only call me with the stone 3 times. You used it once this time, so remaining is 2. You will need me when you meet Big Brother, so that means you have only 1 chance. You have to thank your friend, or else your spirit could've only called me 2 times. And the voice was gone. Then Jaehwan felt horrible pain gripping him. He knew his spirit was at the limit. He also saw darkness grasping him and tentacles coming out of him. He was becoming a dead man. He felt the memories fading away. He was losing himself. He then wished if something could be there to kill him before he loses himself. Then he heard something touching him. Something that felt like a brush was tickling him. Then he realized that it was that brush that made him stay. Memories were coming back. He then saw Jaehwan talking to Chung a long time ago, when he first fought Chung-ha at the training ground. Then, the other memories came back. Some were distant while some were embarrassing. They died because the ocean exists, right? I guess so. Then I will wipe out the ocean. Jaehwan was really embarrassed at seeing himself answering against the question of righteousness. I was a fool. Reckless, foolish, and childish. He had no respect or compassion. He was a child, but even then, Chung-ha never hated him. Then Jaehwan felt something within him, happiness. It was as if he was accepted by a world. Kid, wake up. He felt pain searing through his body. Kid. There was a voice. It was the doctor. Kid, how long will you call me a kid? Jaehwan. Jaehwan smiled. He opened his eyes and there was a 1,200-year-old man looking down at him with teary eyes. You did it, old man. He still felt corruption within him, but since Catastrophe wasn't hostile against him, it wasn't doing anything from within. Why did you become a dead man? Do you even know what you were putting yourself into? Chung-ha shouted, but Jaehwan smiled. I trusted you. Jaehwan had made up his plan with Chung-ha in mind. With his dead man / Jaehwan thought there was a chance for Chung-ha to reverse him from becoming a dead man. He then saw Sameng-hoon panting. It seems the king had left him before giving him a final blow that allowed him to survive. But his spirit was destroyed severely, so he was going to die at any second. Jaehwan looked around. There were no generals anymore. It's done. Everything was done now. The lords would not care about the chaos anymore, as they would be busy rebuilding what they had lost. But something is weird. The expedition team members weren't too happy. Jaehwan then turned to where Jaehwan last was. Inside the space that he created earlier were the particles that showed video. It was now stuck on the ground, each particle showing the same video that was shown to Jaehwan again and again. Everyone was watching the video of Jaehwan's body now. Jaehwan looked up. "You will be left alone." The members looked weird as they watched it. It wasn't the excitement of victory that grasped them, but a different emotion. Jaehwan knew what it was. Betrayal. Master. It was the North Gatekeeper Captain James who spoke first. "What is that video?" he asked. "I had heard of the rumor that you are not dead, but alive. I thought it was a false rumor." Wait, what are you talking about? "The Master is not dead. He is not one of us." People began to mumble and Jaehwan spoke. "Hey, it's not important." "It's very important," James replied coldly. Jaehwan couldn't understand. Why did it matter if Jaehwan was dead or not? Jaehwan then looked around at other members, but they too seemed to think the same thing. Some even asked this. "Come to think of it, didn't you acquire the fruits when you got to the Palace of Reincarnation? What did you do with all those fruits?" "Wait, are you accusing the Master of reviving back through the fruit?" Jaehwan shouted angrily. "Then how can you prove that video? He did not eat the fruit. Then where are those fruits?" Jaehwan couldn't say. He couldn't explain that he destroyed every remaining fruit. "I see." He then realized why they were becoming angered. They did not trust Jaehwan. They did not join the expedition team to change the world. It wasn't a noble idea that drove them. All they wanted from the beginning was only one thing. The fruits. That was the only thing they wanted. But what if their leader was one who did not want such thing at all? What if their leader was an entirely different being who did not share their pain? Jaehwan looked at Jaehwan. Suspicion began to turn into rage and began spreading among the people. Jaehwan smiled ominously from the distance. The reason why people's emotion changed so quickly was also because of his top-grade skill, Derange. But the skill only worked when there was a spark. It was people's darkness. It was their distrust against Jaehwan that brought this. End part 2.